CFS 对于我来说，就是我心中最重要的一个比赛。
我觉得，这是一个对于青春的续写，很荣幸这里边能够有我的一些成分。
Eu não tenho palavras para agradecer a CFS por tudo que ela fez na minha vida, por tudo que esse programa de criadores de conteúdo.
Ang meaning ng CFS sa akin is, malaking bagay para sa akin kasi
a CFS na minha vida é tudo, porque eu basicamente vivo para jogar a CFS, eu quero jogar a CFS.
代表着我的整个青春。
CFS 呢，我觉得是穿越火线最高的一个荣誉殿堂吧。
CFS significa para mim um sonho e evento muito grandioso。
它是至高无上的荣誉。CFS 对于整个 CF 的发展也是有着巨大的贡献。
对我来说 ，CFS 是梦想中最高的舞台。
A CFS para mim significa o maior campeonato de todos. Acho que é o grande sonho para todo mundo que joga profissionalmente Crossfire.
对我来说，穿越火线这个游戏对我来说的话，意味着就是我的青春。
穿越火线意味着我一个青春吧。
CFS với tôi có nghĩa là nơi thể hiện bản thân, niềm tự hào và ước mơ của tôi tại đó. Với em thì CFS nó là một nơi mà ai cũng muốn được thể hiện bản thân mình và muốn được đi một lần trong đời và cái cơ hội đấy thì nó rất là quý giá.
Significa tudo na minha vida e eu não vou desistir até ganhar um.
不知不觉 CFS 已经10周年了。那么10呢，对于中国人来说有个叫做十全十美，但是我们想换一句话，叫做青春正当时。希望 CFS 这个越办越好。
CFS, feliz aniversário de 10 anos.
Parabéns CFS pelos seus 10 anos de aniversário.
CFS 10周年，我们一起成长，也希望 CFS 10周年快乐。
Rất cảm ơn nhà phát hành Smart đã gọi là xây dựng một con game phát triển đến bây giờ. Thì với kỷ niệm 10 năm này mình cũng xin.
希望 CFS 越来越好，争取再办到下个10年。
希望下一个10年，我能够站在赛场上和 CFS 一起走下去。
Eu queria parabenizar a CFS pelo seu 10º ano, por tudo que proporcionou.
祝 CFS 越办越好吧，希望大家一起加油。
Gotta have something to say about it. Look at this pitch from Vincent. GSC just
early read on what's going to happen with
it. Then very quickly as well. GSC trying to sneak underneath into mid as well. CY goes patiently. Trying to fade out this pick, not quite successful. .577. Shots have been on point. Gets the first, gets the second, and somehow he gets the third as well. All tappy
in this tournament. He's like, this is a little bit.
Condola. Opening that first kill up is going to cause problems. Aisha now have the advantage in the numbers, but also in the positioning as well. 9 trading down. How many kills is he going to get in this round? It doesn't seem to matter what Cara House are going to do. 9 is always there to put a stop to it.
And it wasn't a headshot. As now, Shady, that's a good trade. I think they know he's in. EPL.
They do now. And he's not in anymore. And
never mind.
Xiao's just... He's taken the head off the ramble himself. What? Xiao with the 1v3.
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, the world's top competitive Crossfire Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is returning with further developed rules and schedule, providing new challenges to all participating players. Now, let's take a closer look at the format. In this year, we have teams from 6 regions: Brazil, China, EU MENA, North America, Philippines, the Vietnam. The tournament consists of 4 stages: group stage, wildcard stage, knockout stage, and lastly, the playoffs. The group stage will be played under the single round-robin format in a BO3, where 12 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 4 through the group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will directly advance to the knockout stage, while the third place from each group will enter the wildcard stage. The last place teams from each group will be eliminated from the tournament. The group stage standings rule will prioritize the teams' higher match wins. If teams' match wins end up in a tie, such as teams' set differential points, will be secondly prioritized. If still tied, the round differential points will be thirdly prioritized, and attack points will be checked. As for the last comparison, the wildcard stage will also play under the single round-robin format, BO3 series, where the top 2 teams out of the 3 teams will earn the last 2 tickets to the knockout stage. The 8 teams of the knockout stage will compete under the single elimination format in a BO5 series, where the brackets will be determined through the teams' overall standings from the group stage. Knockout Stage 4 winners will advance to the playoffs that will be played throughout the double elimination format in a BO5 series. The playoffs consist of 6 matches to claim the champion. The total prize money of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is set to $1,420,000 US, and the world champion will take home $500,000 US. Compete to conquer. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is awaiting its warriors. Let's witness how this epic tournament will roll out.
Down Snake, good for 2, Beba, good for a jump. 哦哟，知道你在这变完成
价位是不是能好一点？
是，另外一边，但是 Top。
Their first match win.
Finds a third through the door, finds a...
这次能进到 CFS 世界赛挺开心的吧，也算为国出征了。I'm very excited to be playing in Crossfire Stars, and we're ready to show our best.
Our first goal is just to make it out of the group stage. We want to take it one step at a time, so it's one goal at a time. I have many goals, but first goal is to make it out of the groups.
Eu estou muito feliz. É sempre muito importante estar aqui porque é um campeonato, é o campeonato mais importante do ano, então é algo mais. Maybe all gamers from China, they're very very good team and they have strong skills.
本次 CFS 的比赛，我们有针对国外的战术，就针对国外的队伍有一些针对性的战术。
Dạ, đến với giải đấu lần này thì team em tập luyện rất chăm chỉ. Mọi người đều cố gắng để đạt được kết quả tốt nhất.
Mục tiêu của chúng em trước tiên là sẽ vượt qua vòng bảng.
I feel excited because this is my first time to compete in CFS Grand Finals.
Bütün yıl boyunca bizleri çok güzel desteklediler. Hepsine çok teşekkür ederiz. Ve Grand Finals'ta da bizleri destekleyeceğini canı gölde inanıyoruz.
Meu objetivo nesse campeonato, sem sombra de dúvidas, é sair campeão dele.
这次的目标和决心都是冠军吧。
Never look back， 保持冷静，勇敢面对，Don't be sad， 把枪口对外。Never look back， 穿过泥泞的道路，Yeah we go high，We stay together，Yeah we stay together，We will never lose，Yeah we crossing fire， 不会再迷路。兄弟 always stay right here. We will never lose. Yeah, we're crossing fire. Say whoa, whoa. Yeah, we go higher.
Look, I'm with the clan, they're my brothers, I'ma rock for 'em. No second guess, a load of clip, I'm ready to die for 'em. We the ones that's poppy, we the ones that copy. See an enemy, I drop 'em, winning is the only option. I ain't never scared, hold closer to a lion. If I catch 'em, promise I'ma stop 'em, I ain't lying. In the crossfire, you better survive. I'm rolling with the guys, I've never switched sides. Getting money with the team, but I'm not surprised. Cause we prayed on it, waited on it for a little while. I'm never gonna stop, never gonna flop, all I know is gold. Team full of winners, first place we need that gold. I done see the fame, turn a friend into a foe. But we not the same, I'll never turn back on my road. Crossing all the star, I'm a superstar. We gon' take it far, win, lose or draw. Gotta keep it going, I can let the fan down. CFS 23, we gon' shut it down.
Where we never lose, eh, 不会再迷路，eh. Yeah, we crossing fire. 兄弟 always stay right here. 走向胜利，有我领队，时刻准备突出重围。Yeah, we go higher. 冲散，把敌人真心冲散。Crossing all the stars, crossing all the stars. 冲散，把敌人真心冲散。Crossing all the stars, crossing all the stars.
Yeah， 这是 YO 语文集100%。Yeah, let's go。代价里有10颗子弹，现在只剩9颗，还有1颗跑哪儿去了？它在你的脑壳。只有2个人看见你，但你看不到我。如果你要当我对手拳，你赶快跑了。M4A1 What you say 哈？有完没的实力，那就给我闭上嘴。AK47 不得水哈？惹我兄弟，我就让你变成孤魂野鬼。AWM 打在你的脸上，遮住太阳，让你根本不能跟我反抗。Crossfire 又要被我点亮。Crossing on the star。每个晚上，老子的兄弟解决果断，甩进穿越火线，老子们相信选择伙伴，兄弟火线点燃火焰。Chapter AUG 我们一马当先，随时争分夺秒。
We will never lose, yeah we crossing fire， 不会再迷路，兄弟 always stay right here。We will never lose, yeah we crossing fire。Say whoa, whoa, yeah we go higher。冲散，把敌人真心冲散。Crossing all the stars, crossing all the stars。冲散，把敌人真心冲散。Crossing all the stars, crossing all the stars。
Who's going to stop this team? Somebody's got to do it, right? Surely.
Nobody.
This is the fantastic spray control from N9. Knows exactly where the third guy is. In position at all, unless Lucas actually pulls off a miracle. And as I say that, he picks up two.
House, especially considering Baby is low. Good start though from Xiao. Can't land a second shot, but Nine's doing work elsewhere, and that. Also down a little here, but he spotted out Rambo, and that is crucial information, not to mention a kill for Baisha.
Into it and go down. Danimal finds him. Now Eagles, all he has to do is stall for the rotation. Gets the first kill on to Revenge. Justin, good for one, but Eagles is still alive here on the back of sight. But FBA jumps into the window, able to find one, but Eagles, the follow-up shots are there. Borison takes down one, and Eagles good for three on the round.
Trying to challenge Revenge. Not sure if that's the angle you want to take, especially because Aldrin is here as well. CYK is going to go down to Revenge. Clean as always, going to shut this down extremely early on. Expecting the pressure to come through. Danimal on the backside. GDSC gets one. He picks up two. And he gets the third as he's jumping in onto the site. GDSC.
Anything here, but we're going. Hello and welcome to day 2 of the knockout stage for the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals. I'm ZZXQ. Joining me on the desk for this one is Seven and Elfish Guy. We're getting deep into the tournament now. Half of the teams have been eliminated. How are you guys feeling about this day of the knockout?
Pretty good, pretty good. I think today might be a bit closer than yesterday. I mean, it's kind of hard not to be, right? Considering we had 2-3-0s in those opening best of 5s. As of today, though, we get to say goodbye to another 2 teams, so that is a little bit sad, but I expect we're going to get a couple of good games, a couple of close games, so it should be fun on the way there.
Yeah, I'm feeling great as well, especially the first match. I mean, on paper, it could be a final, right? So the first match should be a good one for sure.
I think so as well. Before we hop into the discussion on our matches, though, a quick shout out to our sponsors. Of course, Alienware, Open Mind, Alienware. Alienware is supporting the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals with their devices. And of course, our other sponsor as well, Seven.
I also would like to say thanks to our sponsor Morphling for the generous support as the official gaming chair in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of an intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Reach your throne.
I'm glad we've got Seven, the Morphling expert, actually on the desk here with us, because I would be absolutely lost if it were not for him. So it's good.
Yeah, I love to do it.
Yeah, it is going to be a great day, though. I think ahead, maybe we'll get a series that goes beyond 3 maps we haven't yet in the tournament. I'm hoping one of them at least delivers here, maybe even both. We do have some upset potential, but when we talk about these 2 matches today, we are going to see today on your screen there, Ranking versus XROCK, and then we've got All Gamers versus Imperial. Question for both of you, which one in your mind has the higher upset potential between these? Do you believe in Imperial, Ranking, or is it just nobody has a chance?
It's a bit of a spoiler, isn't it? Because we're going to get into predictions in a second, but I will just say I've got a little bit more faith, I think, in Ranking. We'll talk about that when we do get into the predictions. But look, yeah, I mean, XROCK here have been pretty good as well, so it's kind of hard to make an argument, really.
I mean, I have more faith in Imperial, actually, because they always look strong in playoffs against Chinese teams. Also, for example, Lucao and Rizao, they already beat AG the semi-final against AG in 2019 semi-final. So I think the Chinese team always have huge respect for the Brazilian squad, because I mean the Brazilian teams in 2018, 2019 used to be the best in the world, right? So they can actually win against Chinese teams, and this could be also a crucial factor in today's match, I think. Especially if Imperial can take the first map and have this kind of momentum, maybe they can even go for the upset today. But obviously AG is the big favorite in the first match.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the 2 matches we have today, the stats for Ranking, not too bad. They looked really good in the wild card, didn't lose a match there. Now they come into this one with a much stronger opponent on their hands. You can see on your screen the match record only existing in this tournament between these teams so far, where it was a 2-0 in their first match, but it was a pretty close 2-0. The maps felt like there was moments where Ranking could have won, but this in my mind is one of the key matchups here. GA versus Ice Cube. Who do you guys favor in this sniper duel?
I mean, it's a tantalizing matchup, isn't it, really? I actually want to almost say I think I favor Ice Cube a little bit. I probably would have said Gia after the first couple of days, but I think he's been a little bit less actually consistent than what Ice Cube has been at this event. Now, as far as peaks are concerned, I maybe almost even still think Ice Cube's kind of up there. It's always hard to kind of make an argument against the Chinese team, but here you go. Now's my time. And it's me against the world. Me and Ranking. Let's go, boys. Everyone going for XROCK, obviously. I've predicted for Ranking. Now, I will say this one's debatably a little bit of a troll pick. I don't know. I think it's a bit of fun, right? I just want to see an upset, okay? And I think that there is a possibility that it can happen in today's game. And I think Ranking it when they're at their peak could actually challenge XROCK. My thing is going to be whether or not they can actually reach their peak, right? I think Ice Cube, as we've even just very briefly discussed there, pound for pound, maybe up there with Gia. I've obviously been very impressed by Humio at this event as well. He's been their top-rated player. I think he also looks like a really hot prospect. Again, if he can perform, which you could maybe make the argument actually even in the wildcard stage he probably didn't quite step up as much as you would have liked, and it would have made it more difficult for ranking. And then the other player there as well, Nevis, I mean, he's been having a pretty cracker tournament too. So for me, those are going to be the 3 key players. If those 3 can have a good game today, then I think there's a chance. And you can obviously make your arguments for XROCK as well, no doubt. But yeah, I'm going to give them a chance. I think it's a slim one. But
yeah, I would say it's pretty slim in my eyes. I look at the firepower difference here and just the consistency they've brought to the table, and I feel like XROCK has a lot of advantages going into this series. But 7, is Elfish Guy crazy here? Is it impossible for ranking to do this?
I wouldn't say crazy. I mean, on Anchor they looked pretty strong, right? It was an overtime match. I think the situation for... are we going back to stage first? I feel like then I will make my point.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be right back, but first let's introduce the teams here down on the stage.
Hello again, Crossfire esports fans all over the world, and welcome back. It's day 7 of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. I'm Matt Andrews. Welcome back to Chengdu in China. Now, yesterday, on the first of our 2 knockout days, 2 teams have secured their route through to the semi-finals, Baisha Gaming and Vincit Gaming. Today, we'll find out who'll be playing opposite them. Before we get into the action, we must thank our hosts, Margate Entertainment and Crossfire, along with our partner VSPO, supported by Alienware and Morphling. And now, let's get it on! 4 teams remain, 2 best of 5s, no second chances. The teams must compete to conquer! Our first best of 5, it's China against Vietnam, and the Chinese team are undefeated at CFS so far. So the first team onto the stage to take on this Chinese team, it's Vietnam's Ranking Esports. Ice Cube, Nevis, Happy Birthday KT15, Fatcon and Humio. They are Ranking Esports. And now a team who are 3rd in the CFPL coming into the CFS, but are putting in very strong performances. It's XROCK Esports Club. Yang, Chao, Dre, Sunny, and Lee. XROCK Esports Club. Our first matchup of today's knockout stage about to begin. Good luck to the teams. They must compete to conquer.
Well, here we have it, Ranking and XROCK ready to go for our 3rd matchup in the knockout stage. Will we see 3 Chinese teams going into those double elimination playoffs, or will this be the first upset? 7, do you have any faith in Ranking at this point to pull it off, or do you see XROCK just bringing out the big plays?
I mean, basically the same goes for Imperial later on. They really have to win the first map, I feel like, to break the momentum, because once the Chinese team gets the first up, it's usually pretty tough to start a comeback. I feel like also for Ranking it's kind of similar situation to Kongana. Kongana, they have like Kais and Famous. They always have to step up to the plate if they want to win against a good team. I think same goes kind of for ranking as well. They need Ice Cube, they need Humeo if they want to win against XROCK. I mean, also the factor could be that obviously XROCK, they're also lacking experience, right? It's the first time playing a quarterfinal here at CFS, which is a big thing for them. I still feel like, especially Jay, in my opinion, is overall the best player here from all of the 10 players. And I also played against Jay a couple of times in CFPL, also in CFPL last year. He was the MVP for Easter, so this guy is pretty good. I think if he's having a good day today, it's going to be very tough for ranking.
Yeah, I would agree as well. And looking at ranking, I was also a little bit disappointed with Humeo's performance in their last match. I feel like he almost seemed nervous on the stage. Do you guys kind of expect that similar performance from him again, or do you think maybe he's going to overcome that in this one and give us a little bit more?
I do really hope that he's going to step up the way that he normally does, because if he doesn't, then there goes my prediction down the toilet, right? I mean, like I said, it comes down to Humeo, it comes down to Ice Cube, it comes down to Nevis. All three of them, in my opinion, need to have a really good game today, and it needs to be across, well, obviously 3 maps to win, but potentially maybe even 5 maps if this ends up going the distance, right? They will need to be performing, and that's quite a tough ask against a team like XROCK. But as I was saying in that wildcard match, I don't think Humeo is the kind of player that you can expect to be silent for an entire series. So, you know, maybe he will have a bit of a poorer map here or there to start things off. But at least you're in a best of 5, right? So you have time to get going. The key, though, is obviously going to be having those guys all going at the same time. It's not going to be a case where you're going to see, okay, Ice Cube's having a really good map 1, maybe on Ankara or something like that, and that's going to get us through this map, and then Humeo can step up on map 2 and kind of win us the series there. You're going to actually need all of them performing in every single game, because when we look at XROCK, right, the consistency is actually there as well from them. Though they have been a little bit shaky at times, I won't deny, like, of the Chinese teams, even though they haven't lost a map, I've kind of felt like XROCK has still been the most susceptible, essentially maybe even to drop a map, even though they haven't, and AG definitely did. So, you know, I'm looking at players like Chow. Obviously, he's been pretty good for the most part. I think there's really only been like maybe 1 map where he really went missing. Jia, you know, he was good at the start of the event, but I think he slowed down a little bit, and then we saw players like Yang and Sunny kind of stepping up a little bit. So it's been a little bit harder to call as well, from my opinion, when it comes to XROCK, and that's kind of why I have gone for that little bit of a gamble for ranking esports. I just think that there's enough inconsistencies there for both teams that maybe if it all comes together on the day, like ranking, I think can definitely be a big challenge for XROCK. And that's obviously not to mention the fact that it was like a 10-7 and a 13-10 loss. Yes, again, a 0-2 for ranking, but both those maps did kind of look winnable at points for ranking. So peak ranking, 100% ranking or 110% ranking, if they can find that today, which is obviously what you need to do when you're in an important game like this one, yeah, I think they're up to the challenge.
And when we talk about inconsistency as well, I mean, you have a 0-10 map against Karahouse, but then you win the series.
Sure.
But that map is also one where they were the most competitive with XROCK. So I guess knowing that 7 in this situation, you've lost 0-10 on it, but then you've also played this same team and gone 10-13. Do you think we see the Ankara pick come out again from ranking, or is maybe there some sort of block after that Karahouse loss on it?
I mean, as Nigel, I would pick it again because, I mean, the group stage I realized we can actually compete on a specific map against XROCK. I think the crucial thing for ranking is that they really have to work on the when it comes to like the last couple of rounds in a match, right? They're always having issues to close out the match. So this is, I think, maybe the crucial thing in this matchup. And also, I don't want to see a similar match to like Magda yesterday because I feel like Magda individually, they're quite similar to ranking, always on point. Just when it comes to the decision making, it's usually kind of off, I feel like.
Yeah, that's the other big thing for ranking, but I do feel they've been getting better as the tournament has gone on in that department. Now, a big discussion over what maps we're going to get. It was Black Widow, Ankara, and then Compound as the 3 in the BO3. And I almost don't mind actually seeing those maps come out again, almost even in that order, right? If it's going to be Black Widow here from ranking and then Ankara from XROCK, I think both teams are going to be sort of happy enough to get those first couple of maps and sort of run it back because, well, XROCK won 2-0 in that series. Ranking felt like they got pretty close, and unless their mental is kind of shaken on Ankara from that game yesterday, I still think that, yeah, they can have a good argument to be made that they should sort of allow that through in the pool. So Eagle Eye and Compound being taken away. Compound maybe a bit of a surprise. Eagle Eye definitely not. We do get Black Widow again. I like that from ranking, right? Show the confidence that you at least feel like you can still win on this map.
That's what I meant yesterday already. Like, this is the difference between Chinese teams and also the other regions here. The Chinese team just bans the best map from ranking, and ranking has the main ban of Eagle Eye, and they really have to ban it once again, even though maybe a sub-base ban would have made more sense, but they just can't play Eagle Eye, so that's why they have to ban it once again.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a unique change up in the map pool now between these two teams, Black Widow and Subbase kicking off our series. It is going to be ranking on the GR side of Black Widow, and then the BL first for Subbase, so not a bad position necessarily to be in here, but the BL side on Black Widow a little bit more favorable, but the question is now, what are they going to ban? Ankara is going to be banned, actually, or sorry, not banned, picked by ranking next in this one, so they've got the confidence to maybe not start there, but it's still going to be a bold pick from them to bring it out, and hopefully they still look equally good, maybe a little bit better here on this map than what they were able to bring to the table last time they faced off against XROCK.
Port or Mexico, basically the choice here for XROCK.
Feels like probably Port's the better of the two for XROCK, I would say, in this one. I feel like ranking has showed us they can be competitive pretty consistently on Mexico. Maybe not their best map, but for XROCK, they are going to pick Mexico. So they're going for the close quarters maps in their picks here, both Subbase and Mexico, which will leave Port as our 5th map in this series. So it is interesting to see the Vietnamese team picking the long-range maps and the Chinese team picking the close quarters maps, since I feel like usually it's kind of the other way around.
Like I said, mate, I think Ice Cube, he's up to the challenge today. I hope that he's up to the challenge. Gonna have some egg on my face if this ends up being a 0-3 favoring XROCK. I do hope at the very least we just get a competitive series, right? I think if we were to have a competitive 3 maps, and even if it goes 3-0 to XROCK, but ranking, you know, maybe took 1 or 2 of them to overtime, you could sort of say, well, they had a good crack at it. Credit where it's due. But if ranking just gets completely wiped out here, that would be a little bit sad. Second Vietnamese team out of the competition after Baisha dismantled Cara House yesterday, but even Cara House did a reasonable job actually in that series. So faith there for ranking from me at least, and hopefully from the Vietnamese fans and obviously from ranking themselves. Can't be affording any level of nerves or inhibitions coming into this game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure XROCK watched the match actually Kungana against ranking, and then they should realize that usually a fast-paced executes always work against ranking esports, ranking gaming on Black Widow. It's also what I did against them at CFS Vietnam. Also worked out perfectly against them. The only issue is if you face Ice Cube or Black Widow, usually it's his best map. He even dropped like 25 against my team on Black Widow. So you should definitely avoid maybe A side, unless you have good utility usage.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be one where we really need everybody on ranking to bring their A game. It can't be just Humio, it can't be just Ice Cube. We need that core 3 firing at their best, and even someone like Fotcons who has that potential, I think could even step up in this one as well and provide some extra value. And maybe you've got some birthday luck from KT15 as well.
Yep.
Maybe that's the key element, but to be fair for Famous, the birthday luck wasn't great against all gamers. But
yeah, I wanted to bring it up. I wanted to say, you know, KT15, maybe a birthday surprise, a big dub over XROCK, but I wanted to hold my tongue just because it, yeah, it did blow up in Famous's face, unfortunately. Let's see, though. I mean, how's ranking looking on the stage? They don't seem to be too antsy necessarily. Same obviously for XROCK. Everyone's pretty comfortable with the stage at this point. Everyone's played a lot of games. It'll be a different story when we come back on Friday. Obviously tomorrow we have off. There's a break day for everyone involved. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday we are into the arena stadium. And that's a big difference from playing on the stage in the studio. Now granted it's a big stage here, but it will certainly be a bigger stage when we get into the stadium.
And here you can see the final map pool. We're going to kick it off on Black Widow, which surprised me in this tournament just not being picked as frequently as it used to be. A lot more Mexico and Eagle Eye than I was expecting, especially after last year. I think Eagle Eye was only seen maybe 1 or 2 times in the group stage, but not this time around. We are going to be hopping in map number 1 to see who's going to start off this series with a nice 1-0 for themselves and maybe get that momentum on their side to move forward with. But very much so a huge first map for both of these teams.
Love to see Ranking get off to the races early in this map here and also start to make a bit of noise. I think that is potentially a big difference maker for them sometimes when they're feeling that momentum. So let's see how these first couple of rounds go, and then we can draw some conclusions from those. Jia is going to push his way into long solo and just sit behind the box to ensure there's no aggression coming through from Ranking.
I think IceCube is not actually aware of his position. It's an interesting play from GA. This is really rare to see someone hiding here behind this position.
Big test actually for both these two. We highlighted both of them going into the game, and drawing first blood in that sniper duel would be a very positive sign. Get in your opponent's head a little bit.
It's a very risky position, though. I'm not a huge fan of it, actually, from the XROCK side of things. Putting him alone, kind of isolated on long. There's no trade potential if he goes down. And if IceCube wins this fight, holding on to the A-bomb site becomes so much easier. But if he does wait for this push, maybe IceCube moves out of position. Maybe that's their play here, trying to kind of force the rotation early for IceCube and then have that quick flank set up for GA, which could be pretty impactful, but it puts a lot of pressure onto Humio in this round once this push comes to life. But Chow on the lurk. Good for one. Humio can't find anything, and GA gets the timing perfect on IceCube trying to get out of there. Already a 4-on-2 for XROCK as the bomb goes down.
Really was the perfect setup actually for XROCK. I mean, they chose the weaker side of the map. They had strong positioning as well, and the timing favored them too. So on to KT15. Talk about birthday luck. A birthday 1v4 is not going to happen. And XROCK with a very solid first round. I mean, there really wasn't a whole lot in that one, unfortunately, for Ranking. I felt like they were just completely out-positioned, right? It was a case of scissors, paper, rock, and, well, XROCK came up with rock, and Ranking came up with scissors.
Right, yeah, it was really perfect counter strat here. But also, G was kind of lucky that no one was actually using an M4 from Ranking, because if someone would go for the wallbang, it would be a free frag for him.
Yeah, a bit of a risk, but it pays off. Now they've got the 1-0 lead. IceCube pushed up in the catwalk here, looking for that entry towards the B-bomb site. Humio as well, right there alongside him, but XROCK starting to rotate back towards B. Again, only leaving GA here alone in the middle of the map. The rest of this team is going to put that pressure on to B. I like this call, though, because Chow alone in the previous round was able to disrupt this side. If he had one more player with him, they could have just gone right into the B-bomb side. So that's exactly what they're going to do here. And look at the setup from Ranking. There's only one player holding this off. It's KT15 getting completely blinded. Fotcon tries to get in position to help him out, but XROCK, their whole team is here. May not matter, though, because KT15 finds the double kill before going down. Fotcon good for a third, and these last two players are just flashed into a corner.
Well, I'll tell you what, if KT15 can step up like that, then Ranking is really going to be benefited, because he's not even someone that you're expecting many frags from. Now Hugh on the swing, also clean for the double. And Ranking look like they're right back into the swing of things. Would have been a little bit worried if they would have gone down 0-2 and in decisive fashion as well. But I think for Ranking in particular, it's important to get on the board early, get that aim warmed up, and that was a good round. So Ranking are definitely in this discussion at the moment.
A lot of it's going to come down to this third round here. Yang from the connector. Tap after tap. The top two fraggers for the team down and out. Humio and IceCube are no longer in the round. And now Ranking have to find a way back into it. That's a good start, though. Nevis takes down Sunny. At least gets that exchange to go their ways. Still a man down. The C4 leaning towards this mid position, but Nevis knows he needs to find an opening to get another entry. Almost has that timing onto Yang, but to be fair, I feel like Nevis is going to be pretty key in this matchup. He got a lot of kills against Karahouse in their previous match, and I feel like he's really stepped up his game so far, but Fotcon is not ready for that one from Yang and Chow, who just take full control of the bomb site. Lee on the lurk, gets it done. And that is a much more decisive round for XROCK.
It's pretty funny how these rounds are playing out so far. Like every single one has been an easy, decisive victory for the team that wins it. I haven't really seen a particularly close battle so far, if it has at least been back and forth.
Bit of a default here at the start from XROCK. Ranking, going for the 3 players, control onto long A. They're going to leave 2 and maybe send FotCon to push through for info. Not a huge fan of going any further than this, though. You start to peek onto that BL spawn, things can definitely go south quickly if you're not prepared for them to be there. You can see XROCK kind of prepared for it as well. They've got GA just posted up, hoping someone pushes through here. And you can tell FotCon and Humio, they thought about it for a moment and then think better of it and back off. Very slow as well here. I feel like XROCK are doing a good job of trying to bait out the aggressive plays, but over the course of this tournament, Ranking getting a little bit safer on their GR side, not just swinging out like they used to, which does make it harder to execute against this team, but the utility going to be thrown. FotCon goes down in mid. Humio quick on the trade to get it going, but they still have to move, and Humio, good for 2, doesn't expect the 3rd on the double doors from Lee. And we are going to see a pause actually called already, probably from the Ranking side of things here, but it's down to the 2-on-2. KT15 overcommits to the fight, and GA, the follow through to get it done, keeps XROCK out in front.
That's a bit worrisome, definitely, for Ranking, the fact that GA is looking on point, and I have to say, Ice Cube's not really up to much at the moment. Hugh's looking good. Nevis has had a pretty good round, so we're actually going to get a tech pause coming through, which is a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully not a particularly long one, but yeah, the win conditions aren't necessarily online at the moment for Ranking. Some of them are kind of getting there, but definitely the big one, especially on a map like Black Widow, is going to be whether or not Ice Cube can activate, and so far he's definitely having trouble getting into this game, and he's on the GR side as well. So that's a rough sign.
I mean, all of that just lost this round. I feel like FotCon was doing a good job along A. He was shooting through the wall, through the box, I mean. So XROCK realized, okay, Ranking is definitely in barracks, so like have this barracks area. So usually it makes sense to push A short then, what they did eventually. And at the same time, Ranking also rotated off back towards A, so that actually 3 or even 4 players towards mid and A. I felt like the perfect setup to defend this bomb site. But yeah, it didn't work. I felt like also Ice Cube, for some reason, he was sniping towards the wrong angle, right? I felt like he could get the refrag when he may have got killed.
That's what I thought.
In mid.
Not sure why that didn't come through.
Should have been a free flag for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, just some small issues setting up the trades here so far for Ranking. I feel like as well, they're not doing a great job of dealing with the aggression from B Connector that XROCK is kind of throwing their way when they do go for those catwalk pushes. So they've got to have a response there for the mid holds coming in from XROCK. And so far across the board as well, XROCK, you've got to give them credit. Everyone hitting the shots when they need to, getting decent plays across the board. And this is really the difference I saw in this team. A little bit more consistent in the early round picks, a little bit more potential in those late round retake and clutch situations as well. Hopefully, once we get back in here, Ranking can show us a little bit more, but as we've seen, first map pick for them, not necessarily their best foot forward a lot of the time.
No, definitely not. I mean, they are on the GR side, to be fair, so you're not expecting them to go up in this half, but wouldn't want to see them fall too far behind, certainly. But it's less about the numbers and it's more about the eye test. Like, what are we seeing from Ranking at the moment? Who's looking good? Who's fragging? How are they winning or losing these rounds? And Hugh's looking good, definitely. Nevis has been okay. Even KT15 had a pretty solid round. But again, Ice Cube certainly not having the same impact that Gia is. If anything, you'd want him to have more impact given that he's on the GR side. So where does that leave Ranking if Ice Cube is not coming online in today's series? I mean, that very much does sound like a recipe for a 0-3.
I think it really comes down to avoid those minor mistakes because, for example, if you play against Kongana, maybe Kara House, even if you overpeak sometimes or you have a wrong rotation, you still may win the round, you know, but against a Chinese team, you always get punished for that, like we just saw from Ice Cube. Didn't get the refrag, instantly lost the round. So this is what they should definitely avoid if they want to have a shot in today's matchup.
Yeah, ranking. Hopefully they can change it up here, fix the small issues. They've got time, at least during this tech pause, to figure out how to change things, maybe get themselves back into this game a little bit quicker, but if they go down here, starts to look a little bit scary.
I don't think they're allowed to talk though, are they?
I don't think so.
So
usually not allowed to talk during technical pauses.
In the worst case, at least it gives the IGL some time to think.
Right.
And then, you know, you've got your, whatever, 15 or 20 seconds before the next round starts to just like info dump, essentially. So there is that.
Yeah, at the very least, a little bit of the momentum stalled for XROCK. Not going to feel too bad for ranking if they can make something of this next round. If not, you're already down 4-1. Even on this side of the map, not a great look to move forward with, but it all comes down to the team play here, ranking. They've got to get that cohesion working a little bit stronger. Landing those trades needs to be there. So far, hasn't been the case for them. But at the same time, I feel like XROCK, they're not necessarily having to pull out all the stops either. They're playing a little bit individually for these opening picks. They're just hitting the shots they need to find them. And when they do need to be patient, they're showing us what they need to as well. I feel like that first round is a great example. GA sits behind the box, but not once does he peek early. And those are really key moments in winning those rounds.
I think they really analyzed ranking because going for this play is really risky, especially in the first round. But like probably they just watched the matches and they realized, okay, actually ranking, they never go for the wall bang towards long A. So maybe just send one player there of the top spawn, he will hide there and eventually gets the first frag onto Ice Cube.
Yeah, really good stuff on the counter-stratting so far. We'll see if they can continue to read them as we continue forward in this one. And it looks like we are getting back into it. Quick replay, though, from Yang on the B connector, and this is what I'm talking about. They have these rounds where it looks like they should be able to trade, but then XROCK just gets themselves a nice double kill to hold on to. And this is where their setups have to be a little bit more efficient, but you also have to deal with GA hitting shots like that.
Yep. That's the other thing, right? Gia, a little bit up and down in this event so far, but if he comes online, then that's a huge boon, obviously, for XROCK. That ranking now will have to deal with.
Last year there was a big upset in China that E-Star reached the final in CFPL because E-Star is more known as an average team in China. And like Jie was doing an insane job for them. He was always like carrying them. And I think he was also the MVP of the tournament. So yeah, but still like playing at CFS is always different. As you might know, the rules are kind of different here at CFS compared to CFPL. They play kind of different guns, different maps. But yeah, so far he's doing a great job. I still feel like if they face Baisha or AG in a best of 5 on the CFS client, it might be tough because yeah, they're lacking experience. And also to be fair, in the group stage, they didn't lose any map, yes, but it didn't also look too strong in my opinion. When I watched their gameplay, it feels more like to watch a strong Brazilian team, not a Chinese team.
Yeah.
But no offense, but this is just my impression.
Yeah, I can see it though. I mean, they've looked the most beatable, but I feel like at least Baisha yesterday showed that they could be beat. So I think moving forward, there's a little bit more room for teams to feel like they actually have a chance now going up against them. I think Kara House kind of opened up that potential of what could be done against Baisha, because before that match, I would have said, I think Baisha could win this event without losing a single map. Now that seems a lot less likely, and I feel like someone like an Imperial or a Vincent could do well if they make it into, you know, a later stage. But unfortunately for Vincent, I just feel like even going to that arena stage is going to be all dependent on how they can do in that first game. It's really going to set the pace there, and knowing it could be Vincent versus 3 Chinese teams, it's got to be a tough prospect if you're in their shoes.
Yeah, but in the worst case, like even though you're versing Baisha in that first round, it's still double elim, right? So you do have another crack at it. The issue, by the way, is I believe Gia cannot open the map. I mean, that's what we were told, and it seems like Gia is the one that's having the issue at the moment, so put 2 and 2 together. they're just spamming this one key, trying to open the map, I guess, and it's not happening. Which is a little bit strange, but anyway. Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is, like, someone just has to do it once, right? Someone just has to beat Baisha or AG or XROCK here, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, actually it is doable, like they are beatable. Same sort of thing happened when China finally lost to one of the Brazilian teams for the first time. And, you know, obviously we saw a Brazilian grand finalist and winner, and then the next year they did it again. And it was kind of like, all right, well, like, is this now the new normal? You know what I mean? And all it takes is one team to kind of make everyone think that that is possible. I think it was, what's a good analogy for it? Is it the 100-meter sprint? No one thought, people thought you could never run 100 meters under 10 seconds. Like, it was physically, humanly impossible. And then someone did it, and then all of a sudden, like, after hundreds of years of the 100-meter sprint, no one breaking 10 seconds, all of a sudden, like, you know, 20 people did it in, like, the next 2 or 3 years. And it was like, oh. So, people, it's like a mentality thing almost, maybe.
Yeah, it could be. At least it's shown to have been done at some point, though. Something I've always thought is interesting, that we've never seen a Chinese team make the finals of a CFS event and then lose there. It's always been in the semifinals or sooner, and then they just don't have a Chinese team in the final when they do lose. I would be curious to see what it looks like if we have maybe an Imperial versus Baisha final where then they win in the final. I think would mean even more, because so far that hasn't happened yet. So we are back into it, though. 1-3 the score as we return. Hugh looking for the double. It's not going to happen, though. Lee good on the trades for 2. And again, ranking. They take the aggressive fight early on. And they're going to be punished. Lee, how does he know Fakon is there, though? Great read from him to find his 3rd kill on the round. Ice Cube, he's 0-3 so far, but he needs something now to redeem himself.
Yeah, it looked like it was a strong start, actually, for ranking. Hugh with such a clean shot, but he couldn't manage to find the shots on his 2nd spray, which was obviously the problem. And now Ice Cube, well, he's definitely not messing around, but he's not going to be able to win that one. Need to be at 100% or even 110% here if you're ranking, and Hugh being unable to double down there, unfortunately, is just not enough. If he gets 2, it could be a different story, but spends too long trying to clean up the 2nd player and does get traded himself, and so in the end, XROCK up 4-1. Ranking need to find a way to adapt or die, essentially.
Yeah, ranking, I just feel like it's the shots right now. They've been changing things up, trying to adapt. The setups haven't been too bad on their end. Maybe a little bit too risky at times on this push up short, but other than that, it just seems shot for shot they're getting outclassed here, especially when you look at Lee, who hasn't been the strongest player for XROCK a lot of the time so far, currently at 7-2 in this matchup, and along with Yang 8-2, it's been so difficult to shut these 2 guys down. You can see ranking trying to find a way to maybe catch them off guard, but it's kind of hard when they don't change too much as well. I feel like 2-cat and then the 3 spread between A, B, and mid has been kind of their standard here, which kind of leaves you exposed if they just go for a direct challenge onto either bomb site.
I feel like they play a little bit too basic ranking. I would love to see some late round aggressions, some info plays maybe.
Yep.
But against Chinese teams, you have to pull something off. Like, usually basic setups don't work that well.
Yeah, it feels like ranking are kind of gone into their shells a little bit, right? They're not playing the ranking style, which is sort of something that we were a bit critical of, obviously, at the start of the event. But I think there's a balance. You can't be doing nothing against a team like XROCK. You've got to be doing something at least. And here we go. 1st kill on the board for Ice Cube. Let's see if we can find any more to ensure that the site is not taken. That is much better. Need to see individuals stepping up exactly like that for ranking, and then obviously it makes it much more difficult for XROCK to win these rounds.
Now Sunny left alone, not going to find anything. Ranking wins a round with everybody alive, and that is going to help them a lot here when it comes to their confidence in this matchup, especially with Ice Cube finally hitting his first shots as well. Going into that round, he was 0-4 in the first 5, so hopefully he's got something a little bit more to offer moving forward, because if they are going to win this, they need him playing like he has every other series so far.
No reason to get too excited just yet for ranking, though. Obviously, it's still pretty early days. And that's only one good round from them. Need to see a few in a row before we can really give them any accolades.
Can see a bit of a different approach on the GR side. This time, Humio, the player, going into barracks on long instead of Ice Cube. I like this change up. Ice Cube a little bit better if you're able to keep him on that bomb site. I think the cat cross for him is a little bit more success rate. But XROCK not really interested in that one. They're going to be going towards the B bomb site here. The smokes and flashes quickly being thrown. KT-15, can he successfully hold it again? This time, he is flashed out of his position, goes for the repeat. Chow holds the corner, but it's Yang to find one. Yang able to find the second as well. And Ranking, they just can't hold on to it. But look at Sunny, just waltzes right into mid, finds himself a kill onto Nevis. At least Ice Cube trades it, but it's still a 3-on-2.
Yeah, it is. Fast flank, though, coming through from Humio. If he can maybe find himself one here, then that could be big. Smoke's going to bloom in his face, but he gets past it, still loses the duel against Jia, and you'd have to say that's probably it done and dusted. Ice Cube looking for the frag onto Lee, won't even be able to land it, and again, it really does come down to that aim, doesn't it? Like, it's not as if XROCK was super clean into that site. You've got to be doing better than this if you're the two-side defenders as Ranking. Like, how long they were able to survive for, but only ended up going 1 for 2. Didn't delay enough to allow the Ranking rotation to come in either, and ultimately, in the end, scoreline 5-2, reading pretty favorably here for XROCK, but change up from Ranking. We are starting to get a little bit more from them.
Yeah, it's smart to send Ice Cube now towards B-side, because B-side was so far the weak point for Ranking, but unfortunately it seems like XROCK will push. No, they're just backing off towards their base. But yeah, it's smart to send Ice Cube towards B-side, like I already said, because, I mean, he got an insane 3k right on A-side when they tried to push it. And especially Fatkun having a hard time on B, looked kind of shaky the last round. And usually Chinese teams, if they realize there's one player who's having a hard time on a certain bomb site, they just keep pushing the same bomb site.
Again, like, Hugh hits that most days of the week, but here just completely misses it, and that's the undoing of the entire setup. KT-15 has to try to salvage. You're not going to get much done pushing their solo, and now it's on to Ice Cube, who, again, is stuck in a 1v3.
Yeah, just no way out of this one. Ice Cube has to get over quickly to try and isolate these players one at a time. The bomb, though, still is stuck. We can take down Yang. It doesn't matter. The flank is already there from Lee. The timing to secure these trades, just perfect for XROCK in this one. And on top of that, the shots looking superior. And this play really shows it. I mean, they had the right idea. They wanted to contest. It didn't matter. Perfect trades across the board, but Yang 12-3 so far in this matchup, really stepping it up in his last 2 series, and in my mind, becoming one of the strongest players that we've seen from this team so far. But GA through the smoke, able to find one. Humio thankfully trades it out, but still, what a good first shot.
How many times have Ranking actually had the opening pick in this map so far? I don't think they've had it.
Maybe one?
Yeah, like ever, maybe once? Been down 4-on-5 in almost every single round. This is, I don't mind this push. You know, you got to change something up, but Yang's waiting for it. So, seems like he's just not going to miss a beat at this point. It seemed like a really well-timed push from Ranking. But in the end, XROCK are proving to be far too good here on Black Widow.
Yeah, it's already another 1-on-3 situation for Ranking. KT-15 looking for anything he can find out of this round. Otherwise, it's going to be a 7-2 half for XROCK if they can finalize it. And Chow will. 7-2 on the BL side. And it's already not looking like a good pathway ahead for Ranking. I don't know, Hellfish Guy, are you still a believer after that half?
Not really. No. I mean, yeah, why would you be? I guess the thing is, like, I just don't think we're seeing the best of Ranking at this point in time. I'm not really getting the vibe from Hugh or Ice Cube or Nevis that we really want to, and like we said in the pre-show, if Ranking wants to compete in this matchup, they will have to be at 100% and maybe even better than 100%, and doesn't really feel like Ranking are even close to that at the moment. Like, they're just not hitting the shots that they normally would. which is problem number one. And everything else is kind of irrelevant at that point, right? You could go probably deeper into the discussion, but if they can't win their duels, they're not going to win the game.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Was hoping at the very least it would be a little bit closer than what we're seeing. Yang runs into trouble, but Lee, he's only going to be good for one. I thought he was going to grab Nevis as well, but Chow still alive on this cat window position. Grenade, though, not sure if that was the intended land for that, but still a 3-on-3 situation, ranking a slight HP advantage, but they've got to check their corners if they go into this B bomb site. GA so patient on these off angles that he might even go unchecked here. Humio, he's got to be the one to do it, but Chow, this is the perfect bait for GA's position now. They are going to know he's there, but Humio goes down for the fight. Ice Cube can't reconnect either, and now it's all on to Nevis, 1 versus 2.
Just don't understand why there's nobody else in the site there with him. Like, you're going to be committing to that site. There's no doubt about it, right? Hugh's already pretty much all the way across. Have you not got another player out to help, at least to trade? Ice Cube comes way too late, obviously, out the window. It probably needed to be Nevis with the C4. So, in the end, Nevis is going to be stuck in the 1-on-2. See if he can step up here for ranking. Timing not looking too ideal for him. Was spotted out there by Sunny. But he should be allowed a bomb plant here on A at the very worst case. So maybe a chance with that, though his HP is quite low.
Yeah, this is the downside here. Not a lot of HP to work with, but to be fair, Sunny equally low. GA under half. And he's got the angle to maybe challenge quickly on this peak, but Nevis, he's got to hit this shot. Able to find one, doesn't matter. The trade's always there for XROCK. And they'll take this one to an 8-2 scoreline, and already it could be a quick first map down.
Yeah, the execute was played way too slow. For some reason, Humio didn't get any support from his teammates, but also it didn't get what Fotcon was doing at the beginning of the round. His teammates are waiting in blacklist space, and he's just rushing towards mid, solo, and hoping to get entries. I mean, to be fair, if you're 9, you can do that, but against the Chinese team, obviously, okay, they're down 2-7. Maybe it's just surprise with a play, but still, I think it makes more sense to group up as a unit than push together. This play was unnecessary.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too many full executions out of ranking. It almost seems like 1 or 2 try and peek alone, get taken down, and then the rest of the team's just like, let's try and go to the other side instead. And then that doesn't work as well. So I feel like ranking could show us a good 5 stack towards the A-bomb site here. Maybe sending a lot up the catwalk. You can see 3 working their way towards it, actually 4 now. So we are going to see a full commit here towards this A-bomb site. But Chow, he's on the other side. He's ready to go, hits the first shot. But the quick trade comes through. Nevis secures it, but they still have to deal with GA in this position. He's good for 1, knows Ice Cube's on long, but Lee's rotated in as well. GA really struggles with that shot onto Fotcon, but it doesn't matter if Lee and Yang can get it done that quickly. They're already on to map point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to win that round, I think it's pretty much over. Ranking, it felt like they had a pretty good timing to get in there, and they certainly had the numbers at one point, but were not able to trade down effectively, and so 2 rounds only from ranking. Huge disappointment in comparison to the last time they met. On this map, it was 10-7, though you remember it actually was XROCK that were leading quite hard, and they sort of let slip a bunch of rounds at the back end. So maybe this is even a bit more representative of how that game should have finished off. Could well end up being a 10-2.
Seems we might see it. KT-15, though, swings out the mid double doors to find an early pick. He goes back for more, though. Runs into trouble. Chow takes him down. Still, it is a 3-on-4 situation. Make it a 2-on-4. Actually, Humio able to find 2 more. And now, Chow is left alone on the catwalk. 1 versus 4, but they've got to be careful not to peek him alone. Ice Cube and Fotcon both going for this fight. It's Chow who goes down, though, and finally, ranking get themselves another round, but it's still 6 in a row needed to take this into overtime.
Feels pretty impossible at this point, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That'd be a real grind for ranking, and I think you'd almost rather just get this one over and done with and run it back on sub base, see if you can do anything there. Let's have a look though. Hugh, I mean, he's playing pretty fearlessly. He's doing this alone, by the way. There's no chance of a trade. If he dies, it's round over, but all of a sudden ranking is kind of looking like a completely different team. They allow XROCK to 9, and now we're starting to see them hit their shots. Now we're starting to see them play decisively. I mean, where was this? The pressure's off. They feel like they've lost the map already, so they're like, whatever, we'll just YOLO it. And it's starting to work out, although, have I spoken too soon? Still, good trades from FATCON. Multi-frags now as well. Where has all this been for the entirety of Black Widow?
Yeah, I feel like this random place like can get you some rounds maybe at the end, but you can't win like that a whole map against a Chinese team. So, but yeah, great play from Mameo here, pushing up towards A short and catching XROCK off guard. That's all on G in a 1-on-3 clutch situation, but it's tough. Retaking B side is always very difficult. They can just play the time.
Yeah, should be a free round here for ranking to close out. FATCON good for 3 on this one, but it still only seems like a matter of time before XROCK can get that last round on the board for themselves. But at least looking at the entries this time around, a lot smoother. FATCON and KT15 really stepping up to get that round to go their way. 5 in a row needed for overtime. XROCK again, a similar position for themselves though, struggling a little bit to get that final round and allowing more rounds than maybe they should against themselves, which could come back to bite them later on in this tournament, but ranking still in the position they're in, it just doesn't seem like they're going to find anything out of this one.
Yeah, good map control initially for XROCK. Chow's been able to work his way all the way to the bottom along, and you've almost got the 3-1-1 for XROCK here. They're not feeling the pressure at all. And even if Chow does go down here, you'd be backing him to get at least one. And that'll be early info as well. Good one tap straight to the head of Hugh Mio. It's an important kill as well, considering Hugh's really felt like he's been the difference maker for ranking on this Blacklist side. But like I said, early information for XROCK, and immediately they're going to do something with that information. They're going to push out a B, recognize there's not a whole lot going on there, rotate a couple of extra players back over to A. Obviously, Lee now has to be a little bit careful because timing starting to become a factor that ranking might have rotated back off of long. So he's kind of just got to watch both angles, but getting some assistance as well from Sunny in mid to ensure that he doesn't have to be too concerned about that side at the moment.
Ranking though, starting to run down the clock a little bit. 50 seconds to make their move. Putting their attention towards A long with 3. FATCON on the lurk towards B, but Lee should get the spot onto him. He's been going for it pretty frequently. He gets the info, falls underneath the bridge, and FATCON not going to have any clue what he's up to. Decides to back off and group up for this A hit. Yang and GA, these are the keys to holding on to this one for XROCK. They've got the angles. Yang, though, struggling on the first. Only able to find one, but Sunny and GA are right here to try and answer. Lee gets one from underneath as well. Ice Cube left alone, 2 versus 1. The map on the line, and GA just gets it done with the backstab. 10-4, XROCK will take the first map. 10-4 on map number 1 is going to be the final score here. Ranking struggling on this map pick for sure. And it was their own, so it doesn't look great for their progress moving forward in this best of 3 series. The only thing that maybe gives me a little bit hope is what happened in their last one. They did lose 0-10 and then came back and won against Cara House, but I feel like this is a much tougher opponent to now try and do that against.
Yeah, I think so too. Look, there's just not a whole lot to really tick in the book, unfortunately, for ranking at this point in time, right? Lose 10-4. Ice Cube took a little while to get rolling, kind of went even, didn't do anything particularly impressive. Xiumio had an okay couple of rounds in the second half, but it definitely took him way too long to really find his feet. And then, yeah, I mean, across the board, like, Nevis was okay, KT15 was okay, Fatcom was okay, but then you had Yang, who was going lights out. Lee as well was pretty stellar for XROCK, and no one was able to stand up against those two. And yeah, very decisive win, obviously, for XROCK is a bad sign for ranking and their ability to go deep into this game. Subbase as well, the next map is just, yeah, I mean, I don't know, my prediction looking a bit silly at this point.
Yeah, I think individually and also team play-wise, XROCK looks so much better today.
100%.
I felt like the only hope for ranking so far was going for random plays, and it worked out twice on Blacklist, yeah, but this can't be enough against a Chinese team, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going to be a great road ahead for ranking, but maybe they've got something special in store for us. We're going to take a quick break, though, and find out how it shakes out on map number 2 when we return. We'll see you there. Well, here we are, 1-0 for XROCK. We started this match off with 1 ranking believer. Is that number down to 0 now?
It's definitely on its way down. I think if we could still see them come out the gates pretty strong here on subbase, I might start to kind of believe again. Like my belief is not 100% shattered. It's not in the bin necessarily, but they haven't gone anywhere to, you know, proving me right. So it has to have sort of taken a bit of a hit here. I think the big thing for me obviously will be, you know, maybe those first 5 rounds of subbase, how well do they start there? If they're not looking competitive by about halfway through the first half or 3/4 of the way through the first half of subbase, then yeah, I think it's probably over at that point. But you know, you can reset mentally, obviously, off the back of map 1. Maybe it didn't go the way you wanted it to. Few little things to fix up. Individuals hopefully can start firing on map 2. But yeah, a lot of hopium at this point.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. I mean, ranking a tough first map, but as we prepare for subbase 7, have you noticed anything in this team that maybe they could improve from map 1 going into map 2 to maybe have a better time against XROCK?
I feel like overall I have not too much hope left when it comes to subbase, because in subbase you really need good team play, right? And for example, this B execute in Black Widow was a good example. Like, they were baiting each other, not pushing together. Also the B setups on GR, like, it felt like they're like all going for solo peaks, all playing individually, but this is not enough against the Chinese team. You need to play together, you need good setups on Blacklist, you need to build a brawl, execute together. So this is what I want to see. If they do it, maybe I have a chance, but again, it's a map pick from XROCK, so I don't have too much hope left, unfortunately.
I would like to see ranking go back to something a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive, because I think at the base level that then somewhat fixes some of those issues. Like when you say, okay, we're just gonna go B, we're just gonna go A, we're just gonna send it almost. You know, you don't get necessarily people who are baiting quite as much anymore. It's like, well, you don't stop going. You just have to keep going. If the guy in front of you dies, you either trade him or you die as well. There's no, oh, we're gonna just slowly peek these angles, see if we can find 1v1s, because then you're not having that opportunity to really bait and sort of slow things down too much. So I think maybe that's something that they can think about going into this Blacklist side. Obviously, easier said than done when you're up against a team like XROCK, and the problem obviously is that XROCK now feels like they've got multiple members that can really step up in a big way as well, right? Like Yang is definitely having a good day today. Lee was someone that we've barely even really talked about for XROCK coming into today, and yet he's also someone that has had a huge impact on this game. And then you've kind of still got players like Jia and Chao almost in reserve. Jia had a couple of good rounds there, but he was by no means the standout player on that map for XROCK, which is a pretty scary sign. So all things pointing obviously at this point towards an XROCK victory, but I still have a little bit of hope. I still have a little bit of faith. I want to see Hugh like just running into a site and getting 3 entries. Like, where's that Hugh Mio again? You know what I mean? That's what we need to see.
It's usually always a bad sign when Fatcon is probably the best player today for ranking. Because you need, it's no offense to Fatcon, but it's the same for my team. If I have the best KD on my team, it's always a bad sign, because you have other star players on your squad who should step up to the plate. So usually when I'm the best team, when I'm the best player on my team in a match, we usually also lose this one.
I mean, it's a role-dependent thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, your role is not to actually find those kills, right? That there are certain people that are put in certain positions, in certain roles to do the fragging, and there are others that are there to support, throw the util, etc., etc. So if the guys that are throwing the util and such have the kills, then it means that, well, the guy in front of them died and the setup didn't work the way that it should have. So not ideal, obviously, but hey, the series is not over. And also, even if they lose this map, it's technically not over at that point. Feels like it's impossible to come back, though, from a 0-2. Potentially even impossible to come back from a 0-1, but they're going to have to start it here on subbase if they want to.
Well, we'll see if they can do just that here. Ranking, looking for their first map in the series. XROCK looking to try and move to match point off of this one. We'll see if they can do it. It's going to be their pick as well as we kick off subbase. XROCK, they're going to be a tough team to go down and beat here on the subbase, I feel like, but we'll see what ranking have in store to maybe change things up. We have seen them bounce back at a series before, but now more than ever, they've got to find something with their tournament lives on the line in these next 2 maps potentially. And already ranking, putting that pressure onto the A bomb site. But again, it's KT-15 alone, no support system, and Chao just takes the free kill.
Yeah, not too sure what that is. If you're going to do that, why not have Hugh there with him? Like, what's Hugh actually achieving sitting around in the BL spawn at this point in time? Not a whole lot. You send 2 players down, maybe at worst case you get a 1-for-1 trade and Hugh walks back up the stairs and says, that's fine. I mean, look, it still kind of works out, but fundamentally it shouldn't, right? And so for Hugh here, 2 is nice on the entry, but again, where is the person trading him, right? He's gone a little bit too far solo now as well, so even though he's picked up 2 kills, you can't necessarily say that that was exactly what should have occurred. Either way, Ranking find themselves in a 3-on-3, and they probably should be pretty happy with that, because it definitely could have been worse.
Yeah, some questionable decisions on the solo peaks, but at least Humio hits the shots to keep this one within reach. Lee almost gets caught there on the doors. Ice Cube misses the shot, gets the follow-up though, gets the double kill. And Ice Cube looks for the triple here, not gonna find it. Yang takes it down to a 1-on-2, but Ice Cube, he's definitely done exactly what he needed to in this round. Now Yang has to force the issue here, but it's already a 2-on-1. They're both looking right at him as well. They know exactly where he has to come from. And Neves, he's just trying to run down the clock here. Spots him. The double peek works, though, and Ranking get the round.
Also questionable here from XROCK, leaving B side completely open, sending all 3 players towards Woods to push Ice Cube. Because usually retaking B side is very difficult. Didn't make too much sense, but also a great 2PC from Humeo as well as from Ice Cube.
Yep, good individual shots definitely from Ranking, but overall strategically, macro-wise, I actually think that was a really bad round from Ranking. Like, they do win it, but it's just purely down to individuals hitting their shots, and you cannot necessarily rely on that. Obviously, it's nice when it works, but you want to think about the buddy system. Where's your buddy? There was no buddy, but they still won, so we'll see how that plays out over the rest of this half. Still though, like I said, first 5 rounds of this map going to be crucial for Ranking to get the ball rolling again, and first one did actually go pretty decisively in their favor. Solid win. Can they put a couple together in a row?
Sunny gets caught, doesn't matter, still gets one before going down, but the trades favor Ranking as they force their way onto the B-bomb site, but Lee is still alive and he is not going to be dealt with here. Gets the double kill, and Ice Cube is left alone. C4 in hand, so he can still go wherever he chooses to, but he wants to recontest onto the B-bomb site. It is going to be Lee on the back of site. Getting into the rafters could be key on the timing here. If he goes for the peek, Ice Cube actually catches him not checking that angle first. GA, can he find the redemption, or will Ranking find themselves another round here?
I kind of like that he hasn't actually dropped down initially there. He's fully crossed all the way. But does he have the tenacity to outweight Jia? Jia, who is so patient. We've seen that already on the first map. I doubt he's going to move. Although, at this point, he's got to be thinking, maybe he went A. Maybe he's going A. Ice Cube, though, going to pop a smoke down and plant the C4. And Jia, fast on the rotate, will get in past the smoke before Ice Cube even spots him out. Now, though, the information is given and we're into the 1v1. This could actually be a potentially map-deciding 1v1. I know it's early to say that, but get Ice Cube going. Get Ranking 2 rounds in a row could be huge. Gia's able to slide out onto the site. Ice Cube hasn't spotted him. He's checked the corner, thought maybe Gia went past either way. Time starting to run down now, and Gia will have to tap that C4, which gives Ice Cube every possible advantage. He clears it, but not well enough. Went for the wide swing.
Yeah, just jiggle it. Like, why are you committing to this fight? Just play the time. Unlucky, but also great attempt from Ice Cube. But yeah, at the end, looked kind of shaky. I also feel like Fatkan was kind of throwing away this round here. I mean, you get this 2K, but now he's overcommitting. Like, why is he so greedy? Just wait for KT until he's ready to swing, and then you just get the trade. But yeah, Ice Cube almost saving the day once again.
Little things become big things.
Yeah. That's also what Ranking is known for, right? Always those minor mistakes, always being greedy, always over-peaking.
Yep.
They should definitely avoid that.
Well, we've been saying that for the entire tournament, you know, and it generally speaking, I think it has actually gotten a bit better, but it's certainly still there.
Yeah, now they've got to find something in this round to reply with. We do see Yang boosted into the vent. Not sure if they're going to try and clear it out or not, but it's a bit of a fake towards A. The rest of the team now working towards B for ranking. Lee and Chow have the angles covered on site. They still have to connect on these shots. Lee, I'm not sure what he's going for with this flash. It's going to be a quick lockers flash. Sneaks into position with Chow to play underneath the rafters. And Chow already good for one, good for two with 11 HP. Yang finds one as well, but Humio, he's trying to keep the dream alive. Finds the entry with Nevis, but the rotation's already coming through from behind. Yang might get the backstab timing here perfectly. Humio is ready for it though, hits the headshot, and that is a huge momentum swing in the round now.
Yeah, Nevis has also managed to get passed back into Woods, so Humio, again, a game of timing, really. Every single one of these peaks, it does leave Nevis in the 1-on-2. Sunny's position somewhat known, and he is going to take that challenge. It's not a bad time to be taking this fight, because Gia's still kind of in rotation across. I like this from Nevis. You have to take the 1v1 there. He will lose it, but that was the right play. Still, it is XROCK flexing their muscles again. And I don't like it here, right? The spacing is just not, again, not quite there. You got a couple of guys sitting in locker room while the entry is happening, right? Where's the trade coming through? It's not. And so many times that is what is letting ranking down. You're giving XROCK players the opportunity to multi-frag when it should be much more difficult for them to do that.
Yeah, now ranking has to find this round. Otherwise, XROCK gets a nice early lead again on this map. But you can see Chow, he hits the shots. And Humio, he's just flashed out. Can't do anything about it. Yang swings wide to take him down as well. And this is just falling apart completely. Again, the lack of trade setups. Nevis trying to reverse this on his side with some nice shots. Takes down GA. Lee falls as well to KT-15, but Sunny, surprised he goes down there. Nevis, good for two, looking for more, not gonna happen. Yang finally puts a stop to it, but the bomb is sneaking its way around B alone, and again, these last two players have no way to support each other. Yang peeks alone, though. I'm surprised Chow didn't stick with him, but now he's in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, this is every single one of these rounds that ranking winning or potentially winning is coming down to someone individually having a moment, right? This time it's Nevis. He gets the 3K in around mid, and all of a sudden ranking's on for a round. But there's every possibility he just dies there, and there's no one to do anything about it. Either way, 2-on-1. Let's see what Chow can do now. Early in the tournament, he was definitely the MVP for XROCK, and KT-15 has isolated himself. So if Chow checks his corner and gets the kill, all of a sudden it's a 1v1 and FUTCON can do nothing about it. So why is that? FUTCON might have been spotted there. No? Chow's got no idea. Okay, round.
Oh, no
what?
way.
Again, like, setup is not good for ranking, but then also that's a pretty egregious 1v1 to lose.
You gotta win those. I mean, the guy wasn't even looking at you, and you still let him get the turnaround shot. And that is just a devastating way to go down for ranking. FUTCON, all he had to do was just peek him from the rafters.
I have seen that so many times, though, in a 2v1 post-plan on the B side. Always one player pushes their way into lockers, and I wonder, Seven, is there something I'm missing here?
I mean, it depends on the bomb plan. Sometimes you can play time from this position, not in this case. But yeah.
But wouldn't you double up then?
It depends. I mean, if you plant the bomb like openly, so you can actually defend it from lockers, it doesn't make too much sense to have two players there, like as a bait. And you can also play like you could send potentially one player towards dark room, because if the player retaking from long B and you send one player towards dark room, that he can play time from there, right? But like FUTCON had the wrong position in this round. It just feels like they have no team play ranking sometimes. It's painful to watch because they have so much potential. Individually, they're so strong, otherwise they wouldn't be in the quarterfinal, right? So
yeah, well, here they go. Would attempt straight onto the A site, and would you look at that? Would you look at that? When all 5 members just go into a site together, they're able to hit their shots, they're able to open the site up, and it looks actually kind of good. It's a 5-on-3 here for ranking. Now, if they were to lose this round, then probably that's the nail in the coffin for them. And Hugh's going to try and take a 1v2. He wins it. He wins it. But why does he take the 1v2 at the top of the stairs? I don't know. Either way, what can you say? You can't argue with results. They're going to swing the stairs and spot out Yang there as well. They'll be aware of his position and finish that one off. But hey, that looks much better from ranking. Apart from Hugh trying to isolate himself in a duel against 2 players. But certainly the strategy was sound.
It's because they went together.
Actually, I'm convinced if this team has some structure and is more disciplined, this could be a top 4 team in the world.
100%. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm sort of frustrated watching them so much. And it's also kind of why I predicted them. I was like hoping to see the best of ranking today. And again, like we haven't quite seen it yet, but there's still hope. There's still hope. They've got a couple of rounds in the first 5. They're trading into the A side. And Hugh, well, I mean, he's hitting his shots. It's coming together for ranking in a sense, right? Like what we said needed to happen is kind of happening, right? Nevis is looking pretty good. He's having moments. Hugh Mio is doing work, even though I'm not a fan of the fights he's taking. He's actually winning them. And it's like, it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what the fundamentals of the game are. It doesn't matter what you should or shouldn't do. At the end of the day, if you're winning your fights, go off, King. Really. That's all that matters. And ranking, they're letting Hugh loose. He's doing work. You can't argue against that. I mean, look at this. Like, how does he get away with this? Like, this is just illegal. But he's a criminal. And he's used to living in that life. So 3-on-3 as far as the rounds are concerned. And ranking is starting to get me excited, which is a problem. Because they're going to just break me down at some point. I can tell. It's just I'm just going to break. But I'm invested.
We'll see if they can keep it rolling. Right now, it is a change-up. No longer the A execute strategy. It is GA to find one already onto KT-15. GA gets the double kill. Humio finally right there to trade it. And Humio as well from the top of Rafters. Good for 2, but still, XROCK have the numbers here. And Ice Cube and FotCon, they're not really supporting this push effectively. Ice Cube still all the way back here, and FotCon is basically just in the BL spawn at this point. Neither one of them were really in positions where they could help trade to get onto this bomb site, but Ice Cube trying to do it by himself here. Gets the kill onto Yang, and now they group up. Still a 2v2 situation, a little bit more winnable, but Chow and Sunny, they might have something to say about it.
Well, this would be a good one again for ranking to win. Oh, Ice Cube. Not a super quick reaction shot, but he will get the job done. Oh, and I think he might have spotted Sunny out there as well. At this point, why are you hanging around? Why not just turn around and go A? But backs himself to hit the shot, doesn't, and leaves FotCon in the 1-on-1. I was going to say, this is going to be a big round to win for ranking because it's the 2 players that haven't really had a huge, crazy sort of impact. Like, FotCon's been pretty good, Ice Cube's been pretty good, but really it's been Hugh and Nevis that have felt like the drivers behind this for ranking. So if you get another couple of the lads involved and feeling good, winning a clutch, then it might come online for ranking, but I think timing here might not favor FotCon because Sunny has already worked his way all the way into the window. Has he been spotted there? Yeah, FotCon firing a couple of shots off at him. Both aware of each other's position. C4 will go down. What's FotCon's decision here? He's just going to play behind the missile. Actually, he's going to push toward the stairs. What? Sunny, he's gotten down. They're on opposite sides of the wall. I don't know. Sunny's going to check it. He's going to hard clear it. And FotCon now just needs to win the duel. That's what this comes down to. Headshots required on both sides. And Sunny, well, he's struggling for time. FotCon stalling well, but will fall. And a clutch for XROCK. Gets them back in the lead.
The question also is, why has FotCon no bullets anymore in this M4? Like, using the cold from this position, it's almost impossible to get the frag. And once again, 2 versus 1, Ice Cube coming to this fight towards quad, totally unnecessary. Just group up, push A together, and the round is yours. But yeah, I keep repeating myself.
Hopefully they'll hear it at some point. I mean, ranking They've got the shots to do it. They just need the team play to follow through with. And again, XROCK putting that early pressure onto A Long. They want to take these fights. They've got the chance to maybe get Nevis to peek alone here as well. He's pushed a bit too far forward. He will finally back off of this and move back towards mid. The rest of the team, though, for ranking, kind of just taking their time in this one, not committing to any fights, and slowly sending Falcon towards that B control room. Sunny, he's kind of got the key position to shut them down early on. Spots 2 and Nevis in that corner. Might have trouble getting out. He's spotted, but Sunny not really going for anything just yet. Chow, he's got the perfect angle to take this fight. 1 versus 4 for the A bomb site. The utility comes out though, and Chow is completely blinded. Has to turn around for a moment, gets completely flashed again, but still, ranking taking too long on the push, and now the flashes are no more. Doesn't matter. Humio gets the opener. GA rotates into sight. Good for 1, good for 2. Botcon up top though. Gets the flank set up perfectly. GA goes down, and now Lee has to do it all alone, 1 versus 3.
Not impossible though for Lee. He was really on in the last map. This though seems a bit difficult and will not even clear the corner. So another one for ranking. They're definitely looking a lot more competitive here on map 2 than they were on map 1. Whether or not they can get this one over the line still remains to be seen. They're still not doing enough to convince me of that. But either way, they're giving us something of interest to watch. Long road ahead, of course, for the series, but this is kind of where it starts. This is kind of how it starts. So let's see, what can ranking do? Final round of the half.
Honestly, at this point, it seems going A is the play. They've won almost all of their rounds on A executes. They look way better on that side of the map. So I'm going to assume that's probably their approach in this final round. You can see Sunny and GA looking for the picks as well towards A Long. They've got a hunch here on the XROCK side. It is going in that direction as well, with 3 kind of stacked to watch this side of the map. But again, ranking kind of just taking their time, setting up the picks. Ice Cube working into the B control room with Humio, but there's really no forward push yet coming through. The C4 dropped in mid as well from Fotcon as he works his way back towards Long, kind of poking around here, but it does look like they're setting up for the B hit.
It's not the start you'd want to see for ranking. Nevis going down. Again, has felt like a bit of a linchpin for their half. But sooner or later, they're going to have to get it done without him, and Hugh might still be the difference maker here. 11 and 7. You got Lee up on the catwalk. He's going to drop down. He knew KT. 15 was there. He's dropped the C4 as well, and that's individual brilliance that you can't do anything about. It has been a shutout from XROCK in the final round of the half, but still 5-4. Look, I know you guys are going to say, well, it's black this side, they didn't get 5 on black this side, it's black this side of map. But tell me that wasn't better from ranking. That was at least a little bit more interesting.
Much better, but I still don't understand why they keep pushing B side at the end, because Camille always gets his entries on A side. Anyway, we always see an aggression here coming in from ranking towards the machine room.
Not sure about that one, Chief.
Yeah, not a great start. Chow gets the double kill, though. Good start for him to the half. And again, the solo peek on B not going to work out. Nevis taken down. The rotation from Humio is already here in the dark room, but he's got to connect on these shots. Ice Cube has moved into a position as well where they can help trade each other. Lee gonna be spotted out. You can see Humio wants to take the fight. Ice Cube as well moves in for the shots. Yang shuts it down. Humio left alone. 1 versus 3. It doesn't seem like he's got any map control to work with as well.
It's too much to ask. Like, the bloke's 12 and 8, you know? Like, he's having a good game. Someone else has got to help him out. You can't say, all right, Hugh, you're having a good game. Try to 1v3 this one and keep us in the match. At some point, he's going to lose those. So 6-4. Not a huge fan of this. It's pretty telegraphed from ranking. They do often like to get aggressive there. And with only 2 players as well, it doesn't even really give you much of a chance to trade effectively. Like, you're really relying on both of those individuals opening things up. Because chances are XROCK's going to have 4 or 5 members contesting that area of the map. And once you're in, you're committed. Like, you can't get back out if you're ranking there. You need to go down swinging, and they just don't get enough kills initially. So losing all control around the sides and eventually get flanked and picked off. 6-4. XROCK looking good.
Usually it makes more sense to push with 3 guys towards long B machine room and have at least 1 guy in Alter and mid who can support if needed.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams we've seen so far just fail to have that mid presence from Elturn on the push. So we'll see if there's any changes or adaptations coming in from ranking in this round. This could be a key fight, though. Ice Cube versus GA on the corner of lockers. But XROCK not fully committing yet. You could see the jump across, though. Now they've got that presence into lockers for the moment. But I actually like the call from GA in this half as well, knowing his team wants to play a little bit more aggressive. Deciding to use that M4 instead of the Yom could pay off big time. KT-15, good for a huge spray down with Nevis on the L-turn push. Nevis looking for more here as well. Sunny is lit up behind the missile, and he's only going to find himself 1 before going down in ranking. That is a solid hold out of them.
More like that, please. I want to get my prediction right today, because then I can rub it in everybody's face. What if... Okay, how crazy would this be, Kyle? What if we had ranking upset and Imperial upset?
That would be the dream.
Could we both, like, could we just agree to that? Like,
I would love it.
You give me ranking, I'll give you Imperial. We'll take that.
I would take that all day long. Multiple regions outside of China making the top 4 would be a huge step forward for where these teams have developed. But it's got to start here with ranking, and they still have not grabbed the lead on this map outside of very, very early on. Since then, you could see just a well-rounded team on the other side they're up against. But ranking starting to show more of that as well. Ice Cube finds the pick onto Sunny. Yang not really going for the trade yet either. The bomb down in the BL spawn. GA has snuck into the vent position. Nevis gets the jump spot. They know exactly where he is now, and this should be the round for ranking if they play together. Don't allow these plays to be given for free. Fotcon, nice flash into Chow, takes him down, but then there's a little bit of an overcommit here. Lee able to get 2 out of it. Yang has to get this trade, but Hugh has the shots to hold on to it for ranking. GA left alone in a 1-on-2, down to 12 HP, and Ice Cube knows exactly where he is, but surely not here. 3 different 1v1 opportunities, and now GA has a shot at the round, but at least it's Hugh in the driver's seat to decide where this goes.
Yeah, exactly. Hugh doesn't lose these, mate. He's a Chad. I mean, on the topic of it being an overcommitment, I think there's definitely an element of that from ranking, right? You don't need to necessarily go that aggressive when you're a player advantage, but the difference at least is they did it together. 2 players pushing up the stairs, 1 player pushing in through mid, and they were able to trade down. And Hugh, like I said, he doesn't lose these. Wasn't worried for a second.
I think it was one of the best runs from ranking so far in this matchup. Like, even though they went up numbers, of course, they could go for the aggression as usual, but this time together at least.
Yes.
Having 1 guy from Woods, 2 guys from my down. So good trades coming in, especially from Romeo.
Yeah, Hugh up to 15 and 10 on this map. The top fragger by far in the lobby. This time, though, a little bit different. Fotcon sniping alongside Ice Cube, so 2 ohms against 0 on the other side for XROCK. Could actually work out for them if they're able to hold on to the lane control. You can see Fotcon playing his on this off angle in mid. Nevis, though, has pushed up quite a bit in the vents as well, and they might be checking him here. He's got to hit the shots. Nevis, good for 1.
I like it.
It's going to fall off, but the timing might not work if he doesn't turn around here. He's getting flanked, and he doesn't know it. Yang takes him down, and they've already lost the advantage in the round. 4v2 now for XROCK. They've got control towards this A-bomb site. and even B if they want to go back as well. These last two players are kind of stuck in the lobby area outside of Wood. Humio, though, good for his first to try and get things rolling back for them, but Yang in the vent. They're going to have to deal with him sooner or later in this position, and he spots Humio as well. Almost goes down for the fight. And this is where Chow has all of the value to win back this round for XROCK. Ice Cube on the flank has already found one, but Chow, he's got to move around. They know the B-bomb side is open, so maybe they leave Sunny here, sneak the plan on to B. This could be the strat here. Sunny down to 6 HP, though. He's got to be careful to keep himself alive.
If he can even get one, then that's going to be massive value. Ice Cube going to take that challenge. Meanwhile, C4 is being planted over on B. Does Ranking think it's A still? I'm not sure. Either way, Sunny is being a real pest. They've got to clean him up quickly here, and they do. And they also manage to ensure that it's going to end up being a 2v1 here for Chow, who is playing a forward position. A two-man swing, though, from Ranking is exactly what they need, and it's exactly what they won't get. Hughes clearing out the angle solo. It leaves Ice Cube alone. Needs to hit his shots, and he does, but not enough damage. Might have been a leg shot. In the end, Chow will survive, and he'll get the kills that he needs. XROCK just feel like they're doing enough to eke out a victory here on the first, and onto the second map. Well done from Chow. Look at this leg shot, I think it was. Oh no, it was pistol out. Either way, not enough damage.
I'm still surprised Sub is actually the map pick from XROCK. I don't think they look team player-wise pretty strong on this one. And I already make this call now. I don't see XROCK reaching a top 3 placement here at this event. Boom! I think Baisha, Vincent, AG or Imperial look a little bit stronger. But maybe they proved me wrong, but at least on this specific map, they don't look that strong. I think they're doing the same mistakes as Ranking in the first half, always going for solo aggressions, giving them entries. At least now they group up towards A side, which I like to see.
Yeah, XROCK, they've been a little bit sloppier on this map for sure. This time, it is a full execute potential, but GA's running into trouble. Still, they secure the first kill onto Nevis. Now, the solo hold of Hugh is not going to work this time around. Fotcon from above, trying to help trade out down low, but it's not going to matter. XROCK, they've got full control as the plant goes down. KT-15 looking for the flank to catch them off guard. Good for one, but GA, he's stalling. He needs that support, though, to come in a little bit faster from Sunny. Maybe not, though. GA gets it done alone in the 1v1. XROCK get the round, but I believe we are going to see a pause coming out from Ranking to try and stall that momentum.
8-6, that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Ranking have been fighting hard. Has always felt like, though, they've been fighting from behind. They've been fighting to make the comeback. They've been fighting to equalize. They've been fighting to keep their head above water. And once again, they've been pushed under, and I think they're running out of energy. They're running out of air at this point. I mean, that's fitting, really, isn't it?
I'm really hoping to see this Wood retake again from Ranking. So send Humir towards Wood area, like let him camp behind the doors. The two guys from A down have first contact, and Humir will get the trades anyway. Because this round also worked out for them pretty well in the second half.
Gia must have a cold nose. Good hold here, though.
Yeah, looking at the replay here.
This is last half.
Yeah, this was round number 8, where it was a little bit dicey, but did go the way of Ranking there. But at this point, even looking at the stats, it's a pretty equal game on our hands. Nobody really over the top on either side. KT-15 actually the highest ADR in the lobby at the moment by just a little bit.
Birthday luck, mate. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. 19 seconds. Hopefully they're cooking something up in the lab here, Ranking. Because, look, the thing is as well, I think if they have a close map in map 2 and then lose that, it's like, well, that's GG, right? That you put all of your eggs in the basket. You've started to sort of mentally believe maybe that you can make something happen. And then still it's a 2-0 scoreline, and it's like now you have to fully reset, do it all again, do it the hard way, and that might just be the mental pressure that's going to be a little bit too much for Ranking. So if they lose this map right here, I'm calling it as done. And, well, if they lose a couple more rounds, then that is exactly what's going to happen, because they're not too far away from dropping the map as well. It's been a good effort, but I don't know if it's going to be enough from ranking just at this point.
You can see XROCK as well, fully grouped up for a B bomb site hit. KT-15, this is the position where you have to find at least 2 kills from. He will before going down. Nevis on the rotation, only going to find one. Sunny now left in a 1v3. The C4 down around them as well, and it's not looking great for Sunny. He has to find a kill very quickly. Only 19 HP to work with, though, and ranking. They've got to be careful not to peek this alone, and they won't. They secure the trade and make it just a 1-round game.
Are we back? I wonder if that's what ranking are asking themselves. Are we back? Are we back in it? Good adaptation off the timeout.
I'm convinced we're gonna see 2 A executes now from XROCK because B-side, like pushing B-side was rough, I feel like, for both teams actually. But ranking stacking towards A-side this time. I like the position here, especially Himeo and Nevis, the best 2 rifles.
Maybe they're thinking the same thing you are.
Yeah.
And to be fair, XROCK, I mean, they take control room, but they haven't really pressured into lockers at all, so there's no incentive necessarily for ranking to rotate anyone else off to B. They've got essentially 3 players for the A hold. Nevis up the top of the stairs is going to get some early info as well, and the nades will start to push XROCK back away. And I wonder if that changes the equation at all.
Yeah, I feel like Nevis didn't really need to peek there. They might have actually fully committed to that A push if he didn't, and now they don't really get a lot of value out of it. It's just 2 players going down to half HP. Now they are going to know GA is in the vents, but it's just equal pressure toward this lobby area, and this is where XROCK has won a lot of their rounds. Fighting in this lobby seems to favor them quite a bit, and again, GA just sneaks in. Why is no one watching this angle? He gets the kill for free onto KT-15. Yang and Lee just steamroll their way into the bomb site, taking down Ice Cube and FOTCON, and Lee still has this angle on them, but Hugh catches him at the perfect moment. But in the 4-on-2, they are just getting lit up here. Nevis down to 10 HP. It doesn't seem like there's a way out.
This will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Hugh's not going to be able to do anything about it. Nevis didn't even go with him, so not sure. Miscommunication maybe from ranking, but yeah, getting away with the smooth crim. And Nevis will try to give the team a little bit more time rather to talk.
Yeah, like you said, Kyle, Nevis playing way too aggressive towards bomb side A because actually XROCK was about to push A side. They have the perfect setup. Just have to play a little bit more patiently there, and then they might eventually get this round. But also good from XROCK here adapting, just pushing from woods towards cage and then to B. Like the decision here from the IGL from XROCK.
Potentially the final round on the way. If XROCK can find their way to it. They've looked pretty good in these last couple of rounds. Ranking still holding their own. They've got the double setup on lockers. Hugh not fully connecting on that one. Takes down GA to 12 HP, but with an AWM in hand, there's definitely still value he can find here.
Is it back to A for XROCK? That does seem to be where they're interested in. C4's on that side of the map as well, and there's not really a whole lot of defense happening, so ranking might be about to bamboozle themselves. They got the high-low setup in the locker room. It'll be largely irrelevant, though, particularly if GA can, like, even get one. If this ends up being a 1-for-1, as he's trying to shoulder that corner, and the timing is right for the A push, it is still going to work out pretty nicely for XROCK. They haven't pulled the trigger, though. And Sunny's going to be given the opportunity to now have a little bit of a late lurk into B.
Yeah, great timing from Sunny to sneak across here. There is still a lot of players, though, for ranking they've got to deal with on this A bomb side, but it's going to be Yang who gets the opener. Sunny able to peel one player off the side as well. It's on to FOTCON and Ice Cube to hold this bomb site, but Sunny, he's going to go down on the flank as well. KT-15 good for 2, but we've seen Chow do this once already in the 1-on-2 situation. He's going to have to do it again if they want to win this map safely in the round. He's doubling back towards the A bomb site, but Ice Cube and FOTCON, This is exactly where they have decided to stack. They've got to be in trade positions, though. This is where Ranking has faulted themselves so many rounds, but they already give him the sight. They only sit here for a couple of seconds, and now Chow, he's already snuck in here. He hasn't been spotted as well. This is a little bit risky of a plant spot when you're in a little bit of a 1v2, but he is going to spot Ice Cube up top already. Starts to work his way back around here. I actually would have preferred the flank in that situation.
Yeah.
It was the right call, I think, but now he has to do it in the 1-on-2 right up close and personal. Spots them both. But here's the fight he has to take on to Falcon. Quickly, they line up. Doesn't matter. Ranking, hold on for another.
Tense. It's tense, definitely, for Ranking. I like the idea of the big wrap there as well. You looked at how slow they worked their way down into the side. I think he really could have gotten away with it, but either way, it'll be Ranking to pick the round up, and they keep themselves alive in map 2. Did have a couple of overtime maps yesterday. Here's another chance for one today. And Ranking are desperately clinging on to that being a possibility, because they need this map. They definitely do. 0-2 against a Chinese team requiring a reverse sweep. It's just not going to happen. But a 1-on-1, maybe it keeps the dream alive.
XROCK playing a little bit more aggressively towards the A-bomb site. I like the change up for the positions here between Humio and Nevis on this. Playing a little bit more patient, not over-peaking on the A staircase. And you can see XROCK, this is where they might commit this time around. They've got 3 ready to go into it. Nevis and Humio, they've got to hold the line here. Humio, though, good for 2 1-taps, and now GA is stuck alone. Humio, good for 3 on the lower bomb site, and he gets the bomb carrier down as well. Lee, only going to be good for 1 here. GA, he's just kind of stuck at this point, and Ranking, they have everything in the cards now to send it into overtime, unless they're not careful. Lee, already good for a 2nd kill on the round. Ice Cube, his spot is given away as well. GA gets the flank. They now have control over the B-bomb site. The 2v5 down to a 2-on-2. But the one crucial thing they have to deal with is that bomb being down. Nevis already spotted from Lee. Surely not a 3rd from him on the round. Nevis running into trouble. Gets the kill anyways, but GA, that's cleared out the bomb for him. Maybe he can sneak it away. But here comes the double peek. Good for 1, but it's Nevis who saves the day. They hold on in the 2-on-5, but it's only a 1v1 that gets them into overtime.
That got way too close. Why are you giving them 1v1s?
But still insane 4-piece from Emeo, especially the opening 3 kills. Like for 1 second I was like, okay, maybe he's having the wrong position because he was rotating off towards A connector. But still managed to get the 3-piece. 3 clean headshots. This is what Ranking needs.
Ranking now have a little bit of momentum to take into overtime, but now we switch back to the original sides, and this is where they struggled a little bit more in that first half. Looking at this clip though from Humio, the shots extra crispy onto these 3 players coming down the A staircase, and Humio definitely having a much better day today. 20 and 15 to get his team pushed into overtime here. And now it's up to them to try and close this one out.
Well, I mean, the same situation is still on the cards here for Ranking. Like, they could still go down 0-2. Sure, they've done well to make it into the OT. But it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the map. So everything hanging in the balance for Ranking. Their chances of staying alive here at the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals. Feels like they really rest upon a victory here on sub-base. And even then, tough ask with Ankara next, Mexico Port potentially still to play in the series as well. It'll be Ranking to make their way toward the B site initially here. Gia hasn't really seen too much just yet, but getting a bit of an idea. And Nevis, surely you're not going to challenge that after seeing Gia already on the angle. Hugh's going to try to find the trades. It'll actually come down to KT15 on the alternate entry path to find himself a couple of quick kills. And Ranking have the site.
This is a round they have to win, though. They can't allow the 4-on-3 retake to be lost. It's Yang already on the rotation, looking for this kill onto Ice Cube. Chow starting to work his way in as well. But Ice Cube, he's got to hold the line here. Dancing behind the quad box is Sunny. He's got the timing, but this is Ice Cube really stepping up at the ideal moment. Yang, he knows there's a player there. Good for one. Chow able to get one on his way down, but it doesn't matter. Ranking, get the first round here of overtime, and maybe that's enough to wake them up and get this one done on map number 2.
Any believers?
I mean, this was the first one when the this was the first one when the B push actually worked out, right? So maybe they finally break the curse, and I mean, in the end, it's still blacklist-sided. I know I keep repeating myself, but
There's a quad nade into control room.
I think we're gonna see golden round. This would be my call.
What happens in the golden round?
Imperial gets 4 kills and still loses the round.
Oh, I was on board for half of that.
That would be a very ranking way to end this game for sure, but I feel like they have shown us a lot on this map. I'm starting to think they might take it.
Ooh.
A lot of it comes down to this side, though. If they can't get at least 2 on the BL, I think it's already over at that point.
Well,
so for them, it's got to be another solid round. But again, they keep going back to this B bomb site where in regulation, they only won a single round on the B bomb side. So I'm not sure why they think this is the better approach here. XROCK definitely has the better shots on this side. But GA, he's got to find one. I love that crouch across. He has no idea now,
hot.
but I think he actually heard another player make noise, so he does move positions. Ice Cube goes down, but GA, he's got a player underneath already, and he doesn't know KT-15 is here, but Lee, the spot on the light could pay off, but Nevis gets the double FotCon right there as well, and Ranking, they're just going to steamroll every player in their way onto the B-bomb site, and that's 2 in a row for Ranking.
The boys are back.
But why is GA overcommitting? He got the entry frag, like, just fall back, maybe towards Darkroom.
Because that's what he does. That's Gia in a nutshell. He just wants to get the frags, mate. You've seen it all event long. It's just what he does. It's the problem with some of these guys when they're so talented as individuals. They think they can just make it happen. And they don't play the fundamentals. It's the curse of being a good player. This is why you understand, Seven. That's a low-key dig. I'm calling you bad, but you understand my point, right? When you're a little bit too good, right? You just think, oh, I'm going to hit the next shot, but you don't. And then it falls apart.
I agree, but for instance, a 9 usually never overcommits, and he's...
9's a different beast.
Yeah.
9, he's got everything.
Because he must feel like I'm better than anyone else here,
Well,
right?
and that's why he's the best player in the world, though, is because he is better than everyone else, but he's also smarter than everyone else.
Yeah.
Ranking, going for the A execute, though, this time around. A lot of players grouped up here for it. But XROCK, they definitely see what's coming here. They've got 4 players stacked towards the A bomb site. Only Yang holding on to the vents, so Nevis could potentially get the timing here with KT-15, and they do. KT-15 gets the double kill. Sunny tries to answer back, but the answer is just not there unless Lee can find it, but Humio gets it done, and Ranking, it's 3-0 in the first half of overtime.
Any believers?
I am now. I feel like this map is theirs.
I also start believing.
Okay.
But also XROCK looks so shaky on this GR side. No setup worked out for them. Neither B side, neither A side. It's tough.
KT-15 having a birthday game. 105 ADR. Putting in work for his team at the moment. And Gia, oh, how does he get away with that? He should never get a kill there. Either way, though, 1 for 1. Still not too bad.
Chow looking for the follow-up. FotCon spotted in the smoke. Not taken down, though. Chow still trying to force the issue. Has to be careful, though. Humio's playing the off angle from the A control room. Utility comes down. And this is going to be a full A recommit coming out from XROCK. They've got their full team ready to go here. It's only Hugh holding on to the bomb site from up top here. And I don't think he's going to catch this as fast as it happens. Lee doing a good job of playing that distractionary role as Yang able to cross safely onto the bomb site for now. Hugh tries to get back down. He's been spotted out, but Hugh hits the shot first. Botcon as well, able to find one, but it's on to Chow and Sunny here. They've got control of the site. All three players are grouped up on top of it, but that flash is going to be devastating. But Chow, what is he doing here alone? He's going to go for it in the 1-on-2, only good for one, but the damage has been dealt. The round is winnable if Sunny can get these peaks one at a time. Botcon down to 20 HP.
Smart move. They backed away.
For the first time.
For the first time in history, they're going to play the 2v1. I mean, you can't really blame Chow there. I think that was sort of the right decision, right? He needs to try to take some space, make maybe a 2-on-2. Goes down trying to make something happen, but when you're at a numbers deficit, it's more than acceptable. Sunny now, though. Ooh. It is still winnable. 30 seconds, though, to get into that B bomb site. Has now been spotted as well. Cops a little bit of damage for his trouble, but at the very worst, it's going to allow him a plant, and it's an open plant as well, so he could really go from anywhere now. He can play this post plant from literally any position and still have coverage on that bomb. He's going to get aggressive. I like it. Try to isolate a 1v1. But timing doesn't work out, and that is going to be that. Ranking still in the game. Can you believe it? They have taken the map away from XROCK. It's 13 on the board, and the scoreline now 1-1.
It's an overtime battle, but the finish goes to ranking. This time around on map number 2, they're going to tie up the series 1-1. And what a comeback it was in overtime. Pretty one-sided as well. They won 4-0 in that overtime for the full comeback. And now it feels like we truly, finally, in the knockout stage, have a series on our hands.
Yeah, this is one of the issues that I kind of have with XROCK, and again, sort of what has incentivized me a little bit to predict for ranking. I think that there are some tendencies for XROCK where when the going gets tough to crumble a little bit, and we saw some elements of that in the group stage where they were having difficulty closing games out. Now when the pressure ramps up, they actually have lost their first map of the tournament, and actually in quite a decisive fashion in the end. Remember, they were up 8-6, and it looked like they were going to win the map pretty comfortably. In the end, though, we see ranking push it through to the OT. Humio had a decisive performance, but even by his standards, like a 1.33 KD is really nothing to get too excited about. 104 ADR, nothing amazing. I felt like KT15 was also a big difference maker, even though his KD is quite low, actually, arguably. He was having as much impact, basically, as what Hugh was having in a lot of cases. So, for me, either one of them as the MVP will get a tick in my book. It's going to end up being Humio, which is fair enough. But yeah, XROCK, I mean, showing some of that shakiness that I think didn't really bite them in the backside, actually, in the group stage, but now is maybe starting to manifest, and it's a bad time for it to start happening here, to start losing maps in the competition. So look, I don't know if either of you are believers just yet, but I'm back on the ranking hype train.
Well, we'll find out if they have what it takes to push this series to its limits. It's going to be map 3 on the way. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with it. Welcome back to the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals. We are deep into our first knockout stage match for the day. And we've got a 1-1 on our hands now between Ranking and XROCK. Not what I expected, to be honest, after that first map, but what a bounce back to make this a very competitive series now.
Yeah, well, like I said, after map 1, I was starting to lose faith, and I was thinking, you know, first 5 rounds of sub-base is really going to tell us a lot, and I actually think it did. I think that was a fair statement. We saw a little bit more from ranking in those first few rounds, even though they were down. I think it was 3-2 actually after those first 5 rounds. Hugh was kind of having his moments, and KT15 as well, and you got a bit of a sense that ranking was going to be a little more competitive on sub-base. I was starting to believe again, and then I lost hope at 8-6. I thought, okay, it's pretty much over. It's GG now, especially if XROCK close this map out 2-0. I don't see ranking coming back from that. But they dug deep. They were able to push it through into the OT, and they won the OT convincingly, which now has me jumping back on the bandwagon. And I don't even know, maybe starting to convince you guys a little bit that this one is going to be possible. Obviously, that's really still up to Ranking Esports. They have to show us something going into Ankara, which really feels like a massive 50-50. Like, I don't know how to even describe this one. They went 0-10 on it in the wildcard stage against Kara House, but it was their more competitive map when they played against XROCK in the group stage. So which of those results do you value a little bit more? Do you expect Humio to still continue to perform? Ice Cube in particular, I think, has to be the one to step up here, though, on Ankara. It is an Orm-centric map. If you see Ice Cube being able to take it to Gia and take it to XROCK, that feels like it's going to be a win condition for me for ranking. So that's the ranking fanboy segment over, and over to you, Seven, to tell me why I'm wrong.
And I think the scary part for XROCK is here that firepower-wise, ranking looked so much stronger, in my opinion, on sub-base. Especially Humeo, by far the best AK on the server, right? So I also feel like XROCK did the same mistakes like Ranking did before on Black Widow, always going for the solo aggressions like J, A down, didn't work out at all, like also long B on GR side from J. So I think XROCK, they always rely on the team play, but if the team play is off like we just saw on sub-base, I would even say firepower-wise, Ranking is better because Humeo is feeling it, also Nevis showing up today, then KT15 also having a good day on his birthday. So yeah, I mean, Ankara is usually always a strong map for Chinese teams, but like we said before, in the group stage was overtime, right? So this could be a 50-50 match, and I think this. So I might change my prediction if Ranking takes Ankara. If they win Ankara, they will win this best of 5.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to the next map, I feel like.
I actually agree with you. I think if they take Ankara, that's going to be a little bit too much pressure then for XROCK to deal with. Because we actually know Ranking and generally Vietnamese teams actually in general are not too bad on Mexico. So I've kind of got an element of faith there. Also XROCK's choice, technically Mexico. So Ranking should be starting on GR side there as well. If they take Ankara, go in, have a good half of Mexico, then, I mean, the series is set up for them. But obviously, still quite a ways out, and we really do have to see what we're going to get from Ankara. But there is also that 0-10, right? There's that 0-10 against Kara House to think about. I think you can't completely negate it. You can't completely forget it. They were able to bounce back off of it, still win the series, which was pretty good mental strength. And it does make me think that they're not too affected by it, but even still, I mean, obviously that's not, you can't go 0-10 on a map and then go into the next series, play it and say, yeah, they look great on this map. Like, clearly not, but yes. Hopefully they recognize what went wrong there and just say, well, that's a map that we do have to forget about. Let's just wipe it from the history books and have a good game against XROCK here. But Carl, I want to hear your thoughts. Where do you sit? Because you were very much on the XROCK hype train, and have you been convinced as well, or still need to see more?
I haven't actually been convinced. Specifically when we talk about this map, I think it actually plays into XROCK's hand pretty heavily. I feel like the worst thing about Ranking is their rotations and retakes.
Yep.
And Ankara, you have to have good rotations and retakes or you lose this map. And I feel like this is where they're going to struggle quite a bit because this is a team that has higher clutch potential than a lot of the teams they've played so far. XROCK individually knows what to do better on those post-plant situations, but it is going to be Ranking with the momentum now as we kick off map number 3 on their side. We'll see how long they can stay with it. They did have 4 rounds in a row to close out the previous map. We'll see how many more they might be able to get before XROCK can reply on map number 3 here, but it is going to be a very critical map for both teams. The winner goes up 2-1, and more importantly, 1 step away from a spot in the arena. And Ranking, they've shown some signs of greatness, but now they have to do even more on this map. Ready to see how it kicks off.
All right, well, Ranking starting on the more difficult side. And you know what? I'm actually kind of glad to see that Hugh does not go for the Vents Peak. I feel like all too often, first round, you get the Vent Peak, but this time he changes it up a little bit, and Gia not really ready for it. You could see how much presence they put toward the Vent, but Hugh, this time the late Vent Peak. It's just a little change up that makes such a big difference, and already able to double down for ranking. At the very least, it looks like Hugh has showed up ready to play today, and that is a fantastic sign for ranking. 3 maps now. I mean, map 1, he was pretty good. Map 2, definitely the best player in the server, and map 3 starts with a double kill. You got to start to wonder here if your XROCK, is it starting to fall apart?
You can see Hugh looking for that potential 3rd kill.
Doesn't need to, though, honestly. I just would like to see him slow things down a little bit there, though. This push from Sunny has me a little bit worried. I don't think KT15 will be very ready for it, though. Has spotted it out now as well.
Sunny has to be careful of FotCon on the off angle. The timing not quite there for Sunny to catch him, but this is where they're all getting picked apart individually now. Ice Cube caught alone as well in the lower B tunnels. Now KT15 has no support on the B bomb site. He's kind of just stuck in the corner, hoping he goes unchecked, but Lee's already spotted him out. Ooh. But he gets the double kill anyways. What a way to hold on to it. Now Sunny has to do all of the work, but it's not going to matter. Hugh swings across for a 3rd, and they're hitting the shot still.
That was actually looking like a very losable round for ranking, right? You can definitely see KT50 going down there for free, but even then he doubles down from an unorthodox spot. I would have almost preferred actually to see him back off into the hotel, play the 4-on-3 post plant, but he decided to back himself and this time got it done. So 2 of the individuals that did well on sub-base do well in round 1 of map 3. I don't know if you're a believer yet, Kyle, but I will start to ask you as the half plays out. If this continues to happen, I don't know if it's convinced you yet. 1 round, look, I'll give it to you. I'll say that's not enough yet, but I'm well in. I'm ready to go. Send me to Ranking Town.
I feel like for ranking, that's kind of their win condition, though, is that last round. They don't allow the bomb to get planted. That's the key here, and that's where I think XROCK has the advantage on these rounds. If they get the bomb planted, it becomes a lot more favorable for them to start stacking these rounds. So ranking, they've got to get these gambles correct if they are going to play 3 or 4 stacks on certain sites, and this is where a full rotation into B could punish them if XROCK continues to commit here, because there's only 1 player kind of passively holding the cross. It's going to be Ice Cube, FotCon, just going back and forth between the mid staircase and that B bridge. And really Chow here has a chance to backstab them as well if they're not ready. And this is a good setup, I think, from XROCK. There's not a whole lot they can do to deal with this easily if the execution actually goes towards that B bomb side.
It's going to be a smoke deep onto B. Ranking at least have a player in front of that one. It is Ice Cube, and that's a good shot. But we'll need to do a little bit more to hold on to the site, and actually does falter. FotCon falls right back into the waiting arms of Chow. That's not good for ranking at all. Humio, though, I was going to say he's looking pretty unstoppable, though, is brought to his knees by Gia. So Nevis 1v3, probably a bit too much to ask of him, especially given the post plan here from XROCK is just absolutely insane. Like, how do you dig all 3 of these members out? Sure, you might get isolated 1v1s, but if you're smart here, XROCK, you don't even peek. Gia will give up his position, and oh my word, another one onto Sunny. Now Nevis, what? Are you kidding me? There's just no way he's pulled that off. Never in a million years. Never in a million years.
But why was the guy from Hotel picking him? It didn't make sense. G, just relax.
That's what I was trying to say it. And then he's just like farming them. I mean, when it comes into that final 1v1, it's over because he's actually got the post plant. The bomb is not planted for the guy back in the GR spawn. But how does it even get to that point? Well, what about now, Kyle?
I mean, that's them winning a post plant. I would not have expected that round at all, but a lot of it comes down to the trade on GA should have been so easy, but they missed the shots, and now they've got to have an answer here for me to have any faith left. But This is a good response. 3-on-1, Ice Cube stuck on the bomb, 30 HP. There shouldn't be any way they give up another clutch in this one. Ice Cube, he's a little bit sneaky, but not sneaky enough. And this is a much better response from XROCK, getting those early entries to go their way, making sure they're ready to respond when they need to. So I feel like even though they slipped in the first couple of rounds, a clutch like that, as much as it helps the momentum of ranking, can also be a brutal wake-up call for XROCK.
Yep. It's also classic ranking, right? Playing the first rounds passive, winning the first rounds, and then they're like, okay, let's just send 3 guys into AC. It never worked before, like against Vincent. And yeah, obviously they lose this round once again.
Double nade though, quite nice actually on Sunny to soften him up. 3 stack toward the A site. Forward aggression toward B though makes me feel a little bit better about this round actually for ranking, right? Previous cases, the 3-2 split, you've had the 2 B players back in GR spawn or on the B site. They haven't been able to get much information, but here at least you can feel a little more comfortable about keeping those extra players over toward A if you're not seeing anything happening near B.
The big issue though is if XROCK go through the middle of this map, there's only one player covering it. It's going to be KT15, who is good for 1. GA as well. Why is he not there with him? No trade even attempted. XROCK just have to give that one up for free. Now, they're kind of forced to feel like they have to make a play somewhere else, and they're going right into this A bomb side stack. Hugh and Nevis have the cross on it. Chow has to flick out and hope for the best, but Hugh gets the secondary kill there. As look at this, they all just go in one by one. What is XROCK doing here? It's a free round for ranking to get themselves an even bigger lead, and it almost feels like at this point XROCK's losing these rounds for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just that, but that's also actually the perfect setup for ranking. Like, as long as KT15 can get that frag, they are funneled back into A. They are funneled back into the 2 players watching the vent, and then obviously you have the sniper up on the top side of the site to watch main in case the trade comes through from there. So that was perfect from ranking, and honestly, KT15 has been pretty reliable today. So even leaving him as the solo player to watch that mid push doesn't feel like that much of a gamble. In the worst case, you kind of expect him to go 1 for 1. So I like it from ranking. This GR side is looking pretty good, though they've gone for the 3-2 split in a different direction, this time with 3 back over toward B and only 2 toward A. And XROCK may well test this duo hold.
Ice Cube, now the player, holding on to mid by himself. Sunny working his way underneath towards B. Now they're going to group up for the mid hit. Ice Cube, he's got a really good off angle here. GA as well. Not going to play that first contact yet. Gets the flash set up. Lee and Yang, they've got to trade this out at the very least. If Ice Cube gets 2, it should be the round for ranking, but he misses the shots. Bot combo on the repeat, gets the double kill. Ice Cube gets the follow through for 3, and already XROCK, a huge disadvantage in the round. Lee and GA stuck trying to play cleanup again.
Ooh. Pause requested. That'll be XROCK at this point. Starting to get a little bit tense. Hugh, well, I'm not too sure about that one, but either way, it's still a 3v1. This would be disastrous, actually, for ranking if they would let this on slip, but I just can't see it happening, considering especially that they're coming in to mid from behind Lee. There's no way he's going to expect them from there. Yes, kind of found the timing, though, to get into the GR spawn. Can he isolate another duel? KT15. Ooh, it's starting to get a little bit scary now. But he's not sure where to go, and if he goes toward B, surely that is sudden death with Fatcon having already crossed to the boxes. Nevis is also sort of hanging around. He's making his noise, and Fatcon well prepared for it. So it goes without a hitch in the end for ranking. Couple of those tendencies creeping through that make you a bit worried, but the 2v1 is converted, and timeout early from XROCK. You have to start to wonder, is the pressure getting to them? And you know what they say? They say diamonds are forged under pressure, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case today for XROCK.
I feel like the issue for XROCK is they always keep on executing without getting any information in advance. Like on Ankara, you should approach, I think, if you have a hard time always like running into stacks, you should approach hotel first, take hotel control, send your sniper rifle towards bridge area, get some information if they have a stack towards GR base, maybe towards mid. Then maybe send some players in front of a main, going for the peak there. Because as you can see, Ranking really have a different approach here on Ankara. Now they're playing quite passive, having setups on A suddenly, which I didn't show before. Maybe they just waited until the quarterfinal. But yeah, I really like the new playstyle from Ranking here on Ankara. It really surprises me. Playing as a team finally.
As you said, like when they play together, when they play as a team in unison with cohesion, they actually look like they could easily be a top 4 team in the event. And I think that's on display at the moment. 4-1 scoreline. I mean, I called out the first 5 rounds of sub-base as being quite important for the series as to whether or not we felt Ranking was still going to be part of the discussion. And how about the first 5 rounds of Ankara, right? We talked about the 0-10. We said, okay, there's some degree of shakiness there for Ranking on this map. Well, the first 5 rounds of Ankara now have certainly convinced me that this is going to be doable for Ranking, at least on this map. And then if they get it done here, I mean, they're up 2-1 in the series, and who's to say that they can't win it from there? So, XROCK, let's see what they can bring for us after the timeout. Is the adaptation going to happen? Fakon has pushed past the mid-smoke.
Yeah, Fakon, he's got the key position here to try and stall the push. Are they going to check him out? It's a quick trade. Fakon almost good for a second there. Does 30 onto Yang as well before going down.
I think 1-for-1's okay, right? You get info, you see the C4, slows XROCK down a little bit. Means that they can't really challenge into mid as well, because you don't know if there's another player in there with Fakon. And so they'll go elsewhere on the map. KT-15 just has to be patient here. If he peeks the corner, he's a dead man. But again, it's sort of a one-and-done position.
He's going to have to do something here. Oh, Chow just devastating on the peak. Nothing KT-15 could do there. Now XROCK have the advantage in this round. Ice Cube trying to play forward to find a kill. Gets it onto Chow. And that is exactly what they were hoping for, to hold on to this round. Now Ice Cube can rotate away, wait for the side execution to come through. And they've got the wraparound starting from A long as well. You can see Nevis here starting to push up. And now they've got a good pinch ready to go. XROCK as well, not quite as aggressive as they usually are. They're not feeling quite as confident. Ice Cube hits a second shot in the round. Yang gets the late trade. Doesn't matter. He was there, gets the double, and Ranking. It's a 5-1 lead.
Really nicely played round actually in the end by Ice Cube, right? He re-aggresses when he's down on numbers, gets the pick, gets out to safety, clears out the tunnel as well, and calls for the rotation, and survives long enough to get one more kill. He did everything right, everything that you want to see from a sniper here. Ultimately gets brought down, but he's bought well enough time for Hugh to come across and find the extra couple of kills. Ranking is looking in red-hot form right now, not only as a team, but also individually. We questioned whether or not Ice Cube was going to step up in this map, right? It's been Hugh, it's been Nevis, it's been KT-15, even Fakon today. But I feel like Ice Cube hasn't necessarily been the biggest of factors in this series. We said Black Widow, it's going to have to come down to him as the sniper of the team, particularly on the GR side, and that's a great round from him. So it seems like Ranking have everything working at the moment.
This round, though, could be a little bit troublesome if they're not ready for it. It's going to be a full execute onto the B-bomb site. Nobody on it for Ranking. They've got to show us an entire 5-on-5 retake situation now, as the bomb will get planted. Chow holding on to this mid position for now, but Ranking got to be really careful on the approach. They're all kind of stuck here towards the GR spawn, and this is where things can get pretty dicey, trying to carve out that path for the retake. You can see Nevis throwing the utility over the top, but GA, he's already found himself one. Fakon good for the first, and look at this. Humio finds the opening. Nevis looking for that follow through. They've got to find it quickly, though. GA good for a second from this position. He still just has to toy with them at this point. Oh my gosh, Ice Cube. The knife kill there, just devastating, but still XROCK in a good position to try and get their ball rolling on their side.
Yeah, look, bit of a tough one obviously for Ranking. 5-on-5 post plant's always going to be difficult to make that one work. It does feel like a fortunate call, though, for XROCK, right? If that's the way that they're going to get around, like, I don't know if it convinces me necessarily. You're not going to have a 5-on-5 post plan every single round. You're not going to call the correct site every single time. And again, actually in this case, they sort of make the incorrect call, right? They run into that double nade stack, and it costs Lee and Sunny about 3/4 of their HP each. So you're not going to get the ideal circumstances every single time on the Blacklist side. That's what I'm talking about. And for XROCK, right now, it kind of feels like they actually need the ideal circumstances to get any of these rounds over the line. And only a couple of rounds left in this half, but huge opportunity for Ranking to go up 6-3, 7-2. And really drive that nail into the coffin of XROCK.
Sunny now going to pick up that arm, trying to find something towards the A bomb site. Still a difficult round ahead for XROCK, already losing a lot of early health onto 2 players. They're here to recommit towards this A bomb site, and they've got a 3-stack again for Ranking here, so it's going to be so hard to break through. KT-15 has to find the initial kill along with Hugh. They've got the pinch, though, and Nevis here as well. Should be able to chime in. Hugh, good for 1. That's not going to be enough, though. Nevis has to clean it up, gets the double kill. GA tries to get something going, finally able to break through, but still, even for the retake, they've got the HP advantage, but they have to be ready for Sunny to stay here on long, and they are just not prepared for that positioning. Now Ice Cube has to get it done alone, 1 versus 2.
Yeah, not really enough patience from FUTCON, right? Like, the C4 wasn't being planted on the site, you're aware of that, but he's over-aggressed a little bit and given up the numbers advantage. I was going to praise Ranking. I was going to say, like, the site hold was really good. The change-up as well. They had 2 players down the bottom last time. This time they have 3. But Ice Cube, oh, has he been heard? Certainly. And XROCK will get another one. I'll say I think XROCK a little bit fortunate to pick that one up, but end of the day, you still have Ranking with the advantage going into the final round of the half, and I think it actually is quite a big round here. Like, if XROCK does get it, they're going to have that belief. They're going to have a little bit of momentum back, but Ranking could go a long way in potentially securing this map if they're up 6-3.
I don't get why XROCK is going for those dry executes without getting any information. Okay, Ice Cube for the first time we're going for an aggressive player towards long A. Because usually on Anchor you should send at least 1 player towards tunnel, maybe hotel to get some information to avoid to run into stacks.
Ooh, it's a bit of a whiff from both Nevis and KT-15. It's going to cause problems. FatCon's going to come across to try to assist. Nevis is kind of still holding the line though, and he's aware that XROCK haven't pushed off of it, but they still catch FatCon off guard. Now Nevis kind of has to do something, but how does he get out of this sticky situation? He needs the assistance. He's hoping desperately that Hugh's going to get across there to save the day, and it's not going to happen in time. Couple of little misplays individually from Ranking in that round, and now it's on to Ice Cube and Hugh, the 2 stars, the 2 that shine the brightest for Ranking, and they can't do it this time around. XROCK have worked hard for those 4 rounds, but they have got 4, and that is definitely enough to challenge with.
Yeah, I feel like now XROCK, they're starting to get the shots going their way. They're hitting the trades. They're playing a little bit more strategic in these rounds, so I'm curious to see if they've got enough now to answer back. I almost feel like Ranking should have had a better half, even though they won the half. They were up 5-1 at one point. 5-4 is a pretty big slip when you look at those last 3 rounds.
Definitely could have been 6-3, 7-2. Should have been more than 5-4. I agree.
Can see in mid, they're thinking about going for a play with GA on this, but it's actually a full stack back towards B now. They're trying to funnel Ranking right into this bomb site, and it might just work here. Everybody from Ranking focused on this side of the map. Chow holding the top of the underpass, but Ranking, are they going to take the bait here? They have all their players, but there's still no full commitment just yet.
I don't doubt that there is going to be a commitment. I was going to say, though, how's the patience for Ranking? Because inevitably, XROCK's going to push somewhere. They need the information. They've rotated off A, so that's what brings them unstuck. They get the info, but they give up Yang for it. Ice Cube still kind of probing on that line. The timing out of the push on Hotel is looking okay, and now it's onto Chiao's double down. He can't. Lee was unchecked, but he'll be traded down anyway and didn't land his shots. It's ranking into the site. 1-on-4 for G is not even going to begin. And ranking pounce back with another round of their own.
Yeah, I really didn't like what they were doing there for XROCK, though. I feel like they had the setup if they just held it, but then you have these solo peeks into underpass, one by one, giving the info early for ranking to work with, coming in for that push. They even get the free kill to Ice Cube as well, and it's just unnecessary. XROCK, they could have at the very least either take that pick together or don't go at all alone.
I feel like also the aiming looked super shaky, right, in this specific round. Maybe it's because of the different rule set here at CFS compared to CFPL, but this shouldn't be an excuse.
Yeah, I think Lee definitely. You look at that and say, well, that should have probably been 2.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of focus in mid this time around from ranking. 4 players grouped up on it. Again, XROCK putting the majority of their team towards the B-bomb side, but I don't blame them here. GA's already pushed up into A long control, so there isn't really any need to rotate back towards A as long as he's aware of that A connector rotation. But this time around, they've got to show us a little bit more on this hold for XROCK. If they lose it with 4 on the site again, it means ranking can kind of just do what they want here. But Yang, again, peeks alone. Sunny and Lee, they're almost afraid to take fights here. And ranking, they're taking full advantage. Lee and Chao at least able to find 1 apiece on the rotation from Hotel, but ranking, they've been gifted the site, even though there was a huge stack in this direction.
Yeah, still quite a safe plant though, so not the easiest to defend, but either way, you've got 3 XROCK members coming from one angle. You're not necessarily going to have to be too worried about the GR spawn. Info there for Hugh, though. He will go down for his troubles. You've still got shots connecting. Nevis 1. Another from Ice Cube. It's down to the 1v1, and Chao is low. All it's going to take is 1 more shot here. And the delaying util is tossed in as well. That might just lose Chao the round. Ice Cube with the huge nuts play. I can't believe he stands up and takes the fight instead of playing the time when the bomb had ticked that far away, but he hits the shot anyway. And XROCK must really be getting worried now. Like, look at Gia. He is looking concerned. It's 7-4. Again, you've got to look at Yang and say, why is he swinging?
Yeah, a lot of mistakes being made by XROCK on this one. 2 rounds in a row. 4 towards the B-bomb site, losing the B-bomb site. Not what you want to see if you're an XROCK fan here, but ranking, I'm sure maybe getting some new fans today themselves with how they're playing. Just fantastic performance in these last 2 maps. They are 3 away now from getting the lead in this series, but they've got to deal with GA on long. Gets the first kill onto KT-15. Now they can double back into mid, and again, XROCK, even though they lose 2 rounds in a row with this setup, it's still the same exact setup again.
Yeah, but the difference obviously is that like Gia hasn't really been punished for it at all. Like, this is a position where ranking are giving so much map control to one individual player, and traditional thinking would be that would get you rounds as XROCK. It hasn't so far, but you keep getting that control, you keep getting that information, it continues to put you in a good spot, and it almost feels like an inevitability that at some point that should be converted. Hasn't happened so far, but this is a better looking round for sure. Still, ranking are kind of getting inroads, and the bomb is just walking into B solo. Like, what is happening here? Why is Hugh able to get that far in without being punished? And then the shot comes through onto Sunny as well, and now they're getting a bomb plant B. 4-on-4. What is going on?
Ice Cube as well catches Chao, and
this is
again,
madness.
It's XROCK all playing alone in this one. There's no team cohesion on this retake. They're all in solo positions, doing absolutely nothing to get that value on the table. Now GA and Yang are left in a 4-on-2. GA misses the shots, and that's the round. Yang goes down as well, and ranking, they're just taking this one by storm here. 8-4 now, 2 away from a victory, and you know what? I'm a believer now.
They're broken. I think they're broken. The diamond has cracked.
I mean, XROCK even like they keep on stacking B side, which is actually the right choice. Then ranking is pushing mid towards B side again. and they still get the frags towards bomb side B. I mean, GA must be mad, right? GA is always pushing long A, gets information, telling his teammates, long A is clear, guys. He even gets the entry frag, and they still manage to lose this round.
Yep. I mean, you'd be pissed, right? Like, you've done everything right as GA there. And you can have still no influence on the round. Like, it's soft influence. That's the problem. He's getting the info, he's getting the opening pick, but he actually doesn't get to decide much in the round at all. This time, though, gets himself one shot in, and Yang also doubling down. So the A hit, I don't mind it actually from ranking, right? It feels like you have to pull out an A hit at some point in this half, but this is actually where it's kind of gone wrong. Nevis and Ice Cube to try to clutch it out. Oh, lots of damage. Ice Cube could still win it, but he's very low now, and the flank's coming through fast, though he's managed to get out already. And I wonder if they expect that so quickly. Looks like Lee is aware of it. And XROCK will get their 5th. But I don't know if it settles the confidence all that much.
It's always risky to push A side without any information, because if the enemy team is stacking A side with like 3 or 4 players, there's nothing much you can do. So I'd like to send at least 1 or 2 players picking from A main, going for the info play first. And then if you spot maybe 1 or 2 players on A side, you might back off and go for the mid execute towards B, or go for a tunnel info play. I feel like also XROCK did the same mistake on Blacklist. Just always going for like those dry executes, which didn't work out at all.
Yeah, you can tell this time around as well. They're trying to play it a little bit slower, ranking, getting that info, especially with Ice Cube pushing up mid early on, trying to find a pick in the underpass. Chow could run into trouble in mid as well if Nevis continues to poke around. But again, XROCK playing a little bit safe here. KT-15, oh, I don't know if he's going to get challenged here. I thought for a minute Yang was just going to push out on him, but he's going to back off very quickly in that one. KT-15 just kind of holding safely now. The rest of ranking, though, starting to group up here. Maybe for a push-up mid. I think that's probably the call I would make here at this point, knowing XROCK has given it up several rounds in a row. This time, though, they actually have some presence there. It's going to be Yang and Sunny kind of holding it, and now they have a 3rd here, so even though they're playing kind of 4B, again, I like this change up from XROCK because they have a lot more control over mid in this situation.
Definitely wouldn't be a bad round for ranking to just lurk a player out onto A and sort of see what's up there. It almost looks like it's going to be back to B again, like you said, Kyle, and that will help, but there are still members here from XROCK that can defend. If the call was go A, ranking wins the round. There's no doubt about it. There's just no way Geo can hold against 5 solo, but I don't think they're making that call. It is the slow creep back toward B for the C4 through the tunnel. Again, Hugh is leading the charge with the C4. It worries me a little bit, but either way, here we go again. Lee this time, good for 1 early on the entry. Gets that info, calls for the rotation across. Still there's a trade in. Ranking are making it happen one more time. A 3-on-2, and they've got the flank behind as well. You don't peek here. All you have to do is wait for KT-15 to come in from the GR spawn, have his impact. It's a big spray onto Gia. Won't get the kill, but will win the round. 9-5. And ranking right here now have their XROCK on sub-base moment. You've done everything you needed to do to win the map. Just make sure you don't let them come back into it, which is the fatal mistake XROCK made on sub-base. And now look what it's cost them. And ranking have to ensure that they have now put XROCK in the ground. Don't let them back up.
XROCK playing the 3-2 split to start off the round. Ice Cube working his way up again for that mid control. And it is a similar setup for XROCK as well. Jie pushes out, knows he has the A-long control, sends the extra player back towards that GR spawn hold, but as we saw in the last round, they had the setup. It didn't work out here. They're just not really hitting the shots in comparison on the side of XROCK in this map, so they've got to do something a little bit different if they want it to work out. It's going to be a full push as well, starting to happen towards the underpass. And Sunny on the other side of it. He's going to need that help very, very soon here from Yang to hold this one off. But Ice Cube, he's been so successful on these entries, just going for it, getting that early pick and then falling off. But I I don't know if Sunny's prepared for it on the other side. Hugh, though, he has the chance. Finds the opening. There's now nobody on this A bomb site. They can cancel and go A here basically for free. They've got to know this is what's happening here on the side of XROCK and rotate, but the rotation is going to be up to Chow here. Takes down Ice Cube, but it's still a free 4-on-4 for the A bomb side.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised that Hugh doesn't W key straight into the A side off the back of that pick, but either way, they've gotten in time. Plant is going down. Nevis, don't pick your head back up. Good swing from Hugh. He wants to get it done right here. It's 4-on-2. XROCK are certainly crumbling under the pressure, and now 10 on off of 4 ranking. Lee will fall. It's just Chow in the 3v1, and that is it. 2-1 for ranking. The series will continue, but it's not looking good for XROCK.
Well, going into map 2, there weren't a lot of believers left in ranking outside of you, Elfish Guy, but now I think there's quite a few who believe they can get it done. A 2-1 lead, a huge bounce back from ranking, as now they go into Mexico to see if they can close it out. And honestly, XROCK, they look like they're crumbling under the pressure here.
Yeah, you're 100% right. It's sort of feeling easier and easier, actually, for ranking as we go through this series, right? They lose 10-4 on map 1. They have to work and grind really hard on sub-base to get the win there. But actually, Ankara ends up being quite a clean victory from them, all things considered. And that Blacklist side, it felt like an inevitability that they were going to get the win. So I don't know, is it a mental thing now for XROCK? Have they just completely fallen off mentally? Are they feeling the pressure? Are they breaking? Are they crumbling? They need to have their moment now, actually, which is where obviously ranking was able to bring things back after losing Black Widow. Outside in that conversation, what are they saying? Are they figuring it out going into Mexico? Because, yeah, certainly something was said after Black Widow there for ranking that got them back into it. And this man on the screen is a big reason why. Back-to-back MVPs from him. If he can keep it up for one map longer, especially given Mexico is a very rifle-centric map, it could be a 3-1 today, I think, for ranking.
Yeah, I would say team play-wise, this was by far the best map for ranking this tournament. And the scary thing is for XROCK, I think their game plan didn't work out at all. Always going for those dry executes without any info plays in advance. So I think they need to step up on Mexico because otherwise that's it for them in the tournament.
Well, the pressure is on to XROCK now. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, map 4 Mexico is on the way. The score now 2-1 in our series here, ranking one map away from securing themselves a spot in the arena for the top 4 double elimination playoffs. And it's on to Mexico to see if they can get it done. And I feel like now at this point, all three of us are kind of believers in what ranking has brought to the table here, because XROCK, they just look completely shattered now.
Yeah, I feel like I'm like a religious leader or something like that. I've tried to convert you guys to the ranking religion, and it seems to be starting to kind of seep its way into the sphere. But one thing I will say, actually to the detriment of ranking, is that I feel like KT15 has started to fall off a little bit. He didn't really have as much impact there on Ankara, which is fine because everyone else was doing work, right? You had Ice Cube, you had Humio, Falcon was still pretty good there as well. But, you know, I'm kind of getting to that point. We're getting deep into this series now. Is fatigue a factor? Is consistency going to be a factor? And we know inconsistency especially has been a problem for ranking esports. So I am kind of wondering whether or not can Humio, for example, now have a third really banger map in a row, which is obviously at this kind of stage of the competition what you need to be having. But is it going to happen? Is it going to be possible? Because that's a lot of games in a row to really be putting the team on your back. And then similarly, on the other side of the coin, are the ranking stars going to miss out again, right? Yang had one excellent map. Map 1, he was dominant, but going into maps now 4 and 5, if we get there, is Chao stepping up? Is Jia stepping up? Is Yang stepping up again? Are we seeing much from... It feels like at some point, someone's going to have to show up somewhere and make this job a bit more difficult for ranking.
It really feels like firepower-wise that the Vietnamese squad is so much better today. It also reminds me kind of like watching it like a match in 2018, Brazil against China, or like 2019, Brazil against China. Another key fact could be we're going to see Mexico now. First of all, starting off on GR, it's a big advantage for the Vietnamese team. And also they played Mexico twice, right, in the wildcat stage. They beat Kongana on this one very convincingly, like 10-4, something like that was the scoreline, I believe. So, I mean, Kongana, one of the best Mexico teams here in this tournament, and the Vietnamese squad had no issues at all beating them. And yeah, especially on Mexico, it really comes down to firepower. And again, today they look much stronger, especially in the last 2 maps. So I'm really convinced now that they will win this one.
Yeah, it seems like it might be the case now. I feel like XROCK, they need to crank things up to another level to get back into this game. They really have to start off strong too, which, as you mentioned, can be very hard on the BL side of Mexico. But I almost feel like this should be a better team we're seeing out of XROCK on this map. I feel like they are still capable of winning this series. They've showed us a lot of strength in past series that looked way better than what we're seeing right now. The individuals on this team have the firepower at their peak, I think, to be the better team in this series. It just feels like on the day, ranking is by far having the better day right now. So I'm hoping we see a little bit more of that flair. But one of the things I'm concerned for them on Mexico is knowing Jie already is a bit frustrated, and now he's probably not going to be able to use that as well. Do you think that's going to be maybe an extra hindrance for him going into a map like Mexico?
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. It was actually something that I wanted to talk about here as well, like the sniper effect, because Jia, he is one of those sort of more chaotic essences, I suppose, in the team, and like you say, maybe not going to be able to have as much of an impact here on Mexico, already getting a bit frustrated after Ankara. I think that could definitely be a problem, and I also think, pound for pound, the riflers on ranking are far and away better than XROCK at the moment, and that is a big problem. They are not being able to compete. They are certainly not competing with the riflers, and like, at least when it came to the sniping, I mean, Jia was kind of still in there, right? He felt like maybe he was that pillar of consistency actually on Ankara especially, that was, you know, at least having some sort of contribution, but hard to imagine that's going to be a big factor here on Mexico. And we'll head into map 4 of the series between XROCK and ranking, and it does feel as though ranking are poised to make history happen here and knock a Chinese team out before they make it into playoffs. Let's find out, though, whether or not ranking can do it here on Mexico, or if XROCK can push it through to port.
It all comes down to having a good start here for ranking as we hop into it. They're on the GR side. Everything looks like it's leaning in their favor. But that's when teams can start to make those mistakes again. It's when they feel like they've done it already. So they can't afford to make those small miscommunications or mistakes here at this point. GA almost taken down actually by Ice Cube at the start of this round. Ranking going for a full swing onto the water. and spotting, but XROCK, they're going to reignite this execution here, and I'm not so sure they're going to be fully prepared for it. Ice Cube left alone here, misses the shot as well, has to get the follow through. KT-15 nearby for the response, and again, this isn't like XROCK. They normally would have gone for that here, but you can tell the confidence has gone down quite a bit now in this fourth map.
Well, we talked about the sort of Vietnamese meta on this map on the GR side and the presence that they put on that water position, and it's actually paid off for them in that round because XROCK multiple times have kind of probed that area of the map, and even here, Ranking are going to try to recontest it. Look at that, there's no way that XROCK was expecting this. And C4's been dropped as well, so Ranking playing their style, and it is working out, at least in this case. C4 retrieved and then lost by Gia, and it's just Lee left alive dueling against FUTCON. Huge start from Ranking Esports. That belief is definitely there.
It's very unusual to retake water during the round with like 3 guys, but it's working out for Ranking.
Maybe not weird in Vietnam. Like we talked about that Kara House and Ranking matchup, how many times they contested water between each other.
Right, yeah, I agree.
And so that little tendency is shining through here again, and I wonder if XROCK have picked up on that, because again, like they also now are showing that presence in water multiple rounds in a row. But are you then kind of playing into the hands of Ranking, who are used to dealing with this?
Yeah, I think that's the problem there. Ranking know how to handle it very nicely. They've shown it multiple times throughout this tournament so far. I feel like if you want to beat Ranking, you actually want to get aggressive the opposite direction towards this A bomb site. This is where they've had some issues in the past with how they rotate on the retakes, and you could potentially catch them off guard. But Humio, he's the one you have to get past on this A ramp position, and he has been deadly so far in these last 2 maps. You can see XROCK though, this is where they want to take it. 4 players in alley, grouped up, ready to execute. The flashes come out over the top. FUTCON completely blinded, but Nevis goes down first. KT-15 able to hold on with FUTCON. Chow sneaks in, but FUTCON, he stalls perfectly, looks down at the forklift, and now it's a 1-on-3 they can't win their way out of, and Ranking get yet another round.
I can't believe FUTCON survives that entire round. Like, he's in the most dangerous position, and he's dancing around the boxes and dancing around the forklift at the back of site. It did look like a rough setup, to be quite honest with you, though, for XROCK. Like, you've got essentially 4 players that can defend the A bomb site. It's a fast rotate for Hugh and for Ice Cube, who were playing mid and water respectively. And as long as those players on the site don't instantly die on the entry, then you're going to get given time to rotate in, and that's exactly what happened. So 2-0, solid start for Ranking.
They are going to be playing a little bit more passive this time around. XROCK not really going for any early control play, though they are slowly working their way up the alley. Again, it looks like an A split is the target, but if you're going to go into Humio, you've got to be ready for him on the other side of it here. Hugh not going to be traded down as well. Surprising to see. Chow gets that one. Nice headshot there. Now they've got control over mid as well. Nevis almost eats that nade. Ice Cube, he really wants that secondary kill to answer back, but it's already down to a 5-on-3 at this point. But Ice Cube, he's got a chance to turn things back around. Nevis as well might get gifted this frag, but actually Lee somehow gets the repeat onto that spot. Ice Cube, he's left alone here, but he hits the shot. The trade quickly comes through. KT-15 on the flank, but he cannot connect to the spray at all. And XROCK do manage around here, but still the lead holds for Ranking.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky for Ranking. Felt like Nevis, at least when he was pushing into alley, should have probably been able to bring that back to a 3-on-3, and that would have cleaned it up, really. I think Ice Cube then more presence looking in toward mid rather than having to deal with that alley trade and the flank coming in from behind. I actually think that round was definitely winnable for Ranking in the 4-on-3, but either way, they do give the first round over to XROCK.
XROCK again, they keep thinking about pushing water and then backing off pretty quickly. This time, kind of just letting the utility hold them out of mid. I would love to see a mid to B execution from XROCK. I feel like that would be pretty valuable at this point, knowing Ranking is a team that puts the extra attention on that water position. It often leaves the B bomb site with either one player or just one late rotator holding it nearby. And even in this round, there's nobody directly contesting that bomb site, but XROCK, they're so turtled up here, they can't get that information.
Well, pretty standard mid-take from XROCK. And where do they go from here? Surely toward B. Look at all the util getting tossed on out. Here's a big moment actually for Ranking. This is a big test, especially for KT15, who's really the only one here that can defend, but he's just not there fast enough. Beaten for pace. And Chow was able to assist on that frag. This might be where it starts to fall apart a little bit for Ranking. Certainly not looking as convincing now. Umio for one, but low on HP. Won't expect Chow around the corner there, and either way, easy done for XROCK. Couple of shouts, trying to pump themselves up.
Yeah, it's a huge mistake, I think, like leaving B side completely open. They had like 3 players in front of water, but the rotation was just way too slow through alleyway. So, I mean, it was late run already, like 1 minute left on the clock. You should send at least player towards quad area or towards B side, even better. So, yeah, I think not the best rotations here coming in from the Vietnamese team.
Yeah, a bit tough here. 2 in a row, though, for XROCK. It could be their chance to get back into this game quickly, and again, they take control of mid. This time, 2 kills in the process. Ice Cube able to find 1, but look at this play from Sunny. Just goes guns blazing down the ramp. Chow and Yang to follow, and Chow gets the double to clean it up. And this is XROCK starting to come back to life in this series. 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I can tell you for sure XROCK is a lot more animated on the stage right now than they had been throughout any of the maps so far. There is some screaming and shouting happening, not even after the round, but literally during the round. It's like a constant train of information getting screamed. But it will slow down again at the start of the round.
Yeah, right now for Ranking, I feel like one of the big downsides so far is Hugh very quiet on this map in the first 5 rounds. And we've talked pretty consistently about how crucial those first 5 can be. And right now, out of the first 5, it's XROCK leading on BL Mexico, which is not what you want to see. You're Ranking in this situation. It only gets harder from here to put these rounds up. But again, Humio, what is he doing? He's alone pushing the alley bridge against 3 players. And Ranking, they can't really do anything to help him.
You can hear how much this means for XROCK. Anytime an enemy is spotted, there is still a lot of noise being made, and it's going to be that push through to B. Potentially again, Ranking a better setup for it this time around, but I actually think maybe the better choice is to go into the A side here. It feels like they've already drawn that rotation. Util's getting tossed in. It's the re-aggression, though, from Ranking. The crunch back into mid that they thought would work, and it's blown up in their face. It's a 4-2 now. XROCK have turned it on Mexico.
I think Ranking should try at least play 1 round aggressive mid together with like 3 or 4 players, or just play passive on side. But Humio, the solo aggression mid just don't work out at all for him. I mean, this position is basically made for him, like holding A-cross with the AK, can go for some clean taps, but for some reason just doesn't feel it right now. So maybe either like ask teammates to support you with like a free stack in mid, or just back off to the bomb side.
Definitely wouldn't mind seeing Ranking just slow it down a little bit here and go back into their sights. You give Ice Cube the opportunity there for a couple of picks maybe with the Orm before the actual fights happen. KT15's been looking solid as well. Try to go back to the fundamentals, trade things down on the entries into the sites. That's what worked out on A. Ice Cube gets info and damage, but not enough. And KT15 also huge chunks of damage, swathes of damage, but no kills coming through for Ranking. And Fatcon is the last survivor. He's snuck back into water, but Gia is watching for that one. And XROCK are certainly beating Ranking for pace at this point in time. Good time to call the timeout, but have they already let too much slip in the first half here, Ranking? Got to be wondering that. 5-4 feels like it has to be the bare minimum for ranking now, which even then is a disadvantage.
Actually just thought they have the perfect setup here in front of water, like Ice Cube spotting them very early, gets the leg shot, but KT15 like for some reason couldn't connect the shot, and also the players on A didn't even realize that there's a flank towards alleyway, because even like 1 round before there was always this guy looking towards alley. So yeah, it seems like the setups just don't work out, and I feel like ranking should either play like again aggressive in mid with like 3 or 4 players to stop the aggression from XROCK, or just play passive onside with like 2 players on B, 3 players on A, and just leave water completely open.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it there as well. 2 back-to-back plays in the round where they get a free 1-on-2 for XROCK. And that's 5 in a row on the BL side, and it starts to look a little bit grim on this map for ranking. And I feel like this was their map to win. Going into map 5, it's not going to get any easier against XROCK, especially if the shots are starting to fall back into place. Ranking, if they want this series, I almost feel like they have to somehow pull this map back.
Last map is Port, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I was starting off a blacklist for ranking, so I mean, it felt like they were leading 2-0, right? It felt like the momentum is shifting towards the Vietnamese team. But yeah, XROCK bounced back into this matchup. Some good executes.
It's going to be a fast A, it looks like, for XROCK as well. Already 2 forward in alley. The other 3 working their way quickly down the A ramp. Nevis has to hang on here with Ice Cube, but so far it is not so good on the A bomb site. No kills go the way of ranking. Yang and Chow just decimate the defense, and Hugh is already left low in the alleyway. He's taken down. FotCon, what can you do here? 1 versus 5. A little bit of desperation coming out. He sinks back onto the B bomb site, and maybe to take a moment and talk with his team here, but things are not looking good at all for ranking on this map, especially on the GR side. Not what I was expecting after the map 3 they had, but XROCK, they are looking like the clear-cut dominant team in this 4th map.
It is feeling destined to go to 5 at this point. That is a painful half from ranking. And a completely different looking XROCK. You got Yang stepping up, Chow, Lee, Sunny and G, all 5. You go down the list and everyone's having a good game here. Ranking definitely need the 3rd, and I'm not sure they're going to get it after that start. Oh, she is just lighting up the scoreboard and the kill feed. Lee as well alongside him. It is so over for ranking in this first half, and you'd have to think probably in the map as well. That is a completely different looking XROCK, 7-2. How do you come back from that as ranking?
I don't think you do on Mexico, especially with XROCK getting the GR to close this out. It should be map 5 on the way. I feel like ranking made so many mistakes, not getting the trade setups to work out for them, and consistently also not being ready for alley pushes. I feel like it was so obvious XROCK was going to push alley aggressively those last 2 rounds, and they still got caught by it.
Yeah, being down 2-7 on blacklist, it's tough. It's almost impossible.
Especially with Hugh going 1-8, right?
Yeah.
He has been the MVP back-to-back, sub-base Ankara. Bailed them out of so many situations. He got countless advantages, multi-frags all over the place, and here, barely even registering on the scoreboard. Nevis as well, someone that was pretty good. 2-9. Where are the frags going to come from for ranking?
Gia, is he going to spot Ice Cube? Yes, he is. Through the smoke, doesn't matter. KT15 with the jump out. Able to help so far. Not a bad start here for ranking. They clear out the bomb site completely. Hugh and KT15 doing a good job of getting those trades on the entry together. Chow, the last alive, and Nevis is going to be spotted out here by Chow. Doesn't matter. Nevis gets the shots. Nobody goes down on the BL side, so Hey, not a bad start for Ranking to maybe claw back on map 4.
Difficulty is it's going to have to be near perfect here from Ranking. I think the moment you let one round slip here and allow XROCK back in, you're pretty much donezo. I suppose they've got 2 to play with, right? If it's 9, I think you're sort of dancing on too thin a knife's edge, but as long as it's 7 or 8 here for XROCK, so maybe I'll give them 1 round. If 1 round goes wrong here for Ranking, it's not the end of the world. But beyond that, we're looking at map 3. Until that point, though, it pretty much has to be perfection from Ranking. They're just going to have to take it 1 round at a time and make sure they win every single one of those rounds. It's a good nade to land on the head of Yang. But a responding nade in kind sort of trades that damage back.
XROCK seem to be aware that players are starting to work their way up into alley as well. Yang just playing alone on the back of site. Does have Lee nearby just in case, but Ranking, they've got to be ready once again on this A push. It looked pretty flawless the last time around, but we'll see if they can do it back to back. This time it's Sunny. Good for the first. Lee swings wide, and Ranking, they're just kind of stuck in this corner, but still, they get their way out of it. Huge kills going for all of these players, but Nevis, that double kill is everything to get them out of that position. Now GA is left alone in a 1-on-3.
He's got no HP either to play with, so it would be a miracle if XROCK were to be able to pick this round up. He'll work his way toward the doors and wait for a mistake if anyone's pushing in through mid, but he's not going to get it, and timer is ticking, so he's going to have to go. They know that he's out onto the side now as well. Catches Ice Cube in the side. Fuckon full HP. Not going to come into play in the end. It's Nevis. Huge round from him, and you can actually see the setup working there for Ranking, right? The first 2 guys go in the side, and you think, wow, this is looking a bit baity. But then Nevis is there watching one of the angle, the doors, Ice Cube watching toward Forklift. And when the XROCK players swing, they inevitably do end up actually getting traded down. It looked bad for a moment for Ranking, but they were given those timings by XROCK and they were able to salvage it. Still, not the cleanest of rounds for Ranking, but enough. 2 in a row on the blacklist side, though. It's got to be a confident settler. Though, I need to see more before I start to really get on board.
Is to be Ranking, setting up that mid-execution. A lot of smokes being thrown towards the A ramp. And here comes the commit onto it. GA, he's got a good spot, but the utility forces him off of it. He gets a nice nade over the top, though. A lot of damage from it. Lee, good for 1, but here come the trades. Ranking trying to shove their way through. It's just not going to work out, though. Chow and Sunny shut it down. Nevis tries to get something done here. He's got the opportunity to sneak behind, gets the double kill, and now they narrow it down. They can get this bomb back potentially and get towards that B bomb site, but it is pretty far in there. So now Nevis has to support this play, but the 2v4 is down to a 2-on-1 now. Sunny, the last hope for XROCK to keep this round in their grasp, and he's got the bomb in his hands to do it with.
Oh, he's actually pushed forward, which is kind of a galaxy brain play, but Ice Cube is also holding that W key. I wonder if he's going to be a little bit faster. Is Sunny aware of this flank, this rotation? Has he heard him? He's going back to look at the A side, but will he be prepared for the swing from the double doors and also for Ice Cube? Does he expect Sunny in mid? Layers upon layers of mind games in this round, and here comes Ice Cube in through mid. I can't imagine he's going to check this angle. Sunny gets the timing as well, and that is another one now for XROCK. 8-4, they creep 1 round closer. It was almost there for Ranking.
Yeah, the log play from Nevis was quite good here, but I still feel like they need to use more utility when I want to enter A side. They just pushed A side without any flash, without any nade. And this is tough because XROCK obviously having 3 players on A side since they play without mid. I think if you don't use that much utility, you should rather push B side, which is easier to push usually.
It's a tough one here. Ranking trying to find a round, sneaking out of water, but They've got to run into trouble here. GA good for the first, Chow good for the second, and it's just not going to work out at all on the water push. 3 going down already. KT15 and Ice Cube trying to carve any path left out of this round, but KT15 at least good for 1 on the fall off, but it might not matter. Sunny already takes down Ice Cube, and KT15, it's not going to matter. He's taken down, and it's now map point on the table. Map 5, very, very close in the crosshairs now for XROCK.
Yeah, here's where they haven't given themselves enough rope, unfortunately, in the first half. Like, if it was a 5-4 or a 6-3, like, you'd still kind of have 1 more round or 2 more rounds where you'd be saying, you know, ranking, they had a pretty good start to the half. They were looking okay on Blacklist side. Ice Cube's found the entry. It's definitely still workable, but 9 for XROCK just feels a bit too much to come back from. Yang getting traded down though. KT15 not prepared to lose it here and now. Hugh though falls, and Gia might get it done. Ice Cube missing his shots as well, and XROCK, well, they will not be denied. It is 10-4 in the end. It took a little bit to get it over the line, but 2 apiece. Our first best of 5 to go the distance.
It's all tied up here once again, 2-2 after Mexico goes pretty swiftly in favor of XROCK, and now we've got a map 5 of Port to decide things on the way. But it almost feels like we just saw the XROCK of map 3 come out of ranking this time around on map 4. They just let it slip. Nothing was working out. And now it's quickly turned around against them.
Well, it's exactly as we were talking about in the pre-match there. Can Hugh keep it going for 3 maps in a row? We get a resounding no from Hugh, which is a big problem, obviously, as you can see there for ranking. He gets 2 frags, I think it was, for the map, which is just nowhere near enough for your MVP. Your back-to-back MVP as well. And yeah, you can see the difference between the scoreline of a 10-5 on Ankara going the way of ranking and a 10-4 for XROCK on Mexico. So where, oh where, can we find our hero as ranking going into Port? Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Hugh to come back, or is someone else going to be able to step up? Because right now, momentum's back with XROCK.
I think it's crazy how inconsistent actually the Chinese team is today. I mean, on Ankara they looked really weak, and then popping off on Mexico. But I also have to give credit to them. I think the executes on Mexico is one of the best I've seen in this tournament so far. Especially the flash towards A side, it felt like everyone was blind on A side from ranking. And also the lurk plays, the flanks from water. So the blacklist was really on point on Mexico. And yeah, like when it comes to Port now, it's really tough because again, the ranking starting off on GR. But I mean on blacklist, let's have a look at the stats first. And yeah, especially Homeo having a rough time on Mexico.
That has to be his worst map of the tournament, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
It's not going to cut it here for ranking, but hopefully it's not the last we've seen of him because there is still an important map on the way. And if they can crank it back to what we saw in maps 2 and 3, it becomes a much closer one in the final map. But they are going to be now in an uphill battle to get back into this match because you can see XROCK, they know exactly what they want to do here. They're not afraid to go down without a fight, and they've got a pretty good fight, I'd say, after that one. I definitely doubted them going into map 4, but you know what? Maybe the prediction of the overall casters will be correct, but Elfish Guy, you still have a chance on map 5. We'll see how it pans out, though. We are going to take a break, and we'll be back with map 5. Stay tuned.
Make it a 2K even.
It's been a tough road for both of these teams, but it all comes down to our final map in this series. One team is going home, the other is moving on to the arena, and Port is going to decide it all for both teams. And honestly, I'm not so sure either way at this point. I feel like there's been points throughout this series where one team has looked really dominant and the other has looked really weak, but it's never been both at their peak. But I'm kind of hoping we get both at the peak for this final map to make it a little bit more interesting and really see who that top team is going to be.
It's definitely hard to say, isn't it? Like, we really don't have anything to go off when it comes to Port. Like, Port's been left in the pool in a lot of series that these teams have played at this event so far, but neither have actually had to go and play the map, so we can't really comment on that from a historical standpoint at this event. And also, like you say, I mean, one map, XROCK looks like they're the best team easily in this matchup, and then the next map it looks like it's ranking. So where's the consistency? Where's the argument to be made one way or the other? I don't think personally there is really. I think it's just who shows up here in this final map, who's got the mental resilience and the physical resilience as well to kind of come into Port looking stronger. The one tick in the book is that XROCK come off the back of that last map with the momentum, and obviously ranking are going to have to find a way to sort of grind it out and potentially come back into it. So I don't know, for me, I can't make a prediction. I did go with ranking. I've been happy with what I've seen from them today. Even if they go down in this series, I think they can hold their heads high, but they will definitely be disappointed if they can't win it out here on Port, and obviously so will XROCK. So 50-50 for me. I'm not leaning one way or the other.
Yeah, it's really hard to predict. I'm just hoping to see a very close match. I mean, to be fair, we only saw one close map today, right? Which was Subbase. I mean, like, both teams are really, like you said, like, quite inconsistent. One time you feel like Ranking is the best team in the world, and suddenly XROCK popping up on Mexico. I still do feel like on port it really comes down to executes, like which team has the better executes, and I feel like the utility usage of XROCK is slightly better. So I think the Chinese team might have the upper hand on the last map.
Yeah, I'd agree as well. I feel like XROCK, I would give them a slight edge, but not a super confident one going into this final map. I feel like they've shown a lot of weaknesses on the day. It really just comes down to also, is Humio going to perform here? I think on this final map, we've got to see something more. 2 kills on Mexico, clearly not going to cut it. They rely on him to be that key entry fragger. You could see on Mexico, he was taking those same risks, but not hitting the shots. I feel like a lot of it, though, might have been that M4 in his hands. Hopefully, he gets that AK going on port. Maybe there's a chance they get a better start here, but ultimately, I do feel like XROCK has the edge now going into port, and just knowing that it is going to be the harder side up first for Ranking as well only makes it a more difficult challenge, but it's hard to say who's going to be better, I think, still under pressure here.
Yeah, look, you are the star player on the team. It's not okay to be going 2-8. There's no two ways about it, right? You can sugarcoat it, you can be nice, but at the end of the day, in a make or break series like this, it is those players that you look to be the difference makers. And right now, 2 of the maps he has been. Debatably 3 of the maps he has been, because 2 of them he did it positively, 1 of them he completely went missing, and you saw how that ended up going. Mexico 10-4 for XROCK, of course. And Humio, all eyes on you going into port, but not just him. The star players on either side, who can deal with the pressure going into the final map in this best of 5 series. Gia, orb in hand, can you make it happen? Ice Cube, the same. Yang, Chao, have they had the impact on this series that they've wanted to? Well, here's the opportunity. It's time for port. It's the last map in this series. It's do or die for both these teams. Loser goes home.
Here we go. A little bit of a slow start for Ranking. Already kind of setting up with the expectation there might be an A-long push from XROCK, but XROCK not really going to go for that. Early tunnel control. They back off, kind of reset into the 2-1-2, and it is going to be a slower round, it seems, on our hands here. Ranking just trying to find something early on to work with. You can see Ice Cube looking for that pick across the mid-bridge. Chao thought about peeking underneath on the edge of the smoke. Not going to do so, though. XROCK, I'm definitely expecting a pretty safe setup from them. But one thing I know the Vietnamese teams have trouble with is mid-control on this map, so I'm hoping we see something a little bit stronger in this one from Ranking when it comes to mid-control, because Chao is a pretty difficult one to go up against if he goes for these jiggle peaks on the angle.
Oh dear, KT-15. A lot of util being sent in his direction, though. Actually, only one of the grenades has landed. That, though, is a good peek from Gia. Very fast. He saw more members. He wants to go for another swing, and that'll work out as well. So this is not the start for Ranking that they would have liked. They don't even really get the chance to fight for it, right? The round is taken away from them by Gia before it even starts.
And Gia again. Good for 3 on the round. That's the C4 down as well. Nevis, he needs something massive to try and steal this one back, but when Gia has the bomb, you have to think it's over at that point. You can see him kind of shifting around in the B tunnels, hoping somebody goes for a solo peek, but this is XROCK knowing exactly what they need to do here on this side of the map, playing extremely patient, but it is Nevis who finds one. It might not matter for long, though. 20 seconds, he doesn't have time to go A, and they know it here. They flash him out of position and take him down, and XROCK, that is a very clean first round.
Well, that's exactly as I said, isn't it? Which of your star players is going to be able to step up in this game and thrive under the pressure? Well, we get it from Gia, a huge 3K to kick things off.
Was Ranking playing quite slow? I don't like this approach. Not taking any map control, just waiting 1 minute in the base, not doing anything. This round, they go for long B aggression.
Oh, sure. They've done their research, though. We've seen that position played by Yang a couple of times, and it's been brought to heel by Ranking. 2 fast picks from them, though Hugh is quite low. He wants to get aggressive. He's taken down by a nade. Still, you're in a 3-on-3 and somewhat in onto the B site, but finding the plant is going to be tough. And in that meanwhile, of course, Xia is on the flank.
Yeah, it's all about the timing here from Xia. Oh, he misses the shot onto Fotcon, though. That is a huge whiff. And now he has to do it alone in the 1-on-2. And they already know exactly where he's coming from after that missed shot. Nevis
Do they?
turns around for a moment. Maybe they didn't hear the shot. I'd be surprised if they didn't have an idea. Now they definitely know. Xia taken down to 43 HP through the wall. Thanks to Ice Cube on the pre-fire. He's trying to sneak across, though, once the 1v1 onto Nevis. He might have a chance to find it, but he's running out of time. He has to move a little bit quicker in order to isolate these kills fast enough to get this defuse on top of it. Gets the first. Now it's down to the 1v1. Ice Cube has to hit the shots, and he will, tying it up 1-1.
But this is the way to go. Just play fast-paced. Take long B control, take AC control. Not playing too passive, not being scared. This is what I want to see from Ranking Gaming.
It's the same thing as Subbase, right? Like when they played slow, they looked pretty bad. When they played fast, they were able to trade down pretty effectively. And sure, some of the rounds they lost because XROCK, individuals held the sides, but they did look a lot better on those faster plays. And here again, they're going to give it a crack. This time though, Chow with a bit of spam. Buckon, Humio, both down. There is a trade at least in there from KT15, and he's somehow getting work done in mid.
It was a weird play by Young, just pushing to tunnel solo, even though they were up numbers 5 versus 3. This play was quite unnecessary, I think.
Yeah, a little bit too risky, but they still have the advantage in the round. KT15 down to about 30. The rest of Ranking working their way into a connector. Ice Cube just holding on to this long position, but he's got the bomb alone. I don't like this risk he's taking, but he knows they've got to find a pick to get back into this round. You can see as well, KT15, he's kind of just snuck out to cross towards this A bomb site. He is spotted there by Xia, has to fall back, but the bomb is really late here working up A, and still KT15, he swings the site all by himself. Nevis on the late trade, at least able to find one here. They are running out of options. And look at this flank from Lee. They have no idea it's coming. Ice Cube goes down, and more importantly, Lee has the bomb as well. Nevis knows he has to try and get something out of this, but it's not going to matter. He's completely collapsed around, and Chow should be able to finish this one off pretty easily, but Nevis, he somehow sneaks past Chow. The timing just doesn't work out for him at all, but Nevis, he has a chance to reclaim this bomb in the 1-on-2.
Is this doable? I gotta imagine it's impossible, but I don't know. Yeah, I was gonna say all it takes is one more good clean shot. Doesn't happen. XROCK themselves a second round. Maybe a little bit too telegraphed from Ranking, going for something pretty similar to the round that they did just win. So what is the change up going to be? Ice Cube's got the Orm in hand. Bit of a slower play. Wouldn't mind seeing some presence maybe over toward the A site. Ooh, and that's a great shot from Ice Cube.
Yeah, now it's going to be tough for XROCK. They've got no mid control to work with, but it is going to be a bit of a push play coming through from Lee, pushing all the way to A connectors so far, and he's going to get up into it here. I like the call. Holding on to this position could be pretty valuable to turn the round around, but he also has to be really careful because all of Ranking is about to pour out A long against him, and he needs at least 2. But look at this rotation. All of XROCK is stacked in mid. Lee is pushing through as well, and even though they don't have anyone on this site, they still have everybody nearby, and Ranking has to be ready for this. KT15 goes for the wide swing, gets spotted out, but still, XROCK, it's this flank that has to be in the position they need it to, but it's just not. Lee goes down right away. Gia able to get one onto KT15, but the C4 is still not actually planted just yet. Humio holding on, but Chow shut down underneath, and this should be it in the 1-on-3.
Yeah, it's a pretty ill-fated, ill-timed re-aggression into mid from XROCK. They felt in the 4v5 that they had to take matters into their own hands and try to retake some part of the map, but they would have definitely been better off if they had just left G up on the A site, trying to play whack-a-mole, bouncing his head up and down, sniping the players as they walk up long. You can't really fault it too much for XROCK. Yes, it was poorly timed, but they did sort of have to try and do something, given that they were down 4-on-5. It is going to gift ranking a second round, though, and as long as you're trading evenly on port on the blacklist side, I think you're going to be very happy with that. So far, so good for ranking. Lovely shot, obviously, from Ice Cube. Lovely couple of shots, even, from Ice Cube to start that round. And it is Nevis that's leading from the front this time.
But also a perfect counter. I mean, usually like pushing a 5 guys mid-round towards long A doesn't make too much sense, but in this scenario was the perfect counter because XROCK boosted one player towards A connector, so long A was completely open. So good play from ranking.
Still not seeing too much from Humio, which could be a problem later on.
Nevis, though, 7-3. Great from him so far, but hopefully he can keep it up. But XROCK playing pretty safe. 2-1-2 this time around. Trying to run down that clock, put that pressure onto ranking, but honestly, a back and forth on the BL side, not too bad if you're ranking, a little bit worse for wear if you're XROCK. If you give 4, maybe 5 over to ranking on the half, it's really a good position for them to go into the GR with. Still a bit slow, though. Running down the clock, about 1:10 to go. And XROCK, they're slowly shifting towards this A side of the map, only leaving Chow on the B bomb site. He's been pretty good at holding it solo for the rotations, but he's going to have to do it again here. Yang's starting to group up with him, but I feel like this is the right call from ranking there. B pushes have been a little bit stronger.
3 players here, though, for XROCK. But the difference actually this time from XROCK is that they don't have anyone contesting that warehouse push. So ranking are already into the warehouse. They haven't actually lost a player. I say already, there's only 30 seconds left on the clock, but even still, at this point, they'd usually be down to 4 or 3 players even. So they would be feeling a little bit better about maybe making this entry into B. Still, C4's going in through mid, so options open, and it's the rotation that's been pulled off of the B site. It won't matter though. Sunny and Yang are locking it down. And with 17 seconds, the C4's retreating. It's not possible. You've got to go forward, ranking. Nevis is locked in the corner. Someone needs to help him, and no one got a frag. No one barely even hit a shot there. That's decisive from XROCK, but you have to wonder what went wrong there for ranking, because they had what they wanted. They got the map control. They were given the push that they wanted, but they couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, this didn't make too much sense in my opinion, like pushing mid first, then they got the entry, XROCK, then they just back off, ranking towards B again. Humeo already pushed side solo, so this execute wasn't played that well.
Yeah, a bit of a questionable move from ranking on that one, but it's still anybody's for the taking, especially if ranking could answer back with a 3-3 on the BL.
Nevis with the Orm as well at the start of this round, so he's looking for picks too. You'd think he'll probably swap back to the rifle, but... Well, has he already? I think he might have. Surely you're not committing to this push with the Orm, double Orm.
Yeah, he's going to be switched. It's the right call, though. The A bomb site, maybe not the right call, though. 4 players right next to it for XROCK. They seem to have the right idea, and ranking, they're about to go right into the stack as well. There's almost no turning back at this point. KT-15 moves to the drop down on A connector. They're trying to set up the sneak out, but Gia, he seems to have an idea. It's already coming. Gets the pre-flash ready to go. 1 minute on the clock. Ranking still for an A connector. Just trying to wait it out and catch them at the right moment. But if they don't go for the full commit here, it could be Interesting on this rotation, but look at that shot from KT15 through the box.
Holy
Humio
cow.
finds another, and Ranking could steal this away after all. Humio gets the double kill, finally coming to life on this map, and now it's all on to Chow and Yang.
He's back, boys. He's back. Let's see what he can do, though, because actually Yang and Chow also look like they're back, so we might actually be getting what we wanted on Port. An exciting final 5th map right here. Nevis is not shying away from the fights when he's 8-4. He wants to go for another one, but it'll be stolen away by Hugh. Huge 3K in that round from Hugh. And I love the timing for Ranking. You could see XROCK just second-guessing themselves with that hold on the A side. They had the players waiting. And just as they think, oh, it's been long enough, I probably should start my rotate to mid and toward B. That's when Ranking pull the trigger and they kind of catch them half in transition. And scoreline's 3 apiece, so either team favored at the moment.
Ooh, Ice Cube very close on the shot onto Chow. Not quite going to pull it off. It's going to be Ranking 4 players starting off towards B long. Only KT15 holding the push out of A. But again, XROCK playing extremely safe in these rounds, not really going for too much forward control. And I don't really blame them here. It's a high-stakes situation. You want to put as much pressure as possible onto your opponents here, and Ranking on the other side, just doing the same thing, waiting to see if XROCK is going to make that mistake, give them that early round kill to work with, but they're going to have to work for it here. 4 players, actually all 5, starting to work their way towards B, but Yang, this is a good position along with Chow on the long box to try and catch them off guard.
Interesting spot from Yang. But it is only the 2 players on B, so these guys are actually going to have to be pretty perfect with their hold. Rotation's going to take a long time as well. The mid player's even sort of on the A side of it. That's, though, exactly what you'd want from Yang. 2 kills before he goes down, and even then Chow's able to survive. So this is a perfect scenario for XROCK. Fakon will fall over to a stray gust of wind, and Chow pushes his way forward, but gets traded back on down. It's not over until it is, and XROCK have another one. Huge stuff from Yang. If he doesn't get 2 there, it's a completely different story, and Ranking can flood the site, but he slows them down enough.
These rounds are so close, though. It definitely feels like everybody is stepping up to try and get this one done for their team, but XROCK, this is their chance to secure the half in this round. They've got the 4-3 lead. They almost have to have the half on this side of the map. Otherwise, Ranking, they'll have a chance. But look at that nade over the top. I don't know if it fully connected through, actually. It fell a little bit short there. But Ranking already setting up to push out onto the A bomb site. Again, XROCK, they do have a lot of players here, but last time the way they were set up in this same fashion didn't really work for them because GA couldn't hit the shot fast enough on top, and then the rotators just got kind of annihilated by Hugh from that late connector positioning. This time, they're going to do the same thing, though, just waiting down that clock, trying to get the timing perfect for when XROCK starts to overthink.
Literally just wait another whole minute, and XROCK's going to have to do something like this. They're going to have to look for info, and they're going to give up a player. That's perfect from Ranking, and now they'll pull the trigger. I mean, they could have even waited some more, but they've got the confidence, and Hugh, he is coming online. KT15 also finding critical entry frags. You got to go back to A if you're Ranking. Like, this is now twice in a row. It's looked so good. Surely the call is go A.
I mean, once again, it's the same issue for XROCK. Like, for some reason, Chow just backing off towards B side. He should just stay in B machine room. He has all information there. You will see there's no player long B from the Vietnamese team. And he can just tell his teammates, guys, just stay A side. B is completely clear. But for some reason, he's just rotating off towards the side again.
It's a tough one to lose as well for Yang in the opener. Ranking looking to take the win on the BL side, but I'm not sure if Ice Cube got the spot there.
Don't think
onto
so.
Gia. Just on the edge of the smoke, you can see there was almost a chance there for the second kill, but they've got to play a little bit safer for XROCK. But the problem they're running into is they've had the A site stacked and lost it twice. And this is where they're going to be overthinking things for sure. And I almost feel like now that they have the 5-on-4, B might be the better play here for Ranking to move forward with, because they're so worried about this A bomb site this time around. You can see, though, Ranking, they still want to challenge Lee onto this position. They're going to do so in just a matter of moments. The flashes come down over the top. Lee has to get it done here. He's going to be good for at least one. Humio spotted down as well, but it's going to be a quick trade from Humio. Nevis gets the kill as well. Sunny, the last hope to hang on with GA, but he still has the top positioning to work with. But again, the trades are right on point for Ranking, and they'll get the plant now as well.
And they'll get the round to 5-4, the lead for Ranking going into the second half. And they were able to achieve that on the blacklist side of Port. Backs against the wall now, XROCK. Once again, they've been put in a corner and they are going to have to find a way to get out of it.
Ranking, though, we saw them struggle on the GR side of Mexico. Hopefully, not the same issues here on the GR side of Port. They've got the lead they were hoping for coming out of the first half, but XROCK, they are a pretty good BL-sided team, but Hugh, what a way to trade that one down, making sure they keep the numbers equal. And now it's going to put that extra pressure onto XROCK to decide where they want to go.
Hugh's definitely back, and alongside Nevis stepping up, that might be the dynamic duo that gets Ranking through to the top 4.
XROCK, though, they're going to full send it here. Fast execution out of the middle of the map, but they haven't dealt with FotCon, who gets the triple kill, and it's all done on the round. Ranking take it commandingly.
Actually, I felt like this aggressive approach long B didn't make too much sense in my opinion, but anyway, they got the trade, but this mid setup of FotCon and Timeo, nice crossfire and insane free pace from FotCon, stepping up to the plate.
It's happening. It really feels like it's happening. And this is exactly what we talked about. Oh! That's a double kill. That's a collateral from Ice Cube. And surely that just completely puts XROCK in the mental bin. Pause on straight away, exactly as expected. Though, they're finding a way to come back into this round. Someone's got to kill Sunny. Someone's got to find the trade there. KT15 and Humio will get it done. It's back to 2-on-2. The round shouldn't be this close after a start like that from Ranking. Fast rotate, though, from Hugh. If he cuts off the bomb carrier, that could be the round. It's the C4 spotted, and Gia, he was too fast into B. KT15 given the chance now to come across as well, and Hugh wisely not going to challenge it. Gia's gone for the M4. Don't give 1v1s. KT15's going to go for it.
These shots.
It's now Hugh who will have to clutch this one up for Ranking.
Just an insane back and forth already in this round. I mean, shot for shot, everyone bringing their A game to keep their team alive, but it's all about the timing here from Humio. Is it going to be spotted?
He thinks he's already moved. He thinks G's already gone A.
Oh, no. That actually could be the loss of the round here. You can see Hugh is over-rotated back in, but
no way.
Is GA also going to take the bait here and try and double across to the A bomb site? He's going to have to make the call soon.
Seems like he's going to stay B. Then again, Hugh's sort of playing in mid, and he's not committing to either side either, so... this is the thing, there's so much time still to play with, and the mental battle really is the first step here. Gia's cleared out mid, he's cleared out warehouse, he's trying to clear out everything, and now he's going to plan on B. And Hugh will work his way in from the GR spawn, which surely at this point Gia's got to be expecting, right? He's cleared this side out. He's going even deeper into the warehouse. Time ticking away from Hugh. He's going to have to tap the bomb. Surely you've got to tap the bomb here to try to draw the peak out, and he does. You could almost sit the bomb here. And if he did, he would have won the round. Hugh's run away. Wait, sit the bomb. No. Gia's going to come back in time. Hugh for the swing, and he'll get the job done. Oh, dear, it's gone wrong for XROCK. Timer is okay. And Ranking will win the round 7-4. And it's a damn good thing they did call that timeout, because they need it now And what I was going to say just before Ice Cube hits that collat is, this is exactly the situation we were describing during the wildcard stage. We were saying, if your team can make it out in first seed in the wildcard stage, you'll play against XROCK, and that is far more favorable than playing against Baisha. Kara House lost 3-0 yesterday against Baisha. Ranking now are on the precipice of knocking XROCK out of the competition. And honestly, if Kara House was in this position, I can imagine they definitely would have gone better than a 0-3 scoreline. Not that they may have beaten XROCK. I don't know if they were that good. Don't know if I have the same faith in them that I do in ranking. But either way, you put in the hard work earlier in the competition, you reap the rewards of it, and we may well be seeing the fruits of the labor start to come to bloom for ranking.
We also shouldn't forget that ranking always had issues, right? Closing out matches. So now they actually have something to lose, right? Leading 7-4 on GR side. It feels like it's too good to be true now for them. It's like, guys, we can actually reach top 4 here at CFS.
I mean, Kara House was able to do it in the past. Why not ranking now? Not going to get a better opportunity than this. They've still got their timeout to play with, or did they use their timeout in the first half ranking? I can't remember.
They should still have it on this
I want to
map.
say they've still got it.
They didn't use it, yeah.
So that's another tick in the book as well, right? You can afford to lose a couple of rounds here and still have a bit of a chat. Certainly would be more ideal to get it done clean, but somehow I don't think XROCK is going to make that easy for them. Both teams have been very clutch. Gia is stepping up. He's 11-9, but now he's on the blacklist side. And is there a way that he could maybe have more impact than Ice Cube did on that BL side? Because think about how many of those rounds were actually opened up by the Orm 4 ranking.
It's an interesting setup as well on the B-bomb site. They've got Nevis on the boost. FotCon be just holding on to that mid position, but this is the real risk they're taking in the round. Neither one of these positions are usually played for more than a one and done, but if KT-15 is enough of a distraction, it could set up Nevis for a really huge play here. But XROCK, they are a team that normally checks this boost position, so I would be very surprised if they don't do it here. You can see Chow and Yang, they're both setting up to try and check this, but KT-15 kind of needs to be the hero in this round. He's set up for the play. They've got a third on site. I mean, they've got everything here they need, but they've got to connect on the shots. But look at this from XROCK. They're perfectly ready, but not for Humio to be in that third position on the headshot box, getting the double kill. Humio looking for more. He's not going to find it, though. 2-on-3 for the retake, and this is where things get really tough for FotCon and Ice Cube.
That's crazy that XROCK is going to be able to check both those angles and clean them up without losing a single player. Hugh did well, honestly, to find the double multi-frag, but certainly not enough to keep the numbers even here for ranking, and FotCon and Ice Cube have to find a way to step up now if they want to make this retake happen. Otherwise, it'll be 5 for XROCK. They have bided their time long enough. It's time to go. Ice Cube will miss the shot, and FotCon didn't really quite get the memo as to where that trade had to come from, and so XROCK get one more, but I wouldn't really say the pressure is on ranking again yet.
Feels like it might be soon, though. I mean, ranking, they've got 7, but every round this gets closer. They get a little bit more nervous, a little bit more anxious as to their life in this tournament. So they've got to keep bringing it here on this GR side of the map. This time, though, mid is wide open. Ranking going for the quick boost into the A connector for Nevis. And it could be a good read here, actually. There's not a whole lot of downside to this, especially if FotCon gets out alive, which he will definitely do so here. And now it's on to XROCK, trying to find that early pick again. You can tell they're starting to hit the shots here on this side of the map as well, but it really comes down to this A connector boost position. Is Nevis going to find the value in the round?
Bit more of a standard setup for ranking. They'll be starting to wonder what's happening, though. Info pretty hard to come by here for ranking. KT-15 Not spotting anything out over toward B, but he is going to have a big role to play, especially considering that rotation has moved away. Ranking going to gamble on a mid-aggression, and it will work out. Lee's going to drop. You've got to get your members back where they need to be, though, into the sites after a kill like that, because it still doesn't give you a huge amount of info. But it certainly puts the onus back on XROCK. 4 on 5, what do you do? What's your plan B here?
I like the utility as well from Ranking. It almost forces them to have to go B, and they know it. They stack 3 towards this side of the map. KT-15 still has to hit the shots, though, from this position. He spotted out Xiao, almost able to take him down. But Ranking, they've got 3 on site. But look at this mid flank. GA, they have no idea. He's going to find one. Now they're sandwiched on the back of the bomb site. But Ice Cube and Humio, they're trying to keep this one alive. But it might not be for much longer. Ice Cube stuck back of sight with 5 HP. He's taken down, and XROCK, that is 2 in a row.
She is hyped up.
And it should have been a round actually for Ranking. The mid aggression was perfect mid-round. 2 players from bridge peeking alongside this one guy in A connector. The issue was really Jay, like going for this lurk play towards mid, and Fatkon wasn't ready for this at all.
Change up from Ranking, much more of an aggressive hold from Hugh this time toward B, and he's not seeing anything. It's faster actually from XROCK. Nevis playing a dangerous game, really relying on Ice Cube. If the swing comes on A long to save his bacon while he watches this A connector.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to hold for too long, because if the A push does come, you're basically one and done at best from that position. But thankfully for Nevis, no long push coming through yet. And he might even have the chance to take a fight 1 versus 1 against Lee. But Lee, he could also play a quick flank roll if he's able to sneak into mid. But look at this angle from Humio. I don't think GA is ready for it, but he reacts perfectly to find the opening kill. And Humio down already is not very good signs for Ranking in this round.
No way. He has been their star on this map, Nevis as well. But it's KT-15 to drop over toward B. And that feels like it really should just be the round in the end for XROCK. It's not even going to end up being close. This is starting to get problematic for Ranking. And it's a prudent thing that we spoke about their timeout being available still, because it looks like they've called it for the 7-7 equalizer. And what's the adaptation going to end up being? Because they certainly need something, and they need it pretty quickly. XROCK are getting rolling. It's starting to remind me a little bit of Mexico, which is dangerous. Ranking going to try and stall that momentum here with the timeout. But what can they do to win this game?
I think I should play a little bit more passive and then just go for mid, like mid-round aggressions, go for info plays towards A connected towards mid, what they also did before. Actually, this one specific round was quite good for them. Went for the mid aggression, got the entry frag, got the information mid is clear, stacking B side, but then again GA going for this lurk play towards mid, which cost them the round, but this should be the approach. Like Humio having a hard time here, playing long B aggressive, so just play passive on side, go for aggressive plays in mid round, and then just stack the right side depending on your information.
We can see here though in the replay, perfect entries from Jia Chao as well, helping finalize that one to get them all tied up. 3 rounds in a row, the momentum sinking in for XROCK to get the comeback into this match, but this is where Ranking really has to show that they are prepared to adapt under the pressure. I almost feel like it would be the most Ranking way to go down if they lose the final map 10-8. I would hate to see it happen, but I've seen it happen to them so many times.
Yeah, it certainly would be. But even if they were to go out here, I think what you'd have to say about Ranking is that they have, at least so far, given us the 2 most entertaining games of the tournament. Ranking versus Kara House, that was a banger. And Ranking against XROCK is also delivering. KT-15 not so much on this map. He was really good at the start of this series. 4 and 14 here though, under the pressure. Can he find a way to lift? Especially considering he's one of the B players. was one of the B players. Now he's in toward mid. Maybe that's the change-up that Ranking have identified. They've said we need a stronger hold on B. To be fair, B has been getting exploited.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to XROCK's decision-making in this round. It's a standard 2-1-2 setup for Ranking, so nothing really unusual coming after the pause other than the switch-up for KT15 playing a little bit safer. But right now, Lee's already going into the A connector for control. They're going to find this pretty early on. You can see he's trying to bait out if there is a shot on the other side of it. But there's no counter boost in place. Instead, it's going to be Nevis and Ice Cube setting up the crossfire for this push, and they're going to have a chance to deliver here. XROCK, their entire team, is now setting up for the A execution. They're going to throw the fake utility towards the B bomb site as well. I actually like that smoke quite a bit. It's going to stall the rotation here, but Ice Cube, he's already spotted out a player, misses the connection, but now this is where Nevis has to perform. Gets the first kill, looking for more here. KT15 able to find one as well, but Sunny is still trying to get it done for XROCK, but now it's a really tough position to be in for the rest of XROCK, so they've got to back off.
I don't think Nevis needs to go for that repeat. Honestly, I think he just needs to tuck and try to buy time, right? You've still got Ice Cube watching the angle. Ultimately, he'll give up his life, but it's still a favorable trade for Ranking. 4-on-3, though. The push is coming in toward the B bomb site, and Fakon is there on his own. You've got Humio coming across as well. They're not too sure exactly where it's going to end up being. Sunny gives the game away, a 1-for-1. Hugh needs to do more, needs to hold on, needs to at least survive, but he's doing more than that. He's finding frags, and Ice Cube gets across. A crucial round for Ranking. Puts them one in front again. Do they have the tenacity to hold on in this series?
I mean, with how close this one is, I'm almost expecting overtime out of this map. It's been a lot of back and forth. Ranking, though, this is the better side to be on under the pressure of overtime. They don't have to make the first move if they don't want to. That is a lot of advantage to work with here in a map like this. But at the same time, I feel like still XROCK is hitting the more solid shots in this map. It's just coming down to a few small mistakes, and the one key difference being that Hugh is back on this map. You can see how much of an impact it makes when Humio is playing to his top level.
Yeah.
I think it's the right decision now to stack B side. After the last one, I think XROCK, they know, okay, Nevis, Ice Cube, both of them are pretty strong on A side. Doesn't make too much sense to push A side, so that's rather either execute towards mid to B or like just go for the full B execute.
It's a huge call, isn't it, though? I mean, look at Ice Cube. He looks so isolated over on the A side. But it might just work out. I mean, XROCK are going B. There's no doubt about it. They are going toward the B site right now. And unless something changes their mind, they are going to walk into a 4-player stack. And that could just about seal the game for Ranking. They're doing it. They're working their way into Warehouse. Nothing is dissuading them. Ranking are not peaking. There's no reason to turn around now for XROCK. It worked before. Look, it's Yang and Chow set up exactly the same as the last time that they hit the B site. They're going to check all those angles. There's not going to be anybody on them. Fakon and Nevis playing a little bit more of a retakey style. Here comes the util. Hugh's come across as well. He'll be spotted. Chow doesn't go down, but Hugh is still alive. He's putting in work. He's got himself the 1-for-1. Nevis out of the picture, but where does XROCK find their next frag from? It's certainly not going to be from Hugh Mio, as he's got one more, and he wants to go down swinging. 2 for Hugh. Fakon has one. KT15 another, and it's Chow in the 1-on-2. But he's got no idea. Where is Fakon? There's smokes all up on the site. 25 seconds. He still has to retrieve the bomb, and Fakon is just sitting pretty.
It's all down to the timing here for Chow. Does he pick up the bomb or does he swing? Fakon swings first, though, and it's match point on the table. Ranking, they are one round away, and you can see the relief there from Ice Cube.
I think he's sending a prayer. He's saying one more round. One more round is all they need, and it'll be XROCK out of the tournament.
But also what I call stacking B side in this round.
I mean, you said it. You said it. It worked perfectly for Ranking. Well, maybe not perfectly. It was a very near thing, but they got that round that they needed. And Now it's 9-7. You've got a couple to play with. You've got OT at least confirmed. Pressure is off at least for this round for ranking.
XROCK, though, I think they want this B again. They know it's probably their best shot here. They almost had it in the last round, but now it's going to put even more pressure onto ranking, not having the stack to work with. FotCon spots 2 coming out onto the site. Chow already tucks into the corner, and now ranking have to retake this one a little bit more carefully, but Sunny on the lurk takes down Nevis, and it's up to Humio to work his magic again on this retake position, but Ice Cube from down low able to find one. And now FotCon, he has the opening as well. This could be it here. 4-on-3 situation. The bomb can't be planted safely as well. And Humio, is he going to swing? Yes, he does. But KT-15 catches GA by surprise. Ice Cube goes down as well. It's on to FotCon to try and hold on. Oh! He's going to get it done, though. The upset is real. XROCK goes down, and it's a 3-2 victory for Ranking Esports. Well, we finally get our first major upset of this tournament, and at a crucial moment as well, the knockout stage. Ranking takes down XROCK and books their ticket to the playoff stage in the arena, and now things are very shook up for the rest of these teams, I believe, moving forward. But Elfish Guy, it's your chance to gloat. You were right here.
What up now, XROCK predictors? Oh man, easiest prediction of my life. But seriously, what a series. That was fantastic stuff. I think that's exactly what we want out of the best of fives, right? And even though XROCK go out, they delivered an awesome game, really. But at the end of the day, you have to say credit to Ranking, because they've stepped up in every way, coming through from the group stage where they really didn't look like they were going to be anywhere near a threat. Going into the wild card, we started to get convinced a little bit, and here I think is where they've really announced themselves as a serious contender for this event. They looked really good on a couple of those maps, bit shaky here and there in some of them, but they had the mental resilience, which I think is the most important thing at an event like this to get through the series. So 10-7 for Ranking in the final map. You have to give a shout out as well to FotCon for those two clutches back to back. The 1v1 and then even more importantly, the 1v2 on the back end to actually close that one out. Ranking 3-2. I mean, look, I predicted it, but not even I believed it at the start of the day. You go so far back, it was Black Widow 10-4 for XROCK, and it felt like, right, we're just going to get another 3-0 series here, and that's going to be them out of the tournament. But end of the day, they dig deep, and XROCK, they looked a bit stunned actually walking out. We just saw them walk past our desk on the way out of the arena, and they did not look happy. Nobody walking next to each other, everyone walking single file. Some very, very sour faces, and they recognize the opportunity that they have squandered.
I mean, you can kind of see it in the stats as well, top to bottom, how close this truly was. I mean, the ADR across the board, very similar between both of these teams. You just have that slight edge of some of those players who didn't necessarily perform as well in the past, really stepping up here to get this one done for the side of ranking. But of course, the key here, Humio, really bad in map 4, swings back full force in map 5, 112 ADR, and that is honestly what they needed here to get this one across the finish line. You combine that with just some individual heroics, and you get what you see here on your screen, a huge 3-2 win for ranking. And now the big question that's going to be on everybody's minds, is this the making of that Cinderella story run? Is this a team that now has finals potential? Seven, what do you think now?
And first of all, huge congrats to Ranking Esports, especially mad respect to Fatcon for getting these 2 clutches at the end. He's not known to get usually many frags in a match, but yeah, in the end he got the 2 key clutches. And yeah, when it comes to the next matches for Ranking, I mean, they might face Baisha, Vincent, and either Imperial or AG. Of course, this will be even more difficult for them. But I mean, after this match, who knows? You know, to be fair, XROCK, it didn't feel like watching a Chinese team at some point. They played really inconsistent, and it could be also a tendency because even last year, Q9, the 3rd best team from China, lost against Karahouse in the quarterfinal. I also remember 2017 when Freedom Gaming won against AG in the quarterfinal. So usually in quarterfinals, for some reason, always the 3rd best team from China loses against the Vietnamese team. But yeah, also again, mad respect for Ranking Esports. I doubted them before this match. I thought this would be 3-0. I mean, you believed in them, but still, yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
What a great match.
I think the one thing that you have to say, and we've kind of been highlighting for this ranking roster, is you live by the sword, you die by the sword, by their playstyle a little bit. That kind of got cleaned up a little bit in this matchup, but now I think the analogy is actually live by the hue, die by the hue, because, I mean, he missed out on Black Widow, he missed out on Mexico, and those were the maps where they kind of got pounded. Both of them were 10-4 for XROCK, but every other map, the maps that they won, Hugh was the MVP. He's 3 out of the 5 maps of this series. He's the MVP. No doubt the overall MVP. And I mean, this guy surely has to be the #1 player in Vietnam at this point. I don't think there's a conversation about that. You had good cameos from Ice Cube, who was consistent across the whole series. I felt like he definitely didn't go missing. Nevis had his maps. KT15 had his maps. And Falcons had his maps. But the key difference maker was when Hugh is on, Karahouse, rather Ranking even, look like a team that can potentially challenge toward the top end. So look, I know we talk about him a lot. It's been kind of the talk of the town really over the course of this event. We've really highlighted those individuals that have set the server alight. We've talked about Nine, we've talked about Famous, we've talked about those kinds of guys. It's Hugh as well here, obviously, for Ranking, and it's something that you'll probably hear us talking about come Friday, Saturday, and Sunday if they make it that deep. And, you know, people are probably getting bored of that conversation. They're thinking, why do you keep talking about these guys? We've heard about it. We know they're good. Well, that's why. That's the difference that an individual player can make. And unfortunately for Ranking, right, it is quite an onus to put on one player. If he doesn't show up when they get into the arena, I can see Ranking just getting blasted out of those games. But if he continues to perform, the sky feels like the limit for Ranking. So we've got an exciting Friday at least, because we'll be seeing them play there.
Yeah, I mean, now it's a really interesting semifinals we're setting ourselves up for. I mean, so far we have only one Chinese team making it through. Maybe even now a potential for it only to be one when it's all said and done. Imperial and AG will be that deciding factor if All Gamers can join Baisha as the 2nd Chinese team to make it through. But with the shakeups we've been seeing so far, I think there's really a world where Imperial could pull it off after all as well now.
I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility. They got close with All Gamers as well in the group stage, and that's kind of the same thing that we were saying about Ranking, right? I had my belief in Ranking based on the fact that they looked better in the wildcard stage, the fact that they were able to go close against XROCK. in the group stage, and the fact that XROCK did look a little bit shaky in this event, even though they were clean in terms of the map victories. And I think you can kind of say the same thing for All Gamers. Sure, we didn't get to see Imperial in the wildcard stage, so we don't know how they've played since the group stages, but they were able to go close with All Gamers there. All Gamers lost a couple of maps in the group stage. They haven't looked at their best. Imperial, if they're on today, they could win this series.
I also think at this point everything is possible. For me, it's still crazy how much ranking esports improved over this year. I mean, in Vietnam, they looked really shaky.
They didn't look good, did they?
They played against my team, against Vasco, against Baisha, didn't have any chance in the group, basically. Then they win the match against Cara House in the Pro League, and suddenly they gain so much confidence coming into this tournament and really popping off. And especially, I mean, even if they lose against either Imperial or AG in the semi-final, then I might face Vincent right in the lower bracket. And against Vincent was also a close match in the group stage. So I think a top 3 finish is doable for them.
Yeah, it seems very likely at this point. They've already knocked out one of the strong contenders in a lot of people's eyes, and to have a team like that just not going into that double elimination bracket, I think not only gives ranking advantages, it also opens up a bigger opportunity now for Vincent as well, with one Chinese team taken out of that path.
For sure, and I guess for those other teams now, they've got to really be looking quite eagerly at this next match to see how this one goes, right? Can Imperial topple All Gamers? That would mean Baisha is the last bastion of resistance really for the Chinese squads, or failing that, can they at least make All Gamers look mortal and give other teams a bit of a leg up in terms of the mental warfare, the mental battle going into those matches against All Gamers. This next one, the final one of the knockout stage, is going to be really interesting to watch, and also it's going to have huge implications on how things do play out when we get into the arena for the playoffs. So yeah, I'm already pretty happy with what we've got, right? We've got one Chinese team, one Brazilian team, one Vietnamese team, and now it's time to decide whether we'll have 2 Chinese teams or 2 Brazilian teams through to the playoffs. But even the fact that we've got 3 regions represented already is more than I could have asked for.
Well, that's going to wrap us up here for this match. Of course, we've got another one on the way. Before we hop to it, though, we're going to go into an interview with Ranking to hear their thoughts on that massive upset win.
Well, to many people's surprise, a Chinese team has fallen before we get to the stadium for our playoffs. Ranking Gaming, with a big win, find themselves into the semi-finals. Congratulations, Humio, our MVP. Did you expect that to go to 5 maps?
Chúc mừng đội hôm nay, các em hôm nay đã giành chiến thắng, và các em có nghĩ rằng là đội mình sẽ đánh đủ cả 5 map không?
Team em thì không nghĩ là sẽ thi đấu đến 5 map, chỉ nghĩ là sẽ thắng với tỷ số là 3-1 thôi.
Actually, this is out of our expectation. So we thought that on the 4th map we will got the victory, and we were expected it to be 3-1.
3-1. Okay. So the first map, Black Widow, that didn't go so well for you guys. XROCK won that one. What did you all say to each other to be able to come back and start winning?
Trong cái map Black Widow, các em đã bị thua và đã giành được chiến thắng ở cái map tiếp theo. Thì lúc đó các em đã trao đổi với nhau như thế nào?
Bọn em có động viên nhau bảo là thôi bỏ map 1 đi, vì còn tận 4 map nữa mà. Nên là mọi người cố gắng để chiến đấu map 2, dẫn đến chiến thắng.
So at the moment, we think that it's only the first one. There are other 4 maps to go. So we will hold our composure and we will finally get the victory.
You were scoring a lot of kills for your team, Humio. You were playing extremely well. You were really important in overtimes as well. But then on a later map, you seemed to struggle. You got hardly any kills at all. What happened for you?
Hôm nay em đã giết được rất nhiều bạn và đánh được rất là tốt. Thì em tại sao lại làm được như vậy?
Em cũng không biết tại sao nữa, chỉ cứ nhấp chuột qua mạng thôi ạ.
Actually, I don't know why. So the only thing to do is to click the mouse and get the point.
Click the mouse, get some points. Okay, so 2-2. We go to Ports, the last map. how were the team? How were the communications? Was anybody getting really nervous?
Sau khi tỷ số là 2-2 và các em đã vào đến map thứ 5 thì lúc đó đội em có căng thẳng không? Và các em đã trao đổi với nhau như thế nào?
Bọn em cũng động viên nhau bảo là cố gắng lượt thi đấu đầu tiên thì cố lên 4, xong là lúc mà thi đấu xong thì bọn em nắm được hoàn toàn quyền kiểm soát nên là không có căng thẳng.
So at the moment we were all nervous. Then after we got the advantages, so we feel very relaxed.
Okay. You are now in the semi-finals. You will go to the playoffs. A big stadium full of the passionate Crossfire esports fans. A huge crowd to play in front of. Anything you want to say to your Vietnamese fans who have helped you get there?
Bây giờ các em đã được vào vòng chung kết và sắp được thi đấu ở một cái sân vận động rất là lớn và có rất nhiều khán giả. Thì bây giờ em có điều gì muốn nói với khán giả Việt Nam không?
Cảm ơn mọi người đã luôn ủng hộ cho Giang Kinh Esports và mong mọi người sẽ tiếp tục ủng hộ cho đội tuyển của em.
So I want to say to the fans who always support us and say thank you. We hope that you can continue to support us.
And we hope you give them a lot more excitement to support as well. Congratulations, Humio, ranking esports, take down XROCK Esports Club and go to the playoffs starting in 2 days. But don't go anywhere today as we have another best of 5 to come. This time it's Brazil versus China. Can Imperial take down all gamers? We'll find out next.
When you open your mind, you enter a new world. A world where you delete everything you've seen before. Where you shift your perspective. It's time to escape the ordinary. It's time to open minds. Alienware.
Morphling Cyberflex Gaming Chair creates dynamic lumbar pillow. It automatically adjusts to your body's movements. Morphling Cyberflex Gaming Chair, reaching your throne.
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个大概是在2016年吧。然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。在巧合的情况下，我在打百城的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发育不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合得够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
是你老犯错，然后帮给别人。我说你不是你什么老犯错吗？
还行是吧？啊。
可以选择的是。我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶级选手。我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
My mind a lot, don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Every day, it's every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in from the back to the floor. Might break you out. In the end, then we gon' hit the shower. We don't need no pause. Miss me, you need a power shot.
Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel.
Got my heart no. Heart no in the bed. Break your hand in. Get us every day. Got my heart no. Heart no in the bed. Break your hand in. Get us every day. Got my heart no. Heart no in the bed. Break your hand in. Get us every day. Got my heart no. Heart no in the bed. Break your hand in. Get us every day. You sound like Argentina. Had to fist my demeanor. They don't want me breathing. Still I rip like diamonds. Got on 3 Jesus pieces. Looking like Jay-Z and Yeezy. So from conceited, but how can I be defeated? It's on my wrist, on like I'm Benton. This thing you doing, son, I'm not a fan. I told my dad today, he said it's all pretend. Give me that, now I got no friends.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. Plastic bars from a copy my steel. Look at my heart, no.
Get us every day.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel. Plastic bars from a copy my steel.
Hello and welcome back to the CFS Grand Finals 2023. I am Valdez, with me is ZZXQ and Elfish Guy, who just got through a 5-game series, made it all the way, ranking esports with the big upset over XROCK in our first series. If you guys did miss that, definitely a very fun one to go back and watch. But now we are getting into the last best of 5 of the round of 8. The knockout stage here. You lose this best of 5, you're out. You win, you go on to the playoffs, which will be happening in a couple of days' times. The double elimination bracket, which will be a lot of fun to decide our eventual winner of CFS. But before we do get started, let's go ahead and thank our sponsors here, OpenMind Alienware. Alienware is supporting CFS 2023 Grand Finals with all of their devices. Thank you, Alienware.
Indeed, and a big thank you as well to Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming chair of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
Exciting stuff here, though, on the way. All Gamers, Imperial, final match of the knockout stage, and after what we just saw, I truly feel like anything can happen here. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, Schrodinger's top 4 at this point, right? Because as of this point, All Gamers, Imperial are both equally a top 4 and a top 8 team, so we're not sure which one is going to fall into which category at this point in time, but I feel like maybe we've hit our upset quota for the day.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's only so many upsets you can have in a day. Generally, it's 1, so unless they're going to break the rules, you know, we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, CHENGDU All Gamers coming in here as the favorites, and you can see the numbers are quite strong. They were in the same group with Imperial, and they did take them out 2-0, although one of those maps was pretty close. But, you know, you're in a group with Imperial, you're getting a bunch of great numbers, All Gamers. We don't quite put them on the same level as Baisha, although they are, you know, kind of, well, now that I think about it, they are kind of on a similar level.
Yep.
But Baisha we have as number 1 right now. All Gamers still very strong. Imperial coming in here as the big challenger today.
Yeah, I suppose that's the big thing, right? Like, is All Gamers really up there in the discussion with Baisha? If that is to be the case, you'd want to see them go cleanly through this series. And then also for Imperial, are they worthy of the discussions that we've been having around them in this event, which has been, well, actually, we've been pretty much saying if anyone's going to beat a Chinese team, a lot of us have really been kind of agreeing that it was going to be Imperial. We've actually just seen that from ranking, and granted it was XROCK, who we considered the weakest of the 3 Chinese teams. But Imperial has their chance, has their opportunity here as well to do it. ADRF and even 2 of the key riflers for this series. In particular, I feel like ADRF has had a very good tournament so far. Ryu Zhao, for me, as well, has definitely been up there as far as the riflers for Imperial is concerned. But yeah, as to whether or not we're going to get that upset today, very tough one. As you mentioned, a 2-0 already for All Gamers in the group, but reasonably close 2-0. As far as predictions are concerned, we do have, again, one outlier. It's Kyle this time, who's gone for Imperial. He's... You're just trying to steal my thunder, really, at this point, I think. So I hope it goes well for you, honestly. I think that would be an exciting day for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Imperial has the potential to win this series. I feel like Gokun is arguably the big difference in my eyes. I feel like he is a stronger sniper matched up against Du on the other side. And I feel like they kind of underwhelmed in their performance last time around. There was some glimpses of what they could do, but they didn't fully live up to the expectation. And I think if they do that here, this could be a series they can pull off, though I don't think it's going to be a 3-0 to get there. I think this is going to be kind of like what we saw in the last series. If it does go the way of Imperial, it's going to be a hard-fought series to get to that end goal.
Yeah. On the other hand, you know, I do agree with you. If Imperial are going to win this, I think it's going to take at least 4 maps, probably 5 to get there. But I do think if CHENGDU All Gamers are going to take this, it might just be 3 or 4 because they are a team that is very strong, very even. It does take a little bit to get going, but if they can kind of get through that early stage and settle in and feel very comfortable, and Imperial don't really get any momentum going, then you're going to have All Gamers going like this, and I think Imperial are going the opposite direction. And could be a recipe for disaster for our Brazilian team. So definitely looking for CHENGDU All Gamers to kind of steady it early on. Imperial, on the other hand, obviously they want to get going very quickly. I think this first map is going to be the most important thing. I would even go as far as to say that if All Gamers take the first one, I think they're going to take it 3-0. So we'll see how it goes. My predictions haven't been the best so far, but you know, it has been a fun tournament so far. We do have the teams on stage ready to go. Let's introduce them right now.
Next to the stage, two teams who individually always give us such amazing games, and we put them against each other. You know this one's going to be explosive. The number 1 seed of the CFPL, the pride of Brazil, they are Imperial. LKK, Fefe, Gokun, Adrian, Ruzao are Imperial. And now the legends to the stage of CHENGDU All Gamers. Even, ZY, ZQ, DOO, and Zhui. They are CHENGDU All Gamers. Good luck to both teams for the final spots in the semi-finals. Compete to conquer.
Compete to conquer, indeed. You gotta be able to compete with your opponent to even have a chance to move on to the next stage. As we did see from Ranking Esports early on, they were able to compete and they were able to eventually conquer them in a best of 5. It is possible against a Chinese team to do that. It was the 3rd seed, but still, maybe this gives a little hope to Imperial, who were watching alongside of me just in the back room, just like, wow, this is a crazy series. Maybe they watch and say, hey, you know, if these guys can do it, we probably can as well. We're quite a good team.
I think it's a tougher ask, definitely, for Imperial. Obviously, All Gamers, we all back them to be a little bit of a stronger team than XROCK. But then again, on paper, we probably would have said Imperial is a bit of a stronger team than Ranking. So it feels like a fairly even matchup. There's precedent, maybe, that you could make the argument that All Gamers could drop a map here because they've dropped a couple of maps in this event so far. But, I mean, they did 2-0 Imperial in their last matchup, which was in the group stage. And prior to that, so the 2 times that they have met in international tournaments this year, both have gone 2-0 the way of All Gamers. However, this is the first time they're going to match up in a best of 3 series. And also, as we've gone through these, it does feel like Imperial is maybe just getting closer to upsetting All Gamers, who, as I've reiterated a couple of times at this event, haven't felt like the indomitable force that sometimes they do. The only concern for me is that I find that All Gamers seems to be relatively upsettable in the group stages, but once they get to the playoffs and those elimination matches, which is now where we are, they kind of kick it into another gear, and we did see that in Vietnam as well. So let's see what we're going to get today from All Gamers. I definitely think they've got another level which they can hit, which is obviously a scary prospect, because it did feel like Imperial, at least on Black Widow in that game that they did lose 10-8, really did kind of find their peak. You had Gokun going crazy. You had Ryuzao having a big, massive game as well. So what more can you really bring out if you're Imperial here? They have to find that answer themselves, because that's, I think, what's going to be required to win this one. But I liked what you said earlier as well about whether or not this is going to be a big series or whether it's going to be a quick 3-0. I tend to agree. I think if it's going to be Imperial to win, it's going to be a grind. But if All Gamers gets the dub, I mean, so far they've never dropped the map to Imperial this year, so they might keep that trend running and get a 3-0 here today as well.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this one is going to come down to that map selection process for Imperial. to really have a good foot forward. I feel like if they're going to win this series, it has to start in map number 1. I don't think it's going to be like ranking where they come back after a 1-0 map loss and just take the series right back. I don't think All Gamers is easy to stall momentum against, and once they're feeling like the series is theirs, I feel like it's almost already over. So you've got to come out strong against All Gamers and win that first map. And for Imperial, I'm kind of hoping they target Eagle Eye for that first map. We saw when they previously met on the map, it was very competitive, very close, could have gone either way. They just couldn't cross that threshold at the end of it. But I feel like with just some minor adjustments, it's a good map for them to bring out in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Imperial have had a lot of time to kind of reflect on that last series and say, okay, what went wrong? How can we do this a little bit better? There are angles, there are vulnerabilities in this All Gamers team, even though from the outset you might say, hey, there aren't. But from what we've even experienced at this tournament, it's like, well, they start off a bit slow. Du isn't that super clutch sniper that's going to be getting 1, 2, 3 kills in a row, stuff like that. Like even like an Ice Cube, who I think can do a little bit more in that facet. Du, very consistent. He's not a bad player by any means. He is fantastic. That is why he is on this roster. But guys like Gokun probably will be able to at least do a little bit better from that sniper role, like you were mentioning. So definitely are angles here for Imperial, just like there were angles for ranking up against XROCK as well. This isn't like a, Baisha versus Kara House experience where it's like, well, not looking good from the outset, and then it wasn't. I do think that this one really could go either way, although, of course, for me, I do slightly favor All Gamers in this one. But again, really comes down to the first map. I think we're going to learn a lot from the first map. If All Gamers come out really strong, that's really scary because then they don't really have ramp time. It's like, okay, they're already starting at their top. If they do bring out something big, like you were saying, for the next stages, like for this knockout stage, that's also incredibly scary. But if Imperial gets some momentum and they look great from the outset and they kind of bring a new level, then I think it's anybody's game.
A couple of things that I'm looking out for in this matchup. I think you need to see ADRF and Ryuza having a really good day with the rifles. They, for me, have been the standouts for Imperial, at least in the rifling department so far. I also really will keep an eye on Feifei because sometimes he's the kind of player that I think can go missing a little bit and be exploited, right? Particularly when he's like solo holding sites, which is sometimes his role, right? He's anchoring on sub base on the A site in particular. I feel like it's sometimes where he kind of gets run over a little bit. So as long as Feifei's going 1-for-1 and these other two riflers are having a pretty good day, I think the rifling core will do okay. And Gokun as well. I feel in this event he has been what's the word? I don't want to say baity necessarily, but he has been someone that has played for himself in a lot of cases, and that often works for them, honestly, because he's in the 1v2 or the 1v3 and he clutches it out, but I haven't really felt that he has been as threatening in the clutch scenarios this event as what we saw in Vietnam. So if he's not going to clutch, if he's not going to win the 1v3s and the 1v2s, I want to see him having an impact earlier in the round and playing for the team a little bit more. For me, those are the two things to keep an eye on for an Imperial, and for All Gamers, well, I mean, any one of their riflers can really step up and do. I think all he has to do is be consistent. So for me, yeah, lots to kind of think about, and obviously as well, what maps are we going to get onto? Well, Mexico, sub-base going to be taken away. And already, that's not ideal, I think, for Imperial. Sub-base, your best map, out of the pool. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, and it feels like the Mexico ban is like their weak map, So they take away their weak map, and then, you don't get to really ban out All Gamers' strong maps. And Compound is going to be the first map here from Imperial, so straight off the bat, going to have to play Blacklist Compounds. We'll see how that goes. That's been a fun map this tournament so far.
Yeah, I think this is a strong pick as well. Looking at the bans, I think kind of the dream scenario for Imperial is going to be this map for sure going their way. It has to happen. Eagle Eye as well. I think those two for an early lead for them would be probably the best option they could ask for in the first two maps. And then the third one, I think it comes down to what they can do on a map like Port. I feel like that's probably their best chance to close out the series, so I would expect off of this Black Widow for Imperial to probably come out with the Eagle Eye pick, knowing it was so close in the previous meetup. And All Gamers, I'm expecting probably their second pick to be Ankara, considering already in this year 2-0 up against this team on that map. So I feel like pretty expected, I would say, actually, from both teams so far, though Imperial is a little bit stronger in this matchup, I would say, on Black Widow compared to Ankara, so I'm surprised All Gamers doesn't maybe pick that first, but actually Imperial wants to draw it as well. I think it's a little bit of a riskier choice than maybe an Eagle Eye would be here, but maybe they're thinking they can get this done in 3 off of that Black Widow pick. It's definitely possible, but yeah, I feel like the Eagle Eye still would have been stronger from them.
Maybe they just think in their heads like, well, we lost to that team on that map. Even though in our heads, like from the outside, we saw it was close. Maybe Imperial are like, let's take a different direction with this. And it's going to be all gamers that pick up the Eagle Eye. They do want to play that before the port. So port, once again, map 5 did kind of become slowly our least played map in this tournament. And it doesn't really change here for the end of this series.
Yeah, 3 sniper-heavy maps to begin with, though, like Compound, Black Widow, and Kara are maps where the snipers can have a lot of impact. Even Eagle Eye, like actually the entire map pool, to be fair, really does feel like you can look at Gokun and say, okay, this is the map where he can step up and really make a difference and maybe put Imperial on his back a little bit. Whereas, again, if we were on Subbase or Mexico, you might say, okay, well, ADR referees are probably going to be the ones you would look at. But either way, I mean, that's good news actually for Imperial. Gokun tends to be their star player on paper. Doesn't always work out that way, but if you set him up for success, the theory is that you set Imperial up for success, and with this map pool, I do feel Imperial have been able to do that.
Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to, honestly, that first pick here. It's a bit riskier than I was expecting for them, but if they can get that early momentum on their side, it's definitely where they want to be in this series, because I feel like Imperial is one of the more momentum-based teams that's left in this tournament. If they go down 1-0, it's very rare you see this team bounce back compared to a lot of the others we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. This first map is crucial. It is critical for both sides. All gamers, of course, they want to just stem the tide. They want to stop Imperial before they get started. They want to, you know, not get too far behind the 8-ball, as it seems like the team has not done their cheer yet, and Gokun will be sat back down. It's not time.
Sit down, boy.
It's not ready. We haven't signed the papers yet. Probably, I would assume.
They're getting back up again. You can see as I turn around and look at the stage. That's
Ref
the
doesn't get it.
Luxury that we are given. Being in the what would you call this? The arena?
Yeah.
Because it feels a bit like an arena. I mean, it's not a stadium, but you could call it an arena. And one of these teams will make it to the stadium. One misses out, which is a bit sad, I think, if you would go to the start of the tournament and say, what's your power rankings to any of us? It's probably Baisha, AG. I mean, we had this discussion really on the early days, didn't we?
Yeah.
We were not too sure about XROCK. I kind of had XROCK out of mind, and that proved to be correct in the end. I think I probably would have had Imperial and then maybe Pacific Makta after the first couple of days. Probably Imperial, I want to say Kara House, if it was before the tournament.
Yeah.
I think that might have been a bit of a throw, but anyway, that's fine.
There was a little bit of discussion about Vincent as well. I think, Kyle, you
Sure.
were mentioning, you know, maybe like a 5th or a 4th
Well, they're in the top
list.
4.
And they have made it through.
The
It's
point
always
is-
fun to do it early and then like
Yeah.
see how it all plays out, because, you know, we can have our thoughts, but at the end of the day, it really does come down to how the teams play.
Yeah, I mean, the point is obviously of that we all would have had Baisha, we all would have had AG, and I think the majority probably would have had Imperial, which means we're going to miss out on at least one of those teams that everyone sort of anticipated seeing in the top 4. And for better or worse, instead we get Ranking, who I'm happy to see there.
Gokun doesn't say anything else after the initial shout. He's
No.
like, all right, okay.
He's a bit more of
Done.
a serene individual.
Serene individual.
The ones that make a lot of noise, I think Fei definitely. Ryu's out.
Lucom.
Yeah. Whereas Gokun's like, all right, down to business.
I'm just here to snipe people. I'm not really interested in anything else. And that he generally does.
A lot of build-up for this first map. Compound, I feel like pretty good pick for Imperial here on this one. I definitely see why they went for it. I feel like Gokun in particular likes these maps where he can kind of carve out a place for himself, and Compound, that tower spot, definitely has his name written all over it. I think it's going to be where we see him a lot in this one. For All Gamers though, I am curious to see if they have any of the consistency issues we saw in some of their earlier matchups. I feel like Even's one of those players that's been very hot and cold in this event so far. Had a lot of off moments in their match against LCK and eventually stepped it up for that third map, but yeah, I feel like Imperial in this position, if you're going to catch AG, first map I think is always the best time to do it because they always come in a little bit cold.
Little bit sleepy. Little bit sleepy. I mean, you're right. Like, those are the maps that All Gamers have lost in this event so far. Lost sub-base map 1 to LCK day 1. Very first game of the tournament. And to be fair though, Imperial also lost their first map, and that was to Kangana on Mexico.
And then we never saw Mexico again from Imperial. They banned it every single time after that. And they didn't have the best showing on that map either. It didn't allow Gokun to really play a sniper at all. So it kind of makes sense for the team. But again, we've talked about how it can be it can feel a little unfortunate when you have to ban out your weak map rather than your opponent's strong map.
Yep. I think the issue today for Imperial is going to be the rifling core. I definitely see All Gamers as having a bit of a stronger rifling core. The 4 riflers on All Gamers all feel like they can have big standout games. We tend not to talk about Even all that much, but ZY, ZQ definitely the 2 on the tip of the tongue, and even Jue, he gets in that conversation a little bit, whereas Feifei, definitely not part of it for Imperial. He's going to be good for a 1-for-1 usually, and LKK on the outskirts as well. But let's find out if our opinions are correct or if Imperial has a different story to tell us. It is time for map 1 between All Gamers and Imperial, the last game of the knockout stage, and the last time we'll see one of these two teams in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals.
This first map, we've said it many times, we got to see big things from both teams. All Gamers, I think if they can slowly win, that's okay. They don't have to come out here and absolutely blast Imperial out of the water. You know, it's Imperial's map pick. All Gamers can start slow and then eventually hit their stride. For Imperial, though, Blacklist side, you got to start here on Compound. It's not going to be favored. It is your favored map, though, as your first pick. So no doubt they will have strategies prepared here for the Blacklist side. We have had mixed emotions and feelings about some of the strategical play on this map. Some teams definitely making 7 cringe a little bit, but I'm hoping that Imperial can show us a new level of strategy on this one. The Brazilian team's generally known to be pretty strategically sound, as we did see from Vincent Gaming.
Well, it's not as if they haven't had time to work on things either coming into this. The last game that they played was day 4. And that was actually against All Gamers. So it's funny that the last match that these two teams played was against one another in the event, but day 5, 6, and 7, they didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, at least they've gotten time to study those VODs, learn, and come back a little bit differently than they maybe did before. The one thing, though, All Gamers loves to do is give up mid to B. A lot of teams in the current metagame on this map give up mid to B. I'm still not 100% sure why that is, but it's very, very commonplace on the GR side to kind of just leave that open for the majority of the round. And you can see here, there's only one person kind of holding on that mid B split. It's going to be ZY, actually sniping, which is pretty uncommon for him to do, but he's going to be running it in this one. But it's ADRF almost gets the kill onto Shui. They just kind of steamroll their way into the A bomb site. Gokun finds the follow-up. ZQ and ZY go down. Do goes down as well, and what is this? 1-on-4 already. Even just stuck on the retake.
Tell you what, Even never looks particularly pleased, but I think in this case especially, 1v4, he's like, well guys, I was anchoring B. What are you doing? First kill will go cleanly over to Even, but now that his position is known, that'll be dealt with accordingly. And Imperial will pick up the first round. So there's that discussion we were having. All gamers coming into the game pretty cold.
Yeah, not a great round from them, but great entry frags from the side of Imperial. They just wait for a long time, and then eventually we get mid to A. And Adrian clean on the first shot, Gokin with the follow-up. And after they made it onto the site, it just looked pretty... It was almost like all gamers were not ready to fight. Like they were kind of like just running away. Dude was like, oh no, I don't want to fight against you. Although he did get the one kill, but yeah, pretty clean stuff from Imperial to start us off. And all gamers definitely will need to stop that kind of strategy multiple times from this GR side on this map, as Du is way up in the sky there.
I feel like I've never actually seen this boost before, though. It's something brand new I think they're bringing out for this. It's pretty uncommon, but maybe it pays off here. ZY, again, though, kind of struggling in the B tunnels to find any value with that AWM in hand, but it's going to be all gamers still kind of taking their time in this one, playing pretty safe, but I do worry after seeing their response to the mid-aggression in the first round, because now Imperial knows that's a really valuable option in this matchup, and on a GR-sided map, having a big hole in your defense can come back to bite you quite a bit, and they haven't really changed too much strategically in this round.
Yep. Pretty straight up so far. This time Jay's going to get out in front of it, and that's a nice little snipe from Du as well, who has hopped down. That's 3 kills to stop the push, make it 4. As Dway, the timing from him was perfect, and now it's just Gokin. Only gets the 1. And Du and Dway pretty much just say, okay, well, they're probably going to send it again. They get the very nice timing on the peaks, and Imperial's push totally falls away.
Well, that was two sides of the same coin, really, wasn't it? Similar strategy from Imperial. One round goes super cleanly. The other round goes very cleanly in the opposite direction. First couple of rounds of Compound, I don't feel really have told us a lot. Need to see a bit more. One thing, though, that is to be sure is that Imperial will continue to play this rather slow blacklist side that we've come accustomed to, not just from them, but I think in general from the Brazilian teams, right? You'd be looking at that last series and thinking, wow, that best of 5 went kind of quick. And it was a lot of fast score lines, right? We had 10-4s, we had 10-5s. But it's not just that, it's just that some of the rounds like literally last 20 seconds. But you're not going to really get those kinds of rounds when Imperial is on the blacklist side. And even all gamers tend not to be one of those teams that's really going to play a super fast style. So honestly, even if this goes to like a 3-0, we might have a series that lasts potentially nearly as long as what we just had.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely a good point. Could happen here, and we'll see if any team tries to break that kind of expected pace, because I think that's important over the course of a best of 5. You can't just sit here and say, okay, we're going to do the same push over and over on the same timing. Like, here we come again, 50 seconds in, we're going mid to A. Well, like, you're just going to get red.
It's 3 rounds in a row, right, where Imperial have played sub 1 minute left on the clock before they've actually decided to make their push.
At least they're going in a slightly different direction this time. Seven does talk a lot about how if you are going to push on to A, you will need some kind of pressure from long. And it does look like Imperial want to set that up here.
It's a tough call, though, considering they might be going right into this stack. Jway here has really one of the best positions you could ask for if they do stack a lot of members on long, but now it's really just Gokin here, but Gokin gets caught by Jway, and now they have to pull the trigger anyways. 25 seconds on the clock. They're working aggressively to get up mid to B, but what is the bomb doing? There's no time to waste. The bomb's just sitting in the backside of mid, hoping they can get an opening here to go back on to A, but still, all that needs to happen is one player stays alive here, and Du is going to find it. 10 seconds on the clock. The bomb carrier's down, and Imperial, they can't do anything about it, even with the kills.
Oh, yep, pretty much. That is going to be the round over. That is the problem. That is the problem with the style that Imperial brings. It's like you have 2.5 minutes to play with. It is never acceptable to not be able to plant the bomb. it means you've made a mistake somewhere.
Yeah,
You've waited too long.
I do think that maybe they're trying to get into their opponent's heads and really go for like really the last moment, so they're not expecting it. But like,
I get that.
That doesn't. It doesn't seem to be a very good strategy.
You want to use as much time
yeah,
is available to you, right? You want to use that time. But the thing is, you need to be doing something with that time.
Yeah.
And in a lot of cases, it sometimes feels like Imperial are not doing a whole lot with their time, right? They're just chilling, waiting to see if they're going to get some kind of aggression, and you can make the argument that that is actually doing something, setting up default, waiting for your opponents to push. But I'm not sure that you're going to get that against a team like AG, right? It's not something that they tend to really love doing. Obviously, ZY's gone for a microaggression over there towards the tunnels on the B side of the map. But it's definitely something that Imperial are prone to doing. They're prone to leaving these rounds a little bit too late. So,
yeah,
need to have a look back at plan B.
I guess if you sit here every time, and ZY is going to be like, wow, they're just sitting here staring at this angle. This is weird. Because sometimes, especially the Chinese teams, they want to push from GR and get a little bit of information. But if you're always just standing there waiting for that push from GR as the Blacklist-sided team, then eventually maybe the GR side just won't start doing that anymore. They'll start not checking. They will start not looking for information, and maybe you can use that. So, you know, Dwayne coming out here as well, maybe they could get a pick on that scenario, stuff like that. But here's Gokin, who is going to get it. I mean, that's a couple of picks, and this time around, you're going 5v3 on the push, even though it is coming at a very similar timing.
Yeah, I mean, in this one, it in theory shouldn't go wrong. Particularly if you choose to go toward the A site. To see a multi-frag here from Du that's going to be enough to save the day is unlikely, especially with LKK on the other side of the map. But let's see what Du can manage here, actually. He's kind of allowing a little bit too much space to be created by Imperial, and ultimately Feifei will take down the one threat that could have made the difference for all gamers. 12 seconds left on the timer, and Imperial will get the plant. But you get what I'm talking about. It is a much slower game than what we saw between Ranking and XROCK. Probably would have been in 6 or 7 rounds by now if the other game was still taking place.
Nice way to tie it up, though, from Imperial. They get it done a little bit slowly, but it's working out for them. All gamers, they're getting a little bit antsy on these pushes. You could see here with the start of round pick onto ZY. Dway as well. Out a little bit too much, and Imperial, that's the game they've got to play here, I think. If you peek into 5 members of AG, you're probably not making it out alive. But if you can get them to be a little bit overzealous, give up a pick early on, that's kind of your win condition here on the BL side.
I would love to see a statistic of average round timer for each team, because I reckon Imperial's average round time would be like more than 2 minutes.
Probably. I mean, a lot of times if you do plant the bomb as well, you're going to add a good 40 seconds. So, yeah, wouldn't be too surprised. But yeah, you know, like maybe now all gamers are like, well, can't really push out on these guys. They are just going to sit here. So not going to get too much information. But you will see that at least they've got Dway pretty far up in a tunnel. So that could be a nice little angle for him. That is a position where if multiple people are going into that room, you're probably not getting out alive unless you totally wipe them. So definitely a nice little committal to the information game, regardless of the way the first 4 rounds have gone. Let's see what Imperial decide to do here. Looks like they do want to challenge him, and this is, you know, he's out here. There are multiple people charging him, and they are going to get the kill.
No commitment, though. They're going to back off. Reset a little bit towards this mid side of the map, and would not be surprised to see a late execution out of mid, maybe to B. And the way they're set up, they still have LKK in the tunnels working his way towards that B pick. But again, there's not much to be had, but Du's going to find a bit here. Takes down Gokin. Now they're looking for something to answer back with. 40 seconds on the clock, and hey, Adrian's going to find it. Surprised to see him pick up the arm for it, but it'll pay off.
So 3 to defend with 4 all gamers. Time ticking away again. Sub 30 seconds before the commitment is being made, and ZY He is there with the orb. This could get a bit messy. Shot is missed though as Ryu Zhao jumps over it. However, Even claims one more. All gamers unable to deny the bomb crossing into the B site. And Imperial are lucky in that respect because that would have been their round over. ZQ, however, can't clutch it out. And a lot of noise being made. Imperial feel that is an important round to win. That was a shot. I mean, he actually connected that one into Gokun. All right.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see Imperial's strategy here working so well for them, but it almost seems like All Gamers is giving them a little bit too much. The opportunities are there, and Imperial, if they keep getting them, they'll take this same approach the entirety of the map. And All Gamers, I feel like they're not really playing in a way that's counter to what's going on against them. They're almost just going for these single frags, peeking out alone, getting impatient, and then they're taken out for it. If they're going to be aggressive, it's not necessarily a bad call if they're doing it together, going for a 2v1, aggressive peek, fall off together, and at least secure a trade, but it just seems like they're relying too much on one of these OMs to find the first kill.
Yeah, which is why I think the strategy in this round was pretty good. You know, challenge into pillars, push them over to one side of the map, and then you can back off, but don't just peek in alone, get picked off, and then it's like, oh no, what happened? We have 3 people left. As they push into B. Definitely going to be pretty difficult to stop that one. So Imperial's strategy working out so far. They're ahead here on the Blacklist side. As now probably going into B here once again, but some utility to delay. Let's see if they do commit to this, as yes, they will make it in, but ZY, this flash is going to be pretty good. Even though not checked in the corner, he will pick up 1, picks up 2, denies the plant. And now Du and the rest of the squad has made it over here. Ryu's out against 4. Not looking good for him. He's going to give it a go. He does pick up 1. But at the end of the day, All Gamers will pick up another round to tie things up.
Pretty clean one. Definitely feels like a back and forth game at the moment. Neither team really getting on top. It's a huge spray down. Well done from Even. I love watching the different styles of riflers that we get at this event, right? You talk about the one-tap type style, right? Famous, obviously, but Humio also feels like he's definitely a tap-based player. If he doesn't hit the headshot, it's like no hope. Whereas someone like Even, and in fact, actually a lot of the All Gamers members prefer to hold their spray. And you can see how Even makes it work in that case.
Imperial this time changing up the strategy a little bit more. Early pillars control with 4, but still nothing more out of it. They're not peeking yet towards site, just holding on and waiting for All Gamers to potentially push out. If they had done it in the last round, might have been a little bit better timing from them on that type of play, but with ZY just sniping passively on the other side, it's more just going to be a safe approach here from All Gamers.
Another slow round from Imperial. Default setup towards A, mid. Bit of presence in the tunnels, but only at around, again, the 1 minute on the clock left mark. Do they start to make their push happen? It's a good start.
Yeah, definitely is. Doesn't look like Gokun quite got that one. He's going to see Dway, though, making his way over. That's some good information for the team.
C4's been left in Blacklist spawn, so there's definitely every opportunity they make the call to go back to A based on the information Gokun's getting.
Ooh.
They could get him.
He is running away. Does go back up. And now Even looking to assassinate. He's not going to get it. The rest of the squad comes over. And there was that angle there. You see Lucom trying to get the back of ZQ while the rest of the team, it's only 20 seconds left. They're going to look to go into A, you'd imagine, with all the players over on B, as Du's trying to stop this with just a Colt. And that's not going to be good enough. Ruzal comes in, trying to stop the rotation from making their way in. And with 8 seconds left, they get this bomb planted. And ZQ Trying to trade one back. Dway here with the AK, not going to have much luck. ZQ alone against a lot of low health members on the side of Imperial, but it doesn't matter. The Colt gets the job done, and Imperial pick up another round to maintain the lead.
I feel like Imperial are just getting away with too much here. These rounds don't seem like they should be so favorable for them, but I feel like all gamers are just losing their patience, getting too anxious, and then you also have someone like Ryu Zhao who can just open up the site completely at the last moments when the enemies are not ready for them to be there. It's a good look here for Imperial. Even though they are playing a little bit slower, it's actually causing all gamers to make more mistakes in these late round situations. So I definitely like what they're up to so far. And if they can make this a 5-round half even on a GR-sided map, they're looking really good for their odds to take map number 1.
Yeah, what do you do if you're all gamers, though? It's like, well, you could play more aggressive, but that's kind of what Imperial is waiting for, right? If you start to try to push into them, they're already set up for it. They're not moving until 40 seconds left on the clock, so the chances of finding a timing are significantly diminished when there's just 4 or 5 guys watching every angle.
Yeah, I think your best shot is to, well, let's wait and see how this one is going to go as the rest of the team of Imperial is making their way in, but 2 guys in position. That flash is pretty good, but even not going to find the trade to ZY. Hops out. He's got a knife out right now. Not going to hit it. Doesn't matter as the team, the 2 of them have defended against so many, and they have stopped this push. Dway also makes his way over just to help out. Meanwhile, Ryu's out with the bomb over on the other side of the map.
Yeah, he's bing chilling, isn't he?
So maybe Imperial just going to wait and see. Ooh, that angle not great for Goken. Easy peek for Dway as Lukum gonna pick up 1, picks up 2. Quick headshot as well.
Draws the rotation. That's what they're waiting for. That is what Imperial has been looking for this whole time. Ryu Zhao's been really patient toward A.
He's got to wait until there's 20 seconds left. That's,
you're right.
That's the game plan, the rule.
No doubt about it.
You can see ZQ thinking about going back to the A bomb site, but Ryu Zhao, he's already on it. But this is where Lukum has to take the gamble. Does he assume this bomb gets planted safely and stay in the tower, or does he go in to support this side? It looks like the bomb is going to get planted here. ZQ's starting to catch on to it, but it's actually a really good post-plant setup. It's planted for the mid-tower. He can now play off the bomb on long if he wants to, or play underneath on the vent. And I like this call from Imperial. I mean, they have a crossfire that's not going to be expected. I doubt anyone checks the tower position, and Lukum, he just has to hit the shots here. It's going to be a matter of time, but all gamers, they've got to move faster. They're not on the BL side here. They've got to move. But Lukum, they have no idea still. He's just holding the bomb. Even if they kill Ryu Zhao here, there's just no time to win the round. Lukum gets 1 from the tower, and now they know exactly where he is. But surely not. Okay. A little dicey there, but you know what, Imperial, they got it done exactly how they needed to. These last-minute rounds, they're so risky to try and do this way, but when you're hitting the shots and setting up the strats, it works out.
Can't believe it. 5-3. Yeah, I mean it's been solid from Imperial. Are we going to get the same brand again?
Yes. It is working. There's no reason to stop it. And I don't think that all gamers are reacting very well to it. You know, there's either you come out guns a-blazing and you find some kind of angle that Imperial aren't expecting, or I think you kind of have to wait for them to actually commit, and then you have to make the right call defensively on a site. I don't think sending 1 or 2 guys out here to fight the entirety of Imperial is ever really going to work. I think that trying to delay with utility and trying to look for better opportunities with more of your team is going to work against this passive play style.
Honestly, the thing is, you don't even have to delay with your utility. The better play is actually to hold your util to use it in the last 30 seconds. That's something that I think all gamers kind of need to adapt a little bit. Like, they're still throwing a lot of their util early on in the piece, and it's pretty obvious that Imperial's really not going to do a whole lot until around 1 minute left on the clock. So let's not push. Let's hold our util and dump it when there's less time on the clock and try to unsettle Imperial a little bit. The problem is, obviously, for Imperial, you're not really going to be too used to, sorry, for all gamers, you're not really going to be used to playing against this style because, I mean, we look at the game from XROCK and how fast they played, and you think about Baisha. Neither of those two teams are going to play like this, and let's be real, they're probably the only reasonable competition for all gamers domestically. So outside of these international events, how exposed are you actually to this slower style? No wonder that all gamers are struggling against it.
To be fair, they did have 2 maps of this already, which they won, so you'd think they know what they're up against.
I don't think it was this slow, though.
I mean, there was rounds where they were going in with 15 seconds and not even getting the time to plant the bomb in that first matchup, so it's definitely been shown before, but I feel like the difference here is they're actually hitting the shots on top of it, which makes it even more obnoxious, I think, to deal with. But now they've got a 5-on-2.
It's every round as well. It's got to be getting frustrated for all gamers. Like, I've been watching this timer because obviously it freezes every single time the plant goes down. By the way, another round for Imperial 6-3 half. It was like 12 seconds, 11 seconds, 8 seconds. That was like, what, 17,
yeah.
So, and then that's like, what, 4? There's just so many instances where it's been so late in the round.
Yeah.
And all gamers are going to be getting frustrated. Like, I'm getting frustrated watching it, you know, and I'm not even playing the game.
And Imperial, there's no reason, like, they're really happy with the way it's going because they're like, yeah, Jue's probably going to peek us now.
Yeah, mate.
There he goes. Like, Goken's just watching the angle. Free kill.
Slow and steady wins the race.
CY's going to push out into pillars. Okay, he's dead. Like, now we can go for the push. It is pretty elementary. I think that, you know, all gamers have not responded to this very well. Let's see what they can do from the Blacklist side, which is generally not easy or as easy as the Global Risk side on this one. And now Imperial, you know, you're bound to play pretty passive from the Global Risk side unless you're really looking for information plays or, you know, aggressive against the grain plays. But Imperial, from what they've shown, it's not really their brand. Maybe they'll throw it in, you know, 1 round or something, try to mix it up, but they haven't even done that yet. So I think they'll just sit here and wait for all gamers to make a play.
Fair enough.
It's the right call.
That's the play style.
Slow and steady has worked for 6 rounds out of the 9, but this time it is going to be a pinch from Adrian that's completely destroyed. Jue with the flick around takes down 2, but they still have to deal with Feifei on the B bomb site, but Feifei misses the shot, and this should be the round now for all gamers. It's really going to be on to Goken on this flank to get something done.
Difficult site to retake, that's for sure. Goken, as you say, all eyes on him. He has been someone in the past that has clutched very well for Imperial. And he usually keeps himself in reserve for those clutches as well, which might put him in a good stead here, but we'll see what Feifei can do. I think Feifei, you get 1 here and maybe leave the rest to Goken. No! It's going to have to go the other direction. And it will be all gamers to start the second half with a round of their own.
Yeah, that one they push into mid, and you see that Imperial are the ones that come out to try to respond to this push early. But the shots ring true for Jue. A couple of headshots on the 180 angle, literally a 180 no-scope, and you know, it's not 360, but it's still pretty good. Goken now, he's coming out here very aggressively, trying to get something, but even going to open up with a kill already onto Feifei. And that's a great start once again for all gamers here on the attack.
Yeah, now if I'm all gamers, I almost just send it on to this B bomb site. That's what they're going to start doing here. Adrian goes down, the rotation comes through, but now they start to slow it down a little bit. Sending a few players back to pillars, maybe even out into mid. Lukem gonna hit a nice headshot onto Jue, and now ZY is very, very low as well. It's a pretty even situation for the remainder of the round, but all gamers, they're still just kind of lurking here in the pillars area, waiting to see what's going to happen and kind of just taking a note from the Imperial playbook on the BL.
Suppose if you can't beat them, join them. I suppose you don't necessarily anticipate a huge amount of pace from all gamers either. They do tend to be one of the more methodical of the Chinese teams, which we're getting a look at here on compound. Still a very winnable round, actually, for Imperial. Got a fast rotator in Ryu Zhao, and Gokun on the push out from the A site as well. So information there for Imperial. They know more or less that this is going to be a B site take. They've stacked the deck in their favor, and it's worked out really nicely. Ryu Zhao, he's cleaned up too, and in the meanwhile, LKK hasn't even dropped either. Where's the rest of all gamers? They're not pushing their way in. This has gone horribly wrong. It was a 4-on-3, and it might end up being 3 Imperial members to survive. ZY says otherwise, but Gokun will finish it, and that's a big one for Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, they're feeling it on this map for sure. You could see the round started a bit. Unfortunately, didn't matter. Because again, Ryu Zhao knows exactly what to do from that position. You've got to be the one to peek aggressively first and set up LKK for that late round positioning. And he does it so well. And honestly, he's the reason this is so heavily in their favor. 16-7 against a team like All Gamers is a crazy scoreline to have for yourself.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a day out. Certainly benefiting a lot from the way that first half went. Helping to carry the team into those sites when they needed it the most. And regardless of the timing, has been very good. Imperial now going to pick up their first round here on the global risk side. All Gamers, again, you know, it looked like they had a pretty good setup, but just waited so long. And the information play from Imperial actually worked out. And it's one thing that All Gamers couldn't quite do on their end from the global risk side. So probably not feeling too happy with that. Going to try to go with a similar push to what they did in the first round of Blacklist. Similar setup here on the defense from Imperial. Double stack over towards B. Adrian looking to hop out at the right time. He's going to pick up one, but Du does pick up one as well, as Fefe trying to come in from behind. Lukum here in the spawn is going to be isolated by Du as well, picking up his second. And now they make their way onto the site pretty much for free.
It's going to be a nice nade over the top there from Fefe. Du down low, and Gokun, does he know where he is? Yes, he does, but he misses the shots. He's going to have to get the follow through. Gets one on the way down, but I mean, Fefe, 15 HP and a dream in this one. They know exactly where he is as well, and there shouldn't be any chance he wins the round. But Shui, how did he not see him? Doesn't matter. ZQ gets the peak anyways, but almost a scary moment.
It's definitely being brought back. AG are not out of this fight just yet. Oh, conversations to be had. Someone's getting in trouble. But 5-7, you know, it's not a bad place to be necessarily for All Gamers. Do have a bit more mid presence this time from Imperial. Nade in there as well. It doesn't connect onto anyone. Seems like neither team on the Blacklist side wants to go really fast at all. So a lot of the early util that you're seeing thrown kind of ends up being ineffective or even potentially pointless. Like, you could be holding a grenade in reserve still here for Imperial. Even the smoke out towards A long, probably not necessary this early on in the round. And think about what a difference that could make later on.
I like the setup from Imperial, trying to just make sure that they have presence in mid and not allow the push to happen through mid for free, which has been the majority of the successful pushes from both teams from the Blacklist side. It's been, you know, have a little fun in the pillars and then go mid, or, you know, poke through A long and then go mid. And that's kind of the way that compound can play out from the Blacklist side oftentimes. And yeah, you see Imperial trying to get a nice little crossfire going. Not too uncommon, but a little bit more aggressive than the standard from the global risk side, especially because sometimes just holding on to the sites can be strong as well. As there, that crossfire is going to come in. Adrian and Fefe going to help to stop this one. And in fact, you see All Gamers, they're trying to push in towards B, but they have no mid presence at all after that play.
I'm not really too sure what that is from ZY. Like, I understand they've got the smoke on the left side toward A, but he's just pushing in there on his own. It's a bit of a risk, and it hasn't paid off this time around. So now it's down to all gamers with the numbers deficit to make something happen. They have, at the very least, taken Gokun out of the picture, but they've stalled it up again outside of B, and that's allowed the rotation to come through from Imperial. 4-on-4 for the take.
They already have the numbers on site, but it might not matter for long unless Lukum can hold on. He's good for 1, but he needs a lot more than that to save this round, and he's not going to find it. Ryuzao on the quick flank. They've got to plant the bomb, but Ryuzao doesn't matter. Du takes him down, and all gamers will find a crucial round for themselves.
Yeah, I think Du with the 3K in that one, opening it up on the entry, and generally it's pretty difficult to push into B. But not only that, Imperial were set up. They had multiple members in the site, in the servers. They knew exactly where all gamers were. And all gamers didn't have anyone in mid to help with the push. So generally, in that scenario, the percentage chance that's going to work is very low from the Blacklist side. But they still manage it, just very crisp on those entry shots. Imperial maybe falling apart a little bit here. There was a pause requested. Wouldn't be surprised if that's on the side of Imperial after the way that round did just go. As, again, the entry pretty clean. Fefe does pick up 2, though, to help this one just a bit.
Yeah, it also gives time for Lukum to get onto the bomb side as well, so they've got that presence back on B. All gamers as well. ZQ down to half for the remainder of the round. And this time, it doesn't seem like they're going to full commit yet. You can see Du trying to find something on the flank, hoping that Imperial might get overly aggressive, but I don't think that's in their wheelhouse today on this map. Playing extremely safe. They've got Ryuzao posted up in mid, and they are fairly spread out, so still a 3-on-1 wherever they decide to go for all gamers, but it really is going to put that pressure onto Lukum in this round, I think.
Those long flanks are something that Gokun is pretty known to do, but usually not until very late in the round. So you're probably not getting it about a minute and a half to go, maybe with 30 seconds left. In the end, Du not going to be successful in his initial mission, but has another one now to try and find an opening pick into B. That too might be called off.
Yeah. I was laughing because Kyle's like, it doesn't seem like they want to push yet. I'm like, yeah, they got to wait until 30 seconds in the round.
It's true.
And then they're going to go for the push. And you know what? Ryuzao's going to take that opportunity to say, okay, I see your rotation. I get the jump on the first guy. And he's even challenging into more. Not sure about that. Could have just taken the 3v2 in the defensive scenario. Kind of unfortunate, but hey, if he gets the kill, I guess it would have been nice. Either way, it's not going to be nice at this point, but Lukam's got a great position now as they try to move in towards B. And he's going to be the one that backs away, tries to take a more passive positioning here, perhaps allowing them to plant first. He's going to get the drop on a Du, and now it's up to even 1v2. This is not going to be easy for him by any means, although he nearly takes out Gokun, and there it is. Lukam is going to pick up the kill and make this a win for the side of Imperial.
Yeah, a little bit of a mishap there for Du, who was kind of floating around in no man's land. Like, you're in the site, even is actually able to get the bomb plant down safely because you force that player away from the site. I think you can just play it a bit more chill, try to play out the 2-on-2, but he ended up trying to hunt the frag, and that gave up his kill as well, and even unable to secure it in the 2-on-1. Timeout from Imperial. Brings with it a little bit of a different look, given that they did win that last round. Back on top. Remember, we did say if Imperial was going to get it done, we would want to see it happening early on in the series, and it may happen here actually on Compound. Like, it is getting pretty down to the wire. This is where Imperial have to learn how to clutch up, because they had a similar situation on Eagle Eye in their last meeting, and they did actually end up squandering that 10-8. But for Imperial, another good chance. And this one feels even more influential, right? Okay, it's one thing to lose a group stage, but in an elimination, in the knockout stage, I mean, this could be huge for Imperial, right? It would be then the second Chinese team getting knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big opportunity too, knowing they'll likely play ranking next if they make it through as well, a team they historically beat the majority of the time as well. So I feel like for Imperial, this is kind of a golden opportunity if they can take down All Gamers. Now is the time to do it, because if you beat them here, you don't have to beat them twice to win this tournament, which for Imperial would be a huge step forward in the right direction, knowing Baisha is the only team that they haven't beat consistently. They would have to beat twice to win.
Yeah, definitely a good start, at least in this series. Big round clutch there at the end. Ryu Zhao getting some good information early on, allowing his team to get in position to defend the B site. All Gamers, will they switch anything up, or is it just going to be more pillars pressure into a mid push eventually, which has been kind of the name of the game here from both teams. As for now, All Gamers just going to wait here in the middle of the map. We do have a big stack from Imperial in the A tunnels. Up to 3 guys over on the left side of the map. 1 guy holding the back side of B, and it's Fefe, who hasn't necessarily been that solid. He has picked up an arm for himself.
Yeah, this is just a pray. I hope and pray that they actually go to A from Imperial. Because in the end, if they go toward B, the best you're going to get from Fefe is a 1-to-1, and then you're going to have to play a 4-on-4 post-plant. But All Gamers faster into mid, and it does look like they might end toward A. Initial frags go back and forth. Goken and Do, the 2 snipers, able to chime in 1 apiece, but in the end it is starting to step up for Imperial. Goken with the pistol out is doing so much work in this round. But the B site, the rotation has been cut off. Fefe is down. Even is behind Goken, who will let him past. ZQ in on the site, has the C4, but he doesn't have the space to plant until Even clears things out. Now the C4 is down. So another big one on offer here for Imperial. 2-on-2 post plant. HP even. Time, plenty of it.
It's going to come down to Goken's positional choice here. He has to be very careful with this low HP. He has to find one before going down, but they are running out of time to make this happen. Halftime off the clock already. Adrian looking to lead in with the utility. They spot out Even, get the kill through the wall. ZQ has no HP to work with, but they've got to just charge his positioning here. One of them's already sticking the bomb, but they don't check the right location for the retake onto site. And ZQ, that is a massive round to win for All Gamers.
That was pretty key because Goken came in with, I think it was Lucam or Adrian, the other guy, and they didn't clear the top side, so they didn't know he could have been hiding there. He could have been in somewhere in the computers. But the one place they didn't check was long, and they weren't ready for him to just peek out at the exact right time. So definitely a very nice clutch moment there for the side of All Gamers, as now Goken has got the wrap on him, and his Colt play is insane, picks up 2 headshots. And now Imperial are a 5v2 all of a sudden.
Yeah, and also a 5v2 where they don't hold on to the bomb control. So if everyone from Imperial just ran into mid right now, they could try to hold on to that C4, and I don't think there'd be a whole lot that Even and ZY could really do about it. ZY is going to have to make an individual play here, but it is the Goken show at the moment. That is 4 for the round from him. LKK will drop, and it's on to Goken here. He looks for the ace. He won't quite land the shot onto Even, but Even still. Even is low. He'll get Goken. Rains on his parade, but that is Imperial on map point.
I mean, things are looking good for them on their map choice. Still a little bit shaky to get some of these rounds, but not so much in this one. I mean, Goken sneaking up mid, back-to-back one-taps with the Colt, and then, of course, this final shot onto ZY. Really just solidifying what he can do in this matchup. On the other side, though, ZY not having the best of games. Someone we normally see pretty strong for this All Gamers lineup. 5-14 out of him. Not really playing his best game on the day just yet.
Gonna need to step it up for 2 rounds if they want to have any hope of bringing this one back. All Gamers definitely coming out a bit slow as we expected. We talked about this first map being very crucial for both sides. All Gamers trying not to get the momentum over to the side of Imperial, and Imperial, of course, trying to start off strong. And they have. It has been mostly domination from them, especially starting off on the Blacklist side even. They looked very comfortable. They came in with a very specific strategy that All Gamers weren't too happy with, and it worked out pretty well. And now Imperial 1 round away from going into the next stage of this best of 5.
Gokin a little bit risky on the positional choice. It's kind of a one-and-done spot for an Om to play, but maybe he can find them early or just fall into that corner and get the trade set up for Lukum in this one. But all gamers, they really want to go in on this B bomb site. Gokin, he's right there and ready for them. You can see ZQ going for the wide peak. I think Gokin actually spotted the barrel as well. You can see he falls off and rotates back to a safer angle on the back of sight, setting up for that rotation to start to come to life for Imperial. But again, all gamers, they've shown their hand and they're taking a little bit too long to get in. Lukum, good for 1. Gokin whiffs the shots. Doesn't matter. Lukum gets the triple, almost the quad, even left alone. And Gokin seals the deal with a double. Imperial win 10-7 on map 1.
Well, we're back here at the desk after Imperial take a big win on their map pick of Compound here. First blood going over to them in the series. 10-7 was the score line. Started off with a very strong blacklist side from Imperial, getting 6 rounds on Compound, and then they were able to close it out eventually there after the half. So definitely a good showing from them. We talked about how this first map very important. They get off to a good start, and all gamers, maybe they can now begin to turn on whatever engines they have and get ready for the rest of the series that seems to be on the way.
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess usually it is that first map where all gamers look upsettable, look beatable, and they have lost it 10-7 to Imperial. Still a kind of a close scoreline, but it really always felt like Imperial was in the driver's seat of that map. It felt like they were going to close that one out. It never really got too close. Yeah, I wonder if all gamers maybe today are going to suffer from some of the issues that XROCK did, right? A bit of lethargy, inability to really show up on the day when it matters, and this being a best of 5, yes, but single elim is going to be potentially a problem. Look, Imperial's looking good today. I mean, you can look down the scoreboard and, hey, I mean, Fei didn't really have to do too much. That's kind of what you want to see, expect to see, right? Ryu's out, Gokin were the 2 that we talked about in the pre-match. ADRF maybe a little bit slower compared to his previous performances earlier on in the tournament, but Lukum was there to pick up that slack and actually ends up earning the MVP there as well. So overall, it does feel like it's working like a well-oiled machine today for Imperial. Very slow, very patient, very methodical, and I wonder if that kind of got under the skin a little bit of all gamers and whether or not that'll continue on Black Widow, because if that's the recipe for success, no reason for Imperial to change it up.
Yeah, I feel like it actually might work even better on Black Widow. It's a more blacklist-sided map, but we'll see how it goes. It's still a long series ahead.
It's a long series. Imperial start off with a big first win, though. We're going to take a quick break and come back for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We're here at the CFS Grand Finals for 2023, and so far Imperial off to a good start in this series. It has been critical for them to get some momentum, some wind underneath their sails to start their journey, and so they have. They looked very strong, very composed, you could say, throughout that first map of Compound. Very nicely planned, but now they got to go into Black Widow for this next one. What are we expecting from this? Is All Gamers going to pull it back, or is Imperial going to run away with the series?
I feel like this is definitely a better map for All Gamers going into it, but they do have to deal with the Blacklist side first again from Imperial, which was the big challenge for them in map number 1. It's tough to play up against that playstyle as well, because on the GR side, you want to be poking around, getting that information where the push might be coming from, but that's exactly what Imperial wants in these situations. It plays right into their hand and allows them to get these opening picks. So I feel like All Gamers, they have to find a more calculated way to go for that aggression, because right now they're just doing it one by one and giving up those picks. But if they're aggressive as a team, I can see it working here quite well, because Imperial, they're playing very reserved and almost too reserved at times.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you say composed, really, for Imperial, because it did feel that way. They were very relaxed working their way through Compound, and I expect probably the same thing from them on Black Widow. Interestingly, though, we have seen these teams face up twice on Black Widow, and both times it was a win for All Gamers, so there's something to sort of put a tick in their book. That said, last series it was the map pick of Imperial, so I think also you've got to go into this one saying Imperial don't feel too bad about this. They've obviously changed up their pick and ban strategy based off of what they saw in the group stage and how they didn't really have a super competitive map here. They did lose 10-5 in the group stage on this one, but I think at the end of the day, if you have the confidence to pick it up in the group stage, you're not necessarily disappointed to see it as the second map in the pool in the best of 5 elimination game, especially after you've won map 1 pretty comfortably in the end there for Imperial. So, look, I would still lean towards All Gamers picking up the map victory here on Black Widow. I think they've shown us in the past that they're a little bit better than Imperial on this map, but I'm getting a bit of a different feeling personally from Imperial today. I think that they've kind of gone and had a good hard look at things, and obviously over the last 3 days they've had a lot of time to spend picking up and picking apart actually the All Gamers setup. So something that could potentially come to bear some fruit on this second map as well, because they definitely will have had a lot of Black Widows of All Gamers games to watch, and especially Imperial versus All Gamers, right? They've, like I said, played against them twice on this map, and so that's a fair bit of footage to review and try to sort of come up with something.
Yeah, I would expect this map to be pretty close at the end of it all. I think that All Gamers are going to come out a bit better, you know, take a little break, discuss, okay, well, seems like Imperial's going for a very passive strategy. How should we manage this? They did take a timeout during that first map to, well, actually it was Imperial, but just to take a little bit of time for both sides to try to figure it out. But at the end of the day, it seemed like Imperial's play style won out in the end, as we did see. So hopefully going into Black Widow, we can see a bit of a better response from the side of All Gamers, and then hopefully we have ourselves a series. And then that Ankara map is going to be very interesting, because it does feel like, even though Imperial did select it, should be a strong one for the side of All Gamers as well. So maybe that's kind of the critical middle map there that turns the tide of the series one direction or the other.
Yeah, definitely. Though I think the good thing for Imperial is the fact that we've secured Compound means that, I mean, unless they win this series 3-0, we will definitely see Eagle Eye, and that was also a map where they've historically looked pretty close against All Gamers. So there's definitely a possibility that Imperial can get this win today. All Gamers have some showing up to do. I don't think they showed up on Compound. Let's see if they will bring it to the table here on Black Widow.
All right, Imperial, what do you have in map number 2 for us? Is it going to be another BL side with the same approach, or will we see some curveballs this time around from either team to try and change up the pace? And Imperial aggressive towards B early on. Will this be instant execute? It's going to be an attempt at one at least, but Do already able to find one. And Imperial, they're going to try and force their way in here. Feifei good for a secondary, but they don't check this corner at all, and all gamers just completely roll them on the retake of site, and it just goes to show you, one unchecked spot is all it takes for all gamers to win the round.
Well, that's a bit of a change up, isn't it?
Yeah, it kind of feels like Imperial just, they were like, all right, let's really surprise them with a crazy fast play through B. We're gonna catch them off guard. And then it just kind of fell flat. Like, it was almost half-hearted in the way it did work out in terms of checking all the corners and really checking all the boxes. And it seemed like all gamers were totally fine with that amount of aggression. Now, Imperial come out pretty strong here in this round. Big pick-off in long onto even, and then Dway going down through the mid doors. So all of a sudden, starting off round 2 in the lead 5-3. Let's see if Imperial can quickly pull this one back.
I feel like Du here has to find something, but it's not going to work out at all for him. Goken gets the free kill in mid. And yeah, it's 2-on-5. ZQ, ZY looking for a way out here, but right now Imperial have full control over the pace of this round, working their way now up the catwalk onto a pretty much open A-bomb site. ZY starts to rotate back into position, might be a little bit late, but again, he falls off, gives it up, and actually Adrian is solo pushing onto the B-bomb side. ZY somehow finds Goken in mid, and they think the B push might be coming through because of Adrian, but now they've got full control over A. The bomb's going to get planted, and ZY has to try and go for this quick refrag from the window. But now Adrian can kind of play the backstab role.
Well, I don't know that there's going to be too much to come through here for ZQ, so 2 really decisive rounds to kick off the map, and I mean, I'm going to say it again, right? The first couple of rounds don't really feel like they've shown us a lot necessarily. Maybe a tendency actually from Imperial to play a little bit quicker on this map than what we saw from Compound, but we need to wait to see more before we can really lock anything in just yet. And that is a faster, longer presence from Imperial again. Feifei able to get out there pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I do feel like on this map especially, it feels a bit different from Compound, where you can kind of just say, okay, we're going to clear out the sides, and then eventually we just group and we push the site, and there's, you know, it's a pretty short path. You throw some flashes in. I feel like on this map you got to clear out long, or you got to make sure nobody's in the box room, or you're not going to get sniped through the middle, or, you know, somebody's going to be on cat. We got to clear that. Like, there's a lot of different ways and areas that you kind of have to clear out first. And we did see, you know, a bunch of picks and not a lot of standard straight up play so far, especially because the first round was just Imperial kind of running at them on the B site. So wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of these passive, you know, checking every corner kind of rounds from the side of Imperial once again. ZY in position to stop this push. Adrian goes down first. Lukum is next. And all of a sudden, Imperial got to push 3v5.
A bit of a different story on this map so far. Feifei, though, that's a good frag from him. Can't double down, though, and Ryu Zhao unable to find the trade, though on the second peak will get it. And Goken also getting that tag onto ZY might open the door up here for Ryu Zhao. Oh, needed to win that duel. If he had, there was something to be said about this round, but now on to Goken to try to clutch up and do it in a big way. Need to see a little bit more of the Vietnam Goken, but we won't get it this time either. Still waiting for Goken to find that critical mass, which I think still has kind of been escaping him here.
Yeah, a bit of a slower start on map number 2 for the side of Imperial. A lot of it has come down to a more aggressive approach, which isn't really working as well for them on this map, and all gamers as well playing into it a little bit better. Jway gets the opener. Almost taken down by the nade, though, actually down to 30 off of that one. Imperial now taking their time in this round, trying to find a pick themselves, but I feel like All Gamers is doing a really good job of creating these kind of unique setups where they have kind of a hidden stack a lot of these rounds that Imperial isn't quite sure how to deal with correctly.
Yeah, the pushes have mostly fell flat. Outside of the one round where they did get a bunch of picks before they did go for a push. And at that point, you're playing against half or less of the team, so it's much easier. Imperial looking to clear out a long. This is going to be pretty interesting to see if it does work out because ZY holding on to the AWM once again. They're playing double AWM in almost all these rounds. Stu having one as well, playing over by the B site at the moment. And will they be able to stop this aggression from Imperial this time around? One guy coming in short. ZY, ooh, unfortunate timing for him, but ZQ's right here to help him out. Ryuzao already getting pretty low. Gokin does get the one from the Cat. And now ZQ a little bit isolated. He's going to be shot from both sides. And even they know exactly where he is as well. Gokin with the quick one. As now it is going to be up to Ryuzao, though he's very low on health. As Gokin does eventually go down. No bomb here for Ryuzao. He's going to go all the way around.
Crazy thing about that round is if Gokin would have just walked up onto bridge like 5 seconds earlier, he gets a free kill onto ZQ, who was just hard posted on long. Either way, it's onto Ryuzao, and timing's not going to favor him. So 3-1 for all gamers. Seems like Black Widow will continue to be a struggle point for Imperial in this match against all gamers. It's the third time they've played against them this year on the map, and it might well be the third time they lose.
Yeah, I just feel like a lot of the advantages they have and how they play compound aren't being seen on this map, and they might not be. They're playing a little bit more individual on the approach for Imperial, and you topple that with Adrian having a slow start, Ryuzao not getting entry frags every single time you push in, and it makes it a much more difficult half. And this is a BL-sided map as well, so honestly a really good start for all gamers to claw back into this series quickly.
Yeah, these pushes just don't have the same amount of bite. When it takes longer, when there's much longer angles that are being held. Fefe is going to take out Dway early. Does eat a grenade, but still a win towards Imperial. And they might even look to, well, actually a pretty big committal from the side of Imperial. That does look to be coming in towards A. And it's happening before 30 seconds. Which has kind of been the new standard on this map, at least. ZY getting the information, but the entry frags are there, as the site will now be cleared pretty easily, and Adrian can just plant this one.
Yeah, now Ryuzao finds one as well onto even too. He's stuck here in mid. Fefe spots and calls out his positioning. Now with the time ticking away, there's nothing really Du's going to be able to do in this round, unfortunately. So Fefe steps up and grabs, I believe, 3 kills on the round. So really a solid showing from Imperial to bounce back.
Need to be seeing more of it, though, don't we? Like, it's still 2-3, and Imperial are about halfway through the first half now. At a bit of a deficit, which is not really where they'd like to find themselves at the end of the half. Shui is going to get a little more aggressive this time in toward mid. You'd think that's being watched. Oh, LKK certainly is going to have that info now, and the nade's going to do a fair chunk of damage to him. But Feifei somehow has crept all the way into mid, and ZY is not happy with that. I can hear him yelling on stage. It was an exclamation of surprise, let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, at some point, that's going to happen. Like, some guy on the blacklist side is just going to waltz in through the mid doors, regardless of if there's smoke or what. And if you don't have your sniper there, if you don't have one guy at least watching it, he is going to get the drop on one of your members. Especially with that guy that was on Cat, I think Dway, you would expect to have a little bit more control over the mid. But yeah, Fefe, very nice timing. Catches out ZY, who has been struggling a little bit so far today. Imperial, once again, where they have found their opportunities has been with some of these early picks and waiting. And they're going back to kind of that compound strategy, which is just sit and wait. I mean, Fefe, of course, gets that pick because he does push through the mid doors. But after that, just chilling out, waiting for their opportunity.
The big downside, though, with how Imperial's been playing is they kind of went too aggressive on that B round, and now since then, All Gamers has put a lot more numbers on this A bomb site. B is completely open right now because All Gamers are so confident they're getting an A push out of this one, and they're right. Du almost has a chance to line them all up. The timing not quite perfect. Now Ryuzao and Feifei try to take control over this site, but it's not going to matter. Jue and ZQ shutting it down, but Feifei, it's his chance to make the play. Already finds one, but with 20 HP, he's got no time to waste if he wants to go all the way back to this B-bomb site.
Well, it's going to have to be a full send really from him, isn't it? 25 seconds. It's going to take him a long time to get over there, and then he's still got to take the time to plan. And he's also, in that meanwhile, kind of got to hope that All Gamers isn't rotating their way across. He's going to go through mid. It's a hugely ballsy play. He does just get into the site in time, but surely at this point, All Gamers got to be recognizing there's a possibility the plan's going down. Even's gone quite a bit ahead of Jue, and there was 1v1s available, but converted by All Gamers.
Yeah, I still feel like Imperial, they're going A too much here. Ever since that failed B push at the start, they really haven't done anything in that direction. And All Gamers, they're just stacking more and more presence towards this A bomb site as the match goes on. I mean, even look at there, when you've got a 5-on-4 and All Gamers is confident enough to put all 4 players on the A bomb site, you know you're being read a little bit there.
And that they are. Grenades and a ton of utility being thrown into A long, as All Gamers even trying to challenge early on this position. And Imperial, that might just make them kind of bottled up here in mid, especially if they show similar reluctance to go in towards B. You see that for now, All Gamers going to be in a decently default setup, you know, outside of obviously this push on A long in terms of their B defense, but definitely could change if they eventually notice that Imperial are just not going to go into B. Adrian is over here trying to see what he can see, but he's the only one from the team. Everybody else just lined up in mid.
Yeah, I think the hard part about Black Widow 2 for Imperial is it's not a map where if the GR team pushes out a little bit, you can get those free picks quite as easily, and you can see the good change from All Gamers as well. Even though they're a little bit forward in certain parts of this map, they're doing it as a team now, which is a huge change for them in the right direction to win this one. So I feel like Imperial, they have to press their luck a little bit differently, but this time they do have a good read on it. There's nobody defending the catwalk. Both A players are holding it from long, so they should be able to kind of waltz right in here uncontested, but Du able to find one in mid onto Feifei. Again, Feifei making that solo play out of the mid doors. This time it is punished, but All Gamers, they already have the wrap going through, but Ryuzao has one of his own, but it doesn't matter. It's already shut down, and Imperial not looking so hot on this map unless Lukum and Goken can find this one.
Yeah, it's not the kind of play that's going to work twice against All Gamers, that's for sure, and that's always going to be a tough one for Goken in a 1v4, whether he hits that shot or not. So it's just getting a bit away from Imperial at this point, isn't it? They were somewhat competitive earlier in the half, but just not showing that same level of consistent ability to take the round away from All Gamers. And I'm not sure that the GR side is really going to help them all that much either. 2 rounds to go in the half. You want to see this one be a 5-4 if you're hoping for a competitive looking map, but it's just not headed in that direction either.
A tiny bit of retaliatory damage from the side of Lukum, but yeah, that's just going to be ZY getting away with a nice little pick early on. He's having a much better time of this one. Even is basically in the spawn of Imperial. And it's almost like, okay, well, if they're not going to push into B at all, we can just take this part of the map. We might as well. They don't challenge on the A-long barracks area this time, so they're getting a lot of value elsewhere. They control all of mid. They pushed out towards water. Even did go maybe a little bit far, but to be honest, when you've got this much of a lead, might not matter. And Du just lining them up. Imperial it's almost like they're slowly getting pushed farther and farther back towards their base to the point where they can't exit it. And it's kind of insane, the difference between this map and the one before in terms of comfort level and confidence here from Imperial.
Du on an aggressive line as well. Even should he go down here, it's going to provide enough information for All Gamers to win the round. Either way, Goken in the 1v4. He's having a bit of a conversation while mid-clutch. So not sure if it's a team thing or if he's just trying to sort of say something to someone individually. What needs to change here? Well, first of all, Goken winning a 1v4 would be a pretty good start.
Do they not know that he doesn't have the bomb? I mean, at least they're grouping up together 2v1 to try to challenge this, but yeah, Goken's still got to go all the way across the map and then plant this one. And I feel like as all gamers, you can really abuse that amount of time if you
He's got to start
are ready.
Here we go.
And you understand this position.
Well, they've cleared out A. They know he's not there, so they're going to go to B, which means it's, I think, unwinnable now for Goken, because he's just going to have to W key into B to even have a hope of planting that bomb, in which case, All Gamers is going to hear
They're
him.
leaving.
What is
He's
this?
got time. He can plant this, I think.
I think so.
Ooh.
No, that's sad.
Well,
that actually was so doable if he would have got the plant down. Anyway, I guess in the end, All Gamers really do have a good sense of timing there.
I mean, now at this point, it seems like map 3 definitely going to be going into that one with an even score in this series, unless Imperial have got something different they can bring to the table here quickly. But I mean, All Gamers, this is kind of what I expected from them. They always come into that first map a little bit cold, not quite ready to go. But then when someone forces them to wake up in a series, they're a team that can bounce back very, very quickly. We've seen it happen to them several times already. I mean, even just looking at their first match, yeah, they lose their first game 13-12, but immediately it's a stomp in return to LCK, and it kind of feels like the same thing could be on the way here for Imperial.
yeah, absolutely. They've just been in total control of this one. Rizal is going to get that first kill as the team now just kind of running on through. They don't have Waters control, and ZQ is going to come in pretty aggressively to challenge this one. ZY, though, also going to go down. A couple headshots from Lukum. Interesting. And now that's going to be Goken going down as do it and even pick up a kill apiece. And they even this one up and give themselves a chance here at the retake. Might be seeing 2-7 if All Gamers can get this retake going.
Oh, you definitely need 3, though, if you're Imperial. Give you any hope heading into the second half. Looks like a pretty good post-plant for them, though. It's going to take a long time for these All Gamers members to actually get onto the site. Okay, spots the info early, but even before they're in a position to really take the fights, the bomb timer has ticked away by half, though. Clean shots initially from Du, and there's really only one spot for ADRF left to be. He's got to take the peek now through the window. He just has it in time, and he can't deny the defuse. That is 10-7. Sorry, 2-2. But either way, I mean, at this point, it kind of feels like it might actually end up being 10-2 because this has just been all Gamers. And Imperial a long way away in the rearview mirror at this point.
Yeah, I feel like for them, it's just probably their weakest map in this pool that they have to play, and I don't feel the series is over for them yet. The rest of the maps on the horizon still very strong for Imperial. It's just their blacklist style does not work on this map at all, and now they have to find a way and salvage it. On a side of the map that's pretty difficult here, but with All Gamers feeling the momentum, this is a tough team to slow down, especially when you consider it's not just one person doing this to Imperial. Everyone almost identical in their firepower on the All Gamers side of things, and it makes it that much worse to go up against.
You never know who's going to step up against you. Could be anyone. And Imperial, they already got picked off. Rizal taking a lot of damage as well. And what's it going to be? Rizal here with an Alm. He's low on health, so probably just handed that gun over to him. We'll see if he can get much value down as Imperial still making a stand in the middle of the map here. Low on members. Let's see if they can isolate even here. Well, he still gets one and says there were at least 2 people in mid. Should have at least checked that angle, you would imagine, as they are eventually going to clean him out. Rizal and Goken, the only ones left here, as it is going to be All Gamers pushing in on the B site. Rizal's got a nice little position, already getting 1 kill with 7 health, and you know what? Goken makes his way over here with an M4, and all of a sudden now, pause on, pause off. No longer needing the pause, I guess.
Oh, what if Du clutches this 1v2? Oh, just not the case. Imperial will keep themselves in it for another round. That was poor fundamentals, though, from All Gamers. I think they got a bit far ahead of themselves. They thought they'd won that round already. No one escorting the bomb into the site. No trade to go through, and then it sort of falls apart. All Gamers got to recognize that they're still up against a very good team, and this game is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
I mean, Bashui, he's going to give it a good start to the round at the very least for All Gamers. Already 5 versus 3. And the defense is pretty spread thin in this one. 1-1-1 is going to be their setup in the 5-on-3, and Ryuzao, he's got to find at least a couple to try and hang on. He's good for 1, but it's just not enough. It's already down to Gokun, 1 versus 4. He's stuck on the A bomb site. They might not be sure that he's rotating behind them already, but I don't think it's really going to matter here. Their post-plant setup is really just playing off of the bomb, which for Gokun, I don't even think he's going to go for it here. Yeah. This for them is just going to be used as an extra tack timeout. They've got to rethink the approach quickly because they're almost out of time to do it here on map 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Gokun is actually on the move again, but not sure about this at this point. Yeah, it's not going to be a pause-on situation. Gokun going to just run in with the cult. Does pick off 1 and then does go down. Dway to clean it up. And yeah, I mean, 2 rounds away here from the side of All Gamers. As, you know, the first guy challenges. The second guy's in the smoke. Dway's still looking at it. He suspects a third, doesn't fight Gokun then, but eventually does get him right at the end of the round. All Gamers look pretty good here. Gokun, nice aggressive angle though.
It's good. I mean, look, Gokun has been consistently, again, the sole player alive in these clutches, and none of the clutches really are getting converted. So you, as a star player for your team, if you're not getting it done in the late round, have to get involved in the early round. And that, I think, is a better decision from him. But just wonder if it comes a little bit too late here. 8-3 the scoreline. I don't really see Imperial coming back from that. They've looked really shaky on this Global Risk side as well.
Now it's all about the setup here for All Gamers. They are a man down, but it hasn't really stopped them so far on this map from getting things done. You can see the lead-in to this fight on Catwalk. Feifei and Lukum, they've got to try and hold it, but ZY taps his way out of it. Back-to-back kills go over to him, and now Imperial, they're going to be over-rotating a little bit towards that A bomb site. ZY continuing to just kind of hold on to this position, but honestly, this is one of the big differences we've seen on this map. ZY, I think he had 5 kills in the first map, and he's already up to 11 here on map 2.
Yeah, it's a good bounce back from him, just mentally to be in a good spot. Second map, you've got some momentum going into the next one. Gokun going to spot this aggression, has to back off that box, doesn't want to be isolated from both sides, but now he's flashed, and that's a free kill for ZY, who picks up yet another headshot. Easy lineup. And now he's going to be able to plant this one. It is 2 guys on the side of, well, spoke too soon. 1 guy on the side of Imperial, and it's 3-9 Adrian. Don't think this one is going to go their way either. It does feel like Imperial have kind of just let this one get away from them. Adrian going to start off with 1 kill. He's going to give it the old college try. Spots some feet underneath the truck, but then, yeah, there's a lot of different angles to cover as he does hop out. 9-3 as All Gamers looking to tie up the series.
I'd say they're going to do it. I don't really feel like this series has really gotten going yet, you know? I feel like we're in the, what's the word? The introductory, the prologue? Let's go with the prologue. We're in the prologue to this series. It feels like these first 2 maps have really been set up, right? But I think there's going to be some big things to come in the next few maps. And All Gamers might be sending us in that direction pretty quickly here. A 10-3 scoreline definitely on the cards now with those entries. The B site is looking pretty open at the moment. All Gamers more than happy to just send their way in and get that bomb plant down pretty early. And a full retake is now required from Imperial Great post plan, all gamers 5-on-3. Should be getting it done right here.
I think that smoke's going to do all too much, but got to try to send it in as they do try to challenge Fefe. That's not going to work out. Half the bomb time gone as Goken's still waiting before going on in here. Not a lot of time to get it done. They have not cleared out the box room, and that's really the most important angle on this plant is up there. Okay, Goken's going to get the one, but just not enough time. Picks off two. He's just looking for kills. Might as well at this point as he's running at him with the knife. And that'll do it. 10-3 in favor of all gamers. Map number 2 going heavily in favor of CHENGDU all gamers in a pretty uneventful way. They just steamroll Imperial on that one slowly but surely to get the job done. So now we're all tied up 1-1, only potentially 3 maps left to go as all gamers are here to play.
Potentially 3 maps. I mean, based on what we saw last series, it does maybe lean in that direction, to be quite honest with you. I think both these teams have looked pretty competitive. Obviously, on their given maps, it really felt like on Compound, Imperial was going to get that one over the line as an inevitability, and you'd have to obviously say the same thing for all gamers on Black Widow. My concern, obviously, for Imperial here is have they, taken the luxury on map 1, which is generally the map that all gamers goes pretty slow on. And then beyond that point in the series, it's like, well, it's like 10-2, 10-3, 10-1 sort of score lines, and all gamers winning pretty much all of those maps. And that's usually the way things go. If they do lose that map, they get that wake-up call, they go, oh, yeah, we probably need to step things up. And then they do, which they did on Black Widow. Was across the board, really good stuff from all gamers. Nothing really to write home with for Imperial. Goken was looking good. He had a lot of good shots in there, but as in terms of impact, in terms of actual presence, there really wasn't a whole lot from him or from anyone on Imperial, unfortunately. And 10-3 scoreline, it tells a tale in itself.
Yeah, I feel like even looking at this map, they're not going to be too disappointed overall. They kind of knew this is their weakest one out of the pool, and I think for them, they're more targeting and focused on the maps where they know there's really strong win potential on, and I think those are the maps we're going to see coming up next in this series. I feel like out of the 5 here, this is the one I expected Imperial to probably drop, just because historically they always look kind of mismatched against all gamers on this map. The big thing for them is just not letting it get in their head at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why we play these best of 5s. You never know who's going to win until the end. We'll have to wait and see who does take the next map. But first, guys, we're going to take a quick break before we do get on to Ankara. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We're here at the CFS Grand Finals for 2023, and so far, in the midst of this best of 5 between CHENGDU All Gamers and Imperial, it is 1-1, as 10-3 was the scoreline here. All Gamers really took it to them on their map choice of Black Widow. But now we go on to Ankara, and this one is really going to be the big decider. I feel like, choice here for Imperial, but also a strong map for All Gamers. Will be interesting to see who comes out ahead.
It is funny, isn't it, that map 3 in this series and map 3 in the previous series, both Ankara really did feel like hugely important maps, right? We were at one piece in that series as well going into Ankara, and obviously the same here. It's been a very different brand of Crossfire being brought by All Gamers and Imperial in comparison to XROCK and ranking. This is a very risk-averse style, a very slow style, methodical, and you're just trying to minimize every possible mistake that you can. And obviously in this case, I mean, it's not really leaning too hard one way or the other. You'd be backing All Gamers off the back of Black Widow. It was a bit more of a decisive map win than what we saw on Compound, especially with Ankara being a pretty good map for them as well. But that is the map choice of Imperial as well. So we can't really draw too many conclusions, I don't think, from those first 2 maps. That's why I was saying it doesn't really feel like we've kind of gotten into this series just yet. I feel like that was really a prologue almost. It was like Imperial saying, okay, this is how we're going to play. All Gamers setting themselves up as well. And now we get into the meat and potatoes of the series. We're not too sure, obviously, where things are going to go on Ankara. Eagle Eye also feels like a really exciting prospect because that was such a close map in their group stage match. So I feel like this series is actually really only just getting started and could, again, be quite a long distance one.
Yeah, I feel like we might even see the third map go that same way as well. I feel like it's not quite as spicy as what I expect on Eagle Eye. I feel like Eagle Eye is where things really get interesting because when you look at this map, it plays pretty similarly, I think, to Compound, actually. I think it's going to be a similar style coming out of Imperial on this map, playing slow on the BL side, trying to bait out those picks and seeing what they can get out of it. But I will give credit to All Gamers in kind of playing around that expectation a lot better on the second map. They weren't afraid to be aggressive as a team this time around, and a lot of those plays early on really paid off. And this is also one of the better maps for both of these teams, so I think it'll be at least a little bit more competitive from Imperial this time around. But I'm still starting to get that feeling that All Gamers is alive and ready to get this one done. It's kind of that next level they like to give us after they've faced a loss, and I don't know yet if Imperial's ready to go to that level.
That's really the question. That's why this map is, again, so crucial. I feel like that first one, that gives us a sense that, okay, Imperial are here to play. They have a nice strategy coming into their map pick, and things are looking good. That gives us a series, but then All Gamers coming back really strong on map 2 means that they're also here. They have finally ramped up into a high level of play, and now I think it is up to Imperial to kind of answer the call. Again, that next level that has been reached from All Gamers has to be met now by Imperial on this map of Ankara. Otherwise, might just be the 3-1 angle. I was thinking the 3-0, but with Imperial taking that first one, it's a good look so far. But if map 3 looks anything like map 2, which I don't think it will because of the map and everything we've talked about, but if it does, then I am a little bit worried for Imperial and their mentality going into that Eagle Eye, even though it did seem like a pretty comfortable map for them.
Yeah, look, I mean, when the chips are down, All Gamers is one of those teams that's really often able to step up. They don't seem to be the kind of team that suffers necessarily from like mental strain as the series goes on. I obviously was there when they were playing in Vietnam in that grand final against Baisha. They lost the first map 10-2. They went down on the second map as well, and we were both, Kyle and I, obviously we were thinking, man, this series is over. Like, it's just not looking like you can come back from that, right? It was such a decisive start from Baisha, but even there, obviously All Gamers was able to come back and reverse sweep. So even should they go down here on Ankara, which I think is, for me personally, not likely, I would be backing them actually to still win this series. But let's see what we get from Ankara. I think it's a scary prospect. It's a ballsy choice, obviously, from Imperial, but in my mind, this is actually the best map for All Gamers as well. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. I think this one's going to be quite fun. But if it ends up being another sort of 10-3 scoreline, then I'm backing Imperial to drop this one 3-1.
Yeah, I think that might be the case here. I feel like whoever wins this map likely wins the series. it's probably both a top 2 map for either side here, so I am curious to see what they bring to the table, especially after a 10-3 loss.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this one. Who's going to take the lead in this best-of-5 series? Both teams fist bumps, some cheers from the side of All Gamers as they look to continue with this momentum from their big Black Widow victory. Let's hop on to Ankara for map number 3. All Gamers also getting to start on the Blacklist side because Imperial chose this map. Definitely going to be nice to watch and see if they can continue with this momentum. They just were on the Blacklist side of Black Widow, so immediately can just have the same attacking mindset.
It's a good setup, though, from Imperial at the start of the round. The triple stack on the A-bomb site. All Gamers kind of playing right into this one, but a little bit slowly on the approach here. Not really overcommitting yet. You can see they're starting to divert their attention into A connector. It is a good shout, though. Nobody holding on to the other side of this middle section of the map. Really just Goken playing an off angle in case they try to sneak up, but I feel like All Gamers so far are doing a good job of just getting that map awareness on their side and figuring out where the defenders might be stacked.
You do have a lot of time to play with on the Blacklist side when you're in crossfire. 2.5 minutes per round timer is a significant portion. It really offers you enough to kind of go both sides of the map, clear out mid, and then maybe even make an extra rotation again. So no shortage of chances when you're on the Blacklist side to at least take map control or gain and gather info.
And the only info that All Gamers have gathered is that Imperial are nowhere, except either back at spawn or on the sites, which, as we know, 3 stack on A, 2 stack on B. As a bit of information and sites given over as ZY trying to get up there, now taking a bit of damage. Even going to be the first one to go down to a cold headshot through the middle of the map. Goken picks up a second one. Really able to get a third, but Du is going to trade that one back. It's now the timing to come out and pick them off is fantastic. Fefe getting in there from the backside as well. And a very nice hold on that side by Goken and the squad.
Yeah, Goken actually did get 3 there in the end, and this third shot was the one that was like, whoop, just a nice little cheeky one before he went down. Excellent hold from Goken. That's obviously a very positive sign for Imperial. If Goken's going to be able to do that on a consistent basis, then it will make it very tough for All Gamers to get into these sites. 4-1 split this time. I mean, imagine All Gamers just sent it toward the A site right here. That would be a disaster for Imperial. But not really All Gamers style. So they will be happy to take control of outside A. And probably from here we'll see similar to the previous round. A bit of a look into mid, maybe a bit of a look over toward B. So with this setup, some presence being shown, might start to draw a rotation from Imperial.
Feifei has to be careful on this mid peak. Could run into trouble if Jue goes for the peek onto him. And it seems like he might here, but again, Imperial pretty stacked towards this lower B tunnel's position. They're expecting a push up of mid, and I think they are finally going to get it here. ZY able to cross, though. The timing. Goken only catches 1, but they still have the info to work with. Even looking to get back aggressive here, and Feifei, he's got to do the work now. Good for 1, even down to a 3-on-3, and you can see they're starting to work their way in towards the B bomb site, but Goken, he still has this corner presence, and I don't know if anyone's going to give him the opportunity to take the shot, but Feifei, he just goes in swinging alone. I'm not sure if that's the right call there, but All Gamers, they'll take that all day long.
It was almost a good timing, but even still, even if you do get the timing there, that is a ballsy peak. Has given All Gamers the player advantage, and they're also working their way back in through mid. Goken not going to come into play. It's really Ryu Zhao who maybe could do something, but he'll get found out by ZY, and they are aware that Goken was over toward B last round. So they'll decide, maybe we'll take A.
which is a good choice.
Even just going to slink out of that one. Gokin, I think he got a little sight on that, but doesn't matter. Gokin now maybe going to push a little bit faster because of that info, but takes a flash to the face, and this is not going to be easy for him. Gokin, I've seen him do this before, actually, where he does clutch this 1v3 and does some insane flicks. Is this the moment? Well, that's going to be the first shot on a ZY, and he's going to charge in with the Colt, as he usually does, but nice positioning here from the side of AG. Tap on the bomb. Not a lot of time. That's the second one. As he's going to tap it again, but even doesn't believe. He's got to come in here now as he's got to hold this one and even should have the timing. There it is. Very nicely up the stairs perfectly right before the bomb goes off.
He's saying, guys, why are you doing this to me? I shouldn't be that close. You know, where's the trades? Play together. It's a little bit too much to be done there for Gokin, but in the end, still makes it close. He's looking pretty dangerous on this map. First round was great from him. Second round, a very near thing. But it'll still read 1 apiece, and all gamers happy with that. Same setup. Take outside of A control. One player on the other side of the map, whether it was mid, whether it was outside B. Taking some space there, watching if there's going to be any push from Imperial. A little bit faster this time, though, for all gamers and moving off.
And now we've got the rest of all gamers working their way up the middle of the map again. Gokin playing underneath. Might have another shot here to work with if he gets the timing right on this peak. If he holds it, not really going to find anything yet. Though you can see even, he thinks about it, but I think now at this point they're going to double up into the GR spawn, and this is where Adrian has to be seeing them on this off angle, and he's spotted 2. It's a lot of information to work with. Gets the first kill, not quite on the second. Only a little bit of chip damage there. Still an even 4-on-4, but the C4 is downed in the process here by Imperial, and they've definitely caught on to that fact.
Yeah, I think ZQ knows he's right there, just waiting. And very patient with this one. Still a minute left. And we know these teams will use that as he's just going to allow Dway to just jump on in and take that kill. Fefe does get isolated. Nice check there in the corner. And now this is going to get planted over on the A site. You see Lukem trying to get this long angle, but Dway, very aware, is just going to put his head down, get that plant. Here comes Lukem pretty quickly, trying to catch ZQ, and he will, but now he's only got 2 health.
Yeah, but he's turned Gokin's 1v4 into a 1v3. Let's be real. Like, at the end of the day, if LKK can get one here and make it a little bit easier for Gokin later on, then that could actually open the door up. They've got to go a lot faster than they are right now. They're really taking their time, and I think LKK should have just dove through that smoke. Not that this round's going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but Gokin can usually pull off a bit of magic. Not this time. So twice in a row, it's come down to an attempted clutch from Imperial that hasn't quite been converted. What is the conversation?
Has to be, how are we holding this A bomb site? Because it's not working out. All gamers, if I'm them in round number 4 here, I might even just full send it onto the A bomb site. The players defending this for Imperial haven't looked too good. I mean, Feifei and Ryuzao sitting at 1 apiece so far in this matchup, and all gamers, they've got the right idea here, but look at this from Adrian, already in the BL spawn, putting this wraparound onto them. I'm surprised with this. Imperial haven't put another person yet, though, on this A bomb site. There isn't really any need to have these 2 players playing so forward towards the opposite side of the map, and all gamers, they're just going to be taking this A bomb site. Nobody's trying to help them. Adrian a little bit late to the party as well on this flank, and already ZQ's found 1. Shui finds another, but falls to his death. Very unfortunate there on the timing, but this flank still is in a great position to capitalize for Imperial. They get the first, but it's still a 3-on-3.
Yep. Tough one to retake here for Imperial, though they're at least able to set themselves up for it pretty early on in the piece. And you have to be wondering, when is Imperial going to make one of these happen? Because it was close for Gokin, and then it was maybe not super close for Gokin and LKK, but what can them plus ADRF manage? AG, not a great post plant. They haven't been able to get off of the side, but it still might be enough. They don't check their corners, and 3-1 is the scoreline. It's slipping away from Imperial a little bit here.
Yeah, it just feels like they're a little bit behind, you know, 1 or 2 steps behind AG at every different angle. Like the response time on that A site, they want to hold it down even with the 2 guys, and the other 2 just waiting to see if the push is going to come in. They don't really utilize the information that Adrian is getting with this massive flank. And yeah, he did get the drop on one of them, but didn't end up mattering all too much. Now Goken is going to start him off with a nice little pick, as you oftentimes see. A lot of different back and forth picks going on in that direction. And that's going to be some good information that, hey, nobody else is here. They are probably going to be moving in towards B, and this time Imperial has a pretty good setup over here.
That set has been brought back to the 4-on-4. All the hard work Goken puts in is somewhat for naught, but he's still getting value out of that pick by being able to push forward and get a lot of info here. This was something that we saw Gia doing quite a lot in the previous series, and it's one of the best positions to hold down map control from, because it does allow you to basically 3-stack toward the B side in this circumstance. Maybe that's not going to matter, though, if you're losing all your duels on the other side of the map, and that was also the problem, actually, for XROCK. You can have all the information in the world, you can have the map control, but end of the day, if All Gamers says, well, stuff you, we're just going to walk into B anyway, like, what's Goken going to do? What else is he meant to do? He's done his job. He's got his pick, he's got his info, he's got his map control. The rest of that needs to be done by the rest of Imperial, and no one gets a single kill. So, bad luck, Goken.
Yeah.
You're in a 1v4.
Everybody else just kind of waltzes into the B site, and now this is impossible. Like, this is not... Look at all the angles that they have. There's like a guy underneath in mid. They know he's not here. They know he's got to be in hotel, and there's just not enough time. Goken's, you know, kind of a half-hearted send here. And we've seen this many times already in the series, and it's relatively early on, especially given that Imperial have a map under their belt, for it to be looking like this. Well, they are going to call a timeout. And what do you discuss in this timeout after the way those last couple of rounds, even the last 3 rounds, looked?
I mean, it all comes down to other players need to provide value on the entries. It's only Goken finding frags. Even when they have the site hold read pretty well, they'll have the players on site, but nobody is hitting the entry frags on the execution for Imperial aside from Goken. So they've got to find a way to either A, play more aggressive, or B, at least set up at the very least to trade in these circumstances, because so far they're just getting outclassed in a lot of the 1v1s here, and when you only have one player that's stepping up and hitting the shots they need to, it can be pretty frustrating, because it's not like a huge strategic failure from Imperial, it's just these small fights they're trying to take. They're not winning at all.
Yeah, that is really what it comes down to. Like, they have the read. Okay, Ruzao's kind of hopping around. There's some smoke in his way. Lucom, there's nothing here. I mean, even, again, just kind of waltzing on in. Adrian getting distracted. Very nice kills from Even. Very quick, very snappy, but it did kind of look like Imperial were a bit confused on which angle they were going to approach at, even though they knew it was bound to be on that side of the map. And it was pretty free as they walked into that one. 133 ADR here for Even, who has stepped up to the plate. All Gamers as a team certainly looking like the much better team at this point in time. Let's see if this minute and a half that has been given in the timeout over to Imperial is enough to try to turn the tides, because you got to start getting some momentum going at some point, especially as this team called Imperial.
Yep. It's a long way from what we saw on Compound, that's for sure. It's starting to feel a little bit more like Black Widow. Nothing too crazy yet from All Gamers, just fairly decisive rounds. Pretty clean stuff. Hasn't really even come down to massive clutches necessarily. And Du's able to find the opener again in round number 6. ZY straight up the stairs, doesn't seem to be having any troubles either. ZQ's there to help out, and Feifei can only get one before falling. And one more time it's Goken, but in this case he doesn't even get a chance to hang around. That is an even faster round from All Gamers, and this snowball is picking up its pace. Yeah. All Gamers are starting to go from maybe a snowball to an avalanche.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Imperial got that first map is going to be huge for giving them a chance at all in the series, the way this one is looking. And yes, Ankara, Blacklist side, all gamers, but they are just dominating them. Like, it is not close. This is looking like what Baisha did to some of the teams in the group stage in some of these rounds. I mean, everybody was there on A, and they just absolutely get rolled. Even we saw from the viewpoint of Fefe, I was just shaking my head the whole time. It just looked like he was confused, not even holding the right angles. Seems like the comms are all over the place, and they're just getting steamrolled at this point in time. And here we go, another round. Fefe's coming out here very aggressively. Du gonna give that information. It's 2v5 at this point, and Du might even go down, but the bomb is getting planted right now. So Du doing the right thing. He's buying a lot of time. He doesn't even need to get the kills. That's fine. And it's going to be a really difficult retake from here for Imperial.
Impossible, I dare say. All right, they've had no shortage of retake attempts in this map, and a lot of them numbers deficit to be sure, but they haven't converted any of them, really. Fefe 1v4 essentially. And if I know Fefe in the clutch, he's usually going to just back off and use that time as an opportunity for a discussion. Being the in-game leader of Imperial, he's surely got a lot to say at this point, or at least hopefully he's got a lot to say. Because if your in-game leader runs out of ideas and you're down 6-1, then you're probably in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah, I feel like on this side of the map, they're just not hitting the shots a lot of the time, and the aggression isn't very well timed as well. If you look at a lot of these fights, there wasn't even the potential of a trade going the way of Imperial in these circumstances. It was one player who felt they could take that fight and win that challenge and just didn't. And there's just no follow-through behind it when they don't. So for Imperial, it's almost the same trap they put up against all gamers in the first map, and they're taking the bait every single time.
Yeah, and Fefe has had a lot to say. They had a timeout. They had that time in the last round. It just, you know, you can only say so much. Comes down to the way you're going to play at the end of it all. There are a couple of guys in the back here from Imperial. But, you know, with only Rizal on the site, they just elect to go for the 5v5 retake, it looks like. And maybe this is the call. They say, well, they're rolling us on these entries. Let's just let them have it and then try to go for retakes. And it can be risky. It's not the most comfortable strategy to use, but if the other strategies aren't working, I don't mind trying to mix it up at least once.
Yeah, I think a bit of a change-up is better than nothing, right? And already you're starting to see the fruits of that labor, but I wonder if they can dislodge Du here before he is able to pick off a few. Shui helps him out massively. Doesn't have to focus on what's happening behind him, only in front of him, and Du will reward Shui for his help. That is a three-piece, and it makes it look all too easy. All gamers are up to 7-1 now. And like I said, the analogy was a snowball into an avalanche, and I think that the avalanche is in full force now. This is way too clean from Du. Really under pressure as well, but Shui just getting that one kill. Releases the pressure, and Du, as I said, rewards him for that. 7-1. Don't know that Imperial can come back from this one, and remember what I said, if it ends up being something like the scoreline on Black Widow, I think Imperial are probably done in this series. Even though Eagle Eye was pretty close last time they played, this is a huge mental hurdle to come back from. You've just been pounded for 2 maps in a row.
Goken at least gets the start, gets the double. Adrian as well. Makes it a 4-on-2. But still, Jue and ZQ have control over the site for now. Goken backs off, but at this point it's only ZQ. Not a whole lot he's going to be able to do except maybe plant the bomb and find himself just 1 kill in this circumstance, but he won't even get that out of it. It's going to be a nice round from Imperial to close out the half, but a 2-7 scoreline, definitely not ideal in this one.
Kind of surprised they actually elected to push into Goken. I mean, after all of that, they had so much success on the A side, it's like, well, why not just do it again? But maybe last round of the half, they're like, hey, maybe he's going to switch it up. No, Goken's just looking exactly at the angle they're coming in, and he is at 94 ADR. Like, he's doing pretty well for a team that has 2 rounds.
The bookends there from Imperial, really.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations, I think, for all gamers where they go, yeah, we've got an A quite a lot. We probably should throw a B round in here, but do you really need to? Like, do you really? If it ain't broke, Don't fix it. Either way, 7-2. It's more than enough for all gamers to feel happy going into this second half. And short of Imperial doing something pretty insane here in map 3, I reckon we're going into Eagle Eye with all gamers up 2-1. Setup is outside of A for Imperial to kick things off, but we have become accustomed to pretty slow style on this Blacklist side, and I dare say that's probably what we're going to get.
What I want them to say is, okay, Gokun, just go kill them. I don't want them to sit here actually on this map. I think you can find some angles, you can find some good executions, but Gokun's playing really well. Just let him go try to pick people off.
I like it, right? Like, what if you just say, okay, Gokun, pretend you're in the clutch, right? And he's probably going to walk in there and get like 3 kills. But be like, ah, damn, I lost the clutch. But then...
It's 4v2.
It's 4v2. It's Galaxy Brain.
Next level.
At this point, they need something different to offer in this half, but it seems like they're just trying to ease into this push towards the B-bomb site. Gokun is going to be just kind of lurking on his own for now, trying to sneak underneath, but it really comes down to the entries. Ryu Zhao was on point in that first map, getting them done. Currently sitting at 2-7 on Ankara so far. They're going to be walking right into Do and ZY on this hold, though. It's not going to be easy to break through. Ryu Zhao, is he going to get the swing? Only 30 seconds on the clock. They've got to go, and Gokun gets the start they're looking for. Do gets the follow-up. And now all Do has to stall the rotation, but Gokun, he's getting the entries. Already finding 2 in the round. Even works his way into the tower as the bomb should get planted here by Adrian, and now they've got the numbers to hold on to for the retake, but they still need to make sure they've set up appropriately.
Yeah, ZY going down there really felt like the catalyst. Do has a bit too much to achieve by sitting behind those boxes, and now it's for Gokun to try to hold on from the exact same position. He's got the setup, but only a 1-for-1 in the end, and here comes ZQ, the 2 riflers from all gamers trying to clutch it out. They brought it back down to the 2-on-2, and if they continue in unison, they might well get this one done. It ends up being easy for ZQ. All gamers can't put a foot wrong.
They did that.
they just all gamed him.
Yeah, well, the second that Gokun died, it was like, okay, I guess it's our site. They kind of treated it that way, you know, like even got the headshot on the peak. Gokun's like, well, yeah. He's looking around himself. He's like, well, I guess I'm alone here. And it kind of has felt that way. This is like almost famous-esque from Kungarna, where it's like, well, you got the one guy. He's not quite up to 20 kills yet, but maybe he will be by the end of this if they can buy themselves a couple of rounds.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know, just send them in. Just wait. Let them get the entries. They had a better chance that time. They actually got the bomb down, and it looked decent after the entry from Gokun. But after that, the second he goes down to even, it was all ogre.
All ogre indeed. Is it Jova? That's the question.
That's the next question.
That's the big one.
Is it Grover?
Well, it might be if Gokun goes down without a pick in this round. I feel like Gokun is the only opportunity to win a round.
Retract your statement, sir.
Adrian, though, gets another. Still 5-on-3, but we saw a 2v4 be lost in the previous round, so they still need to be cautious in this one. But with Adrian on 2 for the round, it seems like they might have what they need here on the post plant to hold on to it. Gokun as well, prepared for the flank that should be coming his way. It's going to be Zhui and ZQ both pushing in here, but Gokun, he's been found out. Doesn't matter. The flank is there and ready to go, and Imperial at least get another round in this one.
Maybe this is the beginning of the comeback. The momentum swing for Imperial. They only look good if they're winning multiple in a row. So, you know, it's been a while since they felt the taste of actually winning a round with a dominant lead, and that was very dominant. You know, they got that entry kill. They got a couple of pickoffs. It was a nice little crossfire between Fefe and Adrian. A couple of guys that have been struggling a bit, and they're able to get the win. So maybe now sending Gokun, see if he can get a couple pickoffs and start to build something. They're still on the blacklist side of Ankara.
I remember watching All Gamers playing this map in Vietnam, and I was a little bit critical sometimes of how Zhuai held the Vent's position on A. I find a lot of the time he puts himself in a position to get a 1-for-1, and that's not really ideal, obviously, on global risk. So I think that's, again, kind of what he's doing, right? He's just untradeable in that Vent position, and if Gokun is really feeling it, you know, he takes that peak with the Orm or something, and just takes you down. Not really too much that you can do about it as AG, and then you're all of a sudden playing a 4v5. And I mean, Gokun, I like this from him. You know, he's the only one really that's having an impact right here. He needs to find a way to do it early in the round to drag this team kicking and screaming through a few rounds to get a bit of that momentum back. And maybe then that gives enough time for players like ADRF to start to come online.
Uh-oh. He's looking the wrong way.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it?
And that's Even. I mean, Even is, he's been on top of his game today, too, only dying 5 times so far. The least in the entire map. Nice little angle from Du as well. He's going to get the drop on a Gokun. And that might be all she wrote. Gokun goes down. The rest of the team is like, oh, God, where do we go? Where am I?
Mommy.
Where's Gokun? Please get the entry. Oh, no, he's dead. Yeah, they got to go for this. And Du has been having the hot hands today. Yeah, he's just on top of it here. And they're going to try to run into him as well. That's another one. Make it 3 for Du. And they are going to take him out. A couple nice headshots here from Imperial. Not a lot of time. They got to run into this one. ZY has a nice angle, but he swung on from Lukum, and all of a sudden, okay, one more guy left. 9 seconds.
Oh, no.
He's, yeah, well. Now if he tries to plan Zeke, you can just swing him, and that's going to do it for this one. Goes down, and Du, the big guy on campus. 9 rounds now for the side of All Gamers.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Apparently get all of the frags in this one, but Gokun going down first, that's really what does it. It just seems like no Gokun, no round potential. And for Imperial, I really hope the rest of these guys can step it up because they're getting the entries they need from Gokun more times than they aren't. He's got 15 kills in this map, the most in the lobby, but the next closest teammate, not even half of that. Makes it so hard to function the way they need to on this map, and makes it seem like it might be just about it for them in this series as well.
Eagle Eye next. Silver lining for Imperial is that they were close last time they played against All Gamers on that map, but I wonder if there's going to be the level of fortitude needed to actually challenge.
Yeah. We did say that, you know, coming into the series, it can be a little bit demoralizing to make it to the round of 8, and then you've got All Gamers again right in your face. The team you lost 0-2 to, and the team you haven't beaten so far in a couple of years. But they started off strong, so we had hope. But these last couple of rounds have been pretty brutal. All Gamers just decided, okay, well, it seems like Imperial are here to play, so now we've got to try. And it has been quite the day out for All Gamers on the last couple. Nice little entry from Rizal. That's only his 3rd kill in the contest. Over the top comes ZQ. He's going to trade 1 for 1. And in this case, Du is still alive. So things are looking pretty decent for the side of All Gamers. Even still alive as well. But this is going to be a plant on the A site here for Imperial.
Broken still alive as well for Imperial. So you got the big name still in this round, but LKK can step up for 1. That's not quite enough. Someone else is going to have to get it done. Gokun's chimed in there with 1 frag for himself, but here is Even stuck in a crossfire, and there is nothing he can do. Imperial are still fighting hard. They're not going down yet.
Seems like a matter of time, though, here. 9-4. It would require 5 in a row now for Imperial to pull this one back, even with Gokun leading in the overall ADR. They need an even bigger push from this team as a whole to get back in. You can see Gokun starting this one out, looking towards that A-bomb side, but it's going to come down to these players towards B. What are they going to do here? Ryuzao throwing a nade into the pocket over there. Does about 1 damage onto ZY. Not a whole lot of value, but better than 0, I suppose.
Man, that's huge. That's going to give them the edge in this one, I'd say.
You never know. You never know.
We have seen somebody surviving on 1 health. I think that happened once, maybe twice. Somebody survived on 2 health as well. So, could be all the difference.
It's going to be Imperial running down the clock. Nothing unusual here. But Gokun hasn't been given any challenges here in the round, and this is where All Gamers looks a lot more favorable to win it. They know Gokun's going to be lurking somewhere on this map, waiting to catch the early pick, but they're not giving too many opportunities. ZY opens it up, and it's a 2-for-1 for All Gamers to kick off the round.
Gokun's still alive. You see he's got the highest stats on his team as well because he's always just kind of going in there first and trying to open things up. Du going to get the spot there in mid, and now only 45 seconds, and a nice amount of information for All Gamers to say, okay, well, we cleaned them up outside of Hotel. We saw them in mid. What are their options here? They could go A, they could go bottom into B. And if that does happen, they've got Du kind of holding the long angle passively on B. Wow.
Where's he going? He was sending it.
Collecting information with his body.
He does get the information. I can hear him yelling about it on the stage, but the A side is getting cracked open. ZQ might get one trade with the nade. It hasn't come in at a good timing. Du, a little bit too late across here to do anything about it, and so ZQ allows the bomb plant to go down. Stuck in the clutch is Du, 1-on-3, but he'll lose his life, and Imperial find another. I think you really got to look at even there and wonder what is he up to, because he spots from A-Con outside of A, nothing there, and then he's just zooming into mid. And I understand you're probably thinking there's going to be a hit coming into B. I want to get over there quickly, but I mean, there's every possibility that they're just standing in mid. And then you give it up. The 4-on-3 ends up being a 3-on-3, and Imperial kind of roll their way through. Bit of a hype train in that round in the end. Just feels like we've kind of got to that point where we're like, all right, All Gamers is going to win this map, and I think they've kind of gotten to that point too, but you do actually have to get that final round. And Imperial kind of finding a bit of a second wind right here.
Hopefully it's not too late for it. They need 4 to send it into overtime in a row now. They've already got themselves 2, but definitely not enough to feel like you've got it within your grasp yet. Now it's going to come down to All Gamers. How are they going to change things up in this round? We are going to see 3 playing on the A bomb site, so a little bit of a stack in this direction, but I think it's definitely the right call here. Imperial slightly favors this A bomb site just because Gokun has that extra space to work with on these rounds, but Jue, I'm not sure if he spotted anyone on the jump across there, but if he peeks wide again, he might go down here. But he wants to fight into it. Good for 1. Ryu's out quickly there on the trade.
This is exactly the problem I have with Shui holding that position. That's exactly what I was talking about every single time in Vietnam. He gives up the 1v1. I mean, yes, he can get 1 kill there, but in the end, sometimes that allows your opponent out onto the site and they start to filter their way in, which is what Imperial is attempting to do. Even somehow still alive. No one's traded him down until Gokun arrives, and again, we turn to Gokun to try and save the day for Imperial. A 1-on-2. He doesn't have the bomb, but he does have time to make a quick rotate into GR spawn, but it is going to have to be quick. He's only got 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and at a certain point, they're going to know that this is possible. They might just turn around and check it. There it is. As Du is going to check it, shoots him in the face. That's going to be the end of it. All Gamers go up 2-1 in the series. Well, there you have it. Once again, all gamers come up pretty large. A couple of maps in a row. It was 10-3, I think, on Black Widow, and then we went 10-5 here on this one. Took a little longer as Imperial did put up a nice little stand, but for the majority of that map, we were just kind of shaking our heads saying, man, this is not the Imperial we wanted to see. They looked great on Compound, but since then, it's been all the all-gamers show.
Yeah, it kind of felt like it was Gokun against the world in a lot of cases, and he found himself in no shortage of 1vXs. I don't think he was able to pull any of them off, really. There was maybe a 3-on-3 which he was involved in that he was able to take part in, but generally speaking, you know, there was just not enough being done by Imperial anywhere on the map, whether it was on the first half, second half, defense, offense, riflers, or snipers. It didn't really matter. It was all gamers just kind of rolling on through that one, which is very much in the wheelhouse, actually, for all gamers on Ankara. And especially now after, yes, a slow start on map 1, but map 2 and map 3 looking incredibly decisive. You've got to be now looking at Eagle Eye and saying, I think all gamers is probably going to get it done here unless we see a major revamp from Imperial going into that map.
Yeah, I feel like moving forward, it has to be Imperial showing us something different. I do think Eagle Eye as a map is a strong potential for them to bounce back if they have that fight left in them. I would say it's probably one of their top two maps out of the 5 that you have in this pool, but it almost feels like they've given up at this point, maybe outside of Gokun.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard to pull back from a couple of maps that were that one-sided. We'll have to wait and see if they have it in them as all gamers lead 2-1 in the series. We'll come back with map number 4 in just a moment. We are back here for map number 4. As you probably hear Imperial trying to get themselves hyped up for Eagle Eye. Kyle's mentioned many times this could be the map. This could be the one to pull it back for Imperial because they really need some kind of jump start to get back in the series. Otherwise, all gamers might just run away with it.
We need a hype train conductor, all right? I was the hype train conductor for ranking. I was full faith with the boys, ready to go from map 2 onwards. Kyle, I need you to sell me the dream, okay? How does Imperial come back from a 10-3, 10-5 where all gamers just look so dominant on those last 2 maps? Is the dream alive?
I think they have the making of it. I feel like step 1 is already there, which is Gokun is popping off. That's what you need. He's going to open the rounds. And now all they need to do is just rally behind him. They get these picks from Gokun, but then they just keep overextending, not hitting the shots when they need to. If they just have Gokun open up the round and then they play really fast burst aggression plays as a team to take these sites, I think they're going to be in really good shape actually on their Blacklist side. I think the problem they've had is they were almost misled by how they were able to play on that first map so slow and have it work, because it hasn't worked for them on any other map since. I feel like they need to play aggressive in this map to win it. Eagle Eye is a smaller map as well, so you have to be ready to take those mid control and A plays a lot faster, and I feel like for Gokun this is going to be an equally strong map. And I also see a lot of potential from Feifei on this map as well. We saw it prior as that secondary arm for this team, and if he can step up and have a good map here, I actually think Imperial's in really good shape to bounce back, even though knowing those 2 maps weren't the best.
Yeah, you just got to shake it off and say 2 maps in a row. We've done it before in other tournaments, and now we're going to do it again. And this is the most hype I've heard them since the beginning of the day where they won the map. So they're coming into a map they should be confident on. They are up against all gamers. If you can just forget about what happened in the last couple, then surely we'll see a better Imperial this time.
Easier said than done, but with that said, right, if we would even take a leaf out of that first series book, ranking won 2 maps in a row, they looked super decisive on Ankara, and then XROCK just busted out the gates on Mexico, kept that series alive, and kind of dominated. So a map can make a big difference. A reset, a mental break can really make a big difference. And especially here, as you said, for Imperial, they do sound like they're still in this. They are trying to find that hype. They're trying to find that momentum going into Eagle Eye. And look, if there was any map in the pool where I thought that they could do it on, I probably would give it to Eagle Eye, just because that was the close map in the last series that they did play against All Gamers. Beyond that, though, if they make it into port, I mean, it is still a really difficult task here, doing a couple of maps in a row, I think, against All Gamers, especially an All Gamers that has now woken up. And you're getting really solid performances from Even in particular, who isn't usually the guy that we really talk about, right? But he's always a consistent force in this series. And what also kind of has me worried for Imperial is Du has also started to show up on this map. And if you remember that grand final against Baisha, Du was actually kind of going crazy on Eagle Eye. A lot of big clutches coming through from him, so he's not too shabby on this map either. I still think it's an uphill battle for Imperial. I'm not necessarily sold. It's got a different vibe to it, right? When we were seeing that upset come through from ranking, it felt possible. And it really felt like almost everyone on the desk kind of started to believe. But I don't think, at least yourself and myself, have kind of been sold on it just yet. Kyle's kind of on there. But even then, like, Kyle, I'm not getting it, man. I'm still not sure that you believe as much as I believed about ranking, right? And I actually think this Eagle Eye is going to be a big barometer in whether or not we go into that final map. Well, first of all, whether we get there to begin with, but also whether we get there with any kind of belief, right? If it's a super close win here for Eagle Eye and they only just get it over the line, it's still going to be a hard one to justify that there's going to be an upset in this series. So right now, I'm afraid I'm still going to have to say I think it's probably All Gamers for me. I'm going to go 3-1. I think they're just looking a little bit too good in this series for me. And there's too many positives for All Gamers and not enough there for Imperial. What I'd need to see from Imperial here, ADRF, where's he been this whole series? Ryu's out. Where has he been this whole series? I mean, Feifei had some okay moments. It was pretty good on map 1. I thought LKK has been kind of here and there, but like those are, again, not the 2 that I really look at. And I think right now you've kind of got 1 out of 3, which is not really enough for Imperial. You've got Gokun, but where's your riflers? And again, rifling
is the name of the game for all gamers. So I think that's where they're going to kind of run through things here as well as we head into Eagle Eye. But I'm prepared to be proven wrong.
I think they might be up for the task here. We'll see what they have to offer, though. A lot of it comes down to, as you mentioned, the rest of the team stepping up around Gokun, Ryuzao, someone who is normally really strong on this map. I'm expecting him to have a pretty good map here as well, knowing this is one of his best. So I feel like it's definitely in the cards here. It is a BL-sided map, though, so on the BL side, they've got to stack at least a 6-3 half if they really want to win this one.
Is this the moment for Imperial to mount their comeback? I think we're going to know pretty quickly on in this map. As you mentioned, Kyle, should be a good start from them. Will they actually get it done is the question. They will shout back in retaliation and just to up that self-confidence here on the entirety of their squad. They got to be ready. All gamers have showed up today. Imperial, we're still waiting for something after that compound. Let's get it going.
Uh-oh.
I thought Imperial were starting on Blacklist.
Well, they're not, I guess.
I guess it is all gamers here, so even more of an advantage maybe in this situation, but Feifei, an interesting little boost spot there. Onto the B-long hold. He's not going to find anyone out of that spot just yet, but as we can see here, all gamers kind of just taking their time, which is actually a little bit different than their standard approach on this map. They're normally very aggressive in going control on that B hotel position, and now they're definitely slowing down that clock. I think they know here in this situation, they want to put a little extra pressure onto Imperial. They don't want to give them that chance to get those early picks gifted over. I think they're just going to wait the time out here and maybe go for a 30-second execution to get the Mancy.
That's the classic for this series, isn't it?
Why is Gokun in the middle of the map? Generally, he plays on the A site and kind of holds the long angle, and he is pretty successful at that. Maybe they expected all gamers to be a bit more aggressive, and he's pretty far up there. They do have the double with Feifei, so maybe there's a little bit of, okay, well, he's going to hold the long angle, and I'll be kind of the unexpected middle armor on Eagle. I don't really see this too often, but let's see if it does work out. Ryuzao is pushing up. He's like, okay, what's going on? Did these guys load into the server? Do we need to remake this?
He's kind of the only line of defense, though, on the A side. If he goes down, Gokun might be able to do something. And this might be your answer as to why Gokun is in middle. Is it a bit of a read? Do they know that All Gamers is going to come in through mid? Gokun certainly seemed prepared for it, and he's got the help of ADRF as well. That 100% seems like a counter setup to something that Imperial have seen, and it's worked out perfectly. Now, though, talked about Do in the clutch on this map. I'm not sure he's getting it done without the C4.
Not going to happen at all. Imperial, though, a great read in the first round, and honestly, a little bit impressive here on the GR side as well. Not usually their better side, but it's just a good read coming out from Gokun, not being afraid to take that aggressive angle. Almost anyone else with an arm in hand just wouldn't be playing there.
He knew he had backup as well, though. So more than happy to hold on to it. I wonder if that changes the occasion here for All Gamers. That's a nice entry from Zhui. Certainly will prompt a faster push this time from All Gamers, and they want to clear out the hotel, which has more or less been done.
Zhui just decided, you know, we had a slow round. I'm done with that.
Screw it.
We gave it a shot, and now I'm just going to send it. And that he did. Lots of damage, though, done through the box. Zhui and ZQ already pretty low. 5v4 still is the current score. Ryuzao just running up mid. Nobody's here. Everybody on the side of AG was over there hanging over towards the hotel, so they might get a nasty little surprise here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, a couple of low HP AG members. You're not expecting Ryuzao there, though. The spray just goes all over the place, unfortunately, and ZY is on a sliver of HP. He'll be eventually brought down by a nade. Zhui and ZQ also fairly low. It's not out of the realms of possibility for Imperial to win this one. You'd hope it's actually going to come off the back of one of the riflers, just because of all that damage that's been done. Make that relevant. Ooh, Do dropping as well. So 3-on-3, and decidedly weaker looking 3 for All Gamers right now. A lot of this hinges on ADRF and his timing. If he actually peeks this corner, gets his head lopped off, or makes a ill-timed push, then that opens the map up quite substantially for All Gamers to just walk into the A site. They're going to get their smokes down and more or less cut off the rotations of Imperial as well, which is unfortunate. So tough ask for LKK and Gokun. They've got a long way to go to even make it to that site. But maybe Gokun can do something from the perch.
He's got the spot, but look at this on the other side of it. ZQ knows he can't really move safely. He has to put that time pressure onto Gokun to reposition here, but Lukum good for 1. Almost finds the second there onto ZQ, but this is where Gokun has to move a little bit faster on these clutches. Already half time off the bomb, and they still haven't gotten themselves another frag yet to work with. Gokun, he's got to go in guns blazing now and hope for the best, and they'll get it. That's a full retake from Imperial and a 2-0 lead to kick it off for Imperial as well on this map, and you can tell the energy is rising for this team.
Just a little bit uncoordinated, really, from All Gamers there. It was a lot of individual fights on that post plant, wasn't it? No one swinging together, no one really feeling too confident about taking the duels. Even, yeah, again, like a 1v2s, basically. Or, well, the initial one was a 1v1, I'll give him that, but not ideal as far as starts are concerned for All Gamers, but I don't think they're too concerned about it so far. It is a pretty GR-sided map, so... Or am I wrong? You giving me some crazy look? Am I getting the wrong way around?
It is very BL-sided.
BL-sided, yeah.
You're thinking about Mexico.
Yeah, that's right. It's getting late. It is map 9 of the day.
Yeah,
you're right. Maybe they should get a bit worried. Maybe you guys should be worried about me too, but don't worry about it. I'll be fine.
You're fine.
Even is bringing it back a little bit. He's kind of a one-man army just holding down this rotate. The rest of the team's walking into B.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, even though... Okay, well, there's going to be some challenge here in mid. I do feel like even though All Gamers did lose these first couple of rounds, I think the read is correct. Like, the way that they're playing and saying, okay, we're going to play this very passively. We expect Imperial to run at us. Imperial have mostly run at them and looked for pretty aggressive peaks here from the GR side. It hasn't quite worked out in All Gamers' favor, obviously. And let's see if they get this one. Nice long angle here from Ruzao. Once again, going to take out Du, which is a pretty nice pick.
I don't know if I'm a fan of that one. Giving up a 1v1, and it's kind of falling apart a little bit there for All Gamers. Time is really ticking away. ZQ could still win this one. He's on the defuse, but ZQ has it. He's got it this time. Probably a bit too close for comfort there for AG after how decisive that early round was. Even getting the 2 kills on his own, and you have a 4-on-3 post plan, and then Du's just whatever, for some reason, taking that fight. But they get it.
Now ZY again, he really wants to find this pick. He's almost had the opportunity a few times on that cross, but unfortunately nothing gonna fall just yet in their direction. Imperial though, still looking pretty good on this side of the map. A much more well-rounded performance so far as well from this team. You've got Adrian up to a 3-2. Yuzhao and Lukum on the board a lot earlier as well, so things are definitely looking a little bit better for this team on Eagle Eye, but a lot of time left for All Gamers to recover. Fei, he spotted Jue here. I think he spotted him before he went to the pocket, but still, yeah, misses the shots, and that is going to be an unfortunate error for him, and a pick now gifted over to All Gamers.
And All Gamers, once again, just waiting for their moments. Getting a little lead, and then going for a push, taking this very slowly, I think showing a lot of respect as well towards what Imperial can do. Maybe even just trying to wait out that little extra initial period where Imperial get really hyped. They get a couple of early rounds. Trying to really slow things down is All Gamers. And just trying to deflate their opponents, perhaps. Lukum takes a bit of damage here. Through mid, still peeking. Still going for it. All Gamers still waiting, even though he's had enough. And this guy has been on point since map 2. It's Rizal. He's out there. He's pretty far away from where this push is going to be coming in now. Is Adrian going to try to get the timing here behind them? Will he find it? Even gets another entry. Adrian does spot it, but he's not going to take anyone with him as this push will come in towards B.
No, he's waited too long.
See, I saw him.
Yeah. I thought the trigger discipline would maybe pay off, and I think that's kind of what he was hoping for as well, right? You're not going to win that round by taking one kill. You kind of have to even take the gamble that they're going to disregard it and that you're going to be able to get 2 or 3, but in the end, it doesn't happen. It seems like all gamers are back on the horse. This was a nice clutch from ZQ in the previous round.
Should have knifed him.
Should have knifed him, you're right. Would have been funnier. 2 apiece, though. Imperial started pretty hot, and they started to cool off. But the rounds are still feeling kind of close. I mean, not the last one, but one of them that ZQ did have to clutch. So it's not as if all gamers are really on top at the moment in this map. It does feel like it can go either way still. Early days, of course. But the same approach being brought in by all gamers. A little bit more of an aggressive hold from Imperial this time. Okay, will have to fall off, and that kind of leaves ADRF solo.
Gets the first, though. That is going to be it. Almost the kill onto ZY. LKK has to find something, but he just can't here. Still a pretty good situation, though, for Imperial. The nades trading back and forth. Feifei and ZY each securing a nade kill in this one, and now you've got to deal with the 2-on-2 Imperial. It's Ryuzao working his way back towards the A bomb site to double up on it with Gokun, but that is not where they're heading at all. ZQ down to 4 HP, so it's still a winnable situation, especially knowing Gokun has a nade in hand for this retake, so they've definitely got some time to work with as well, but my biggest complaint for Imperial on these retakes is I always feel like they don't give themselves enough time.
Yep, that's fair. And it might be something that will plague them again in this round. It's bomb plant time, and Imperial are a very long way away from the B site. And even still, Gokun is going to be so patient. He's hoping for Du to swing again, but surely you're just never going to swing that. And it will take pretty much until half that timer has ticked away before Imperial even give themselves a chance here. ZQ as well, through the smoke, gets a bit of damage, which will set it up nicely for Du in the 1v1. And he's got it done safely in the end.
Yeah, they played that so well. You guys are definitely right. I mean, Imperial waiting a while, and then eventually they realized, well, we can't really rotate, and there's smoke in our face, so we kind of just have to push it. They push in together, they trade one, but Du plays it perfectly through the windows, just kind of chaotic spray, gets the job done against the Colt of Gokun. And all gamers playing this out really well. It feels almost suffocating how slowly they're playing. And as I say that, they run straight at Gokun, and he picks up 3 just straight in a row. They get absolutely rolled by Gokun, who's not having any of that.
He himself kind of gets rolled through the smoke, though, as even will be able to find the trade. But it is well out of the hands of all gamers for the meanwhile. Look, the benefit is they've got a lot of time to play with, but they have so many players to get through and even can't start it well. So, Du, way too much to achieve, given the fact that there is 3 players swinging him and a pretty prompt response from Imperial. And I would say that's probably the last of the fast rounds that we're going to see from all gamers. Someone is definitely saying, guys, that's why we haven't been playing fast this entire game. Like, that might be pretty much the first really fast round we've actually seen in the entire series from all gamers. And it's just blown up in their face. So they're going to default back to that slower style, I'm sure.
I do like this forward position, though, from Feifei on the round. Sneaks into the mid-double doors, where all gamers likes to go later on in the round. And Imperial, they're going to go ahead and just push it into all gamers mid-positioning, but it does not work out for them at all.
That's funny.
Lukum trying to find a way to pick up the pieces, but he's only going to be good for actually a second. I'm surprised he gets that second kill. I thought for sure Jue was going to get the trade alongside it, but this is actually very winnable now for Imperial. They've got the 2-on-2. The C4 still stuck in the middle of this map. No forward control for all gamers, and Lukum, that's a huge moment.
Somewhat lackadaisical on the trade attempt onto Lukum, and They do get punished for it. Now he's in a position to actually win this round, especially if he allows them past and swings in behind. ZQ not actually going to go up the stairs to check it out. All gamers will be aware that position is dirty, but I actually like this. This is a huge rotation from all gamers. Oh, if they would have gone to B, but they decided not to. ZQ's actually turned around. I think the walk in through GR spawn to B would have been so cool. Now it's on to ZQ, though, to win the 1v1 against Goken. And look where he has gone, right where you need to be. Huge shot. You only get one opportunity, and he hits it.
Yeah. And Imperial, they're saying, okay, cool BL-sided map. We're just going to run at you. And it's kind of working. I mean, a lot of these rounds have been very close. And sometimes they get behind on rounds and they don't win these trades when they're getting aggressive, but they're getting it down to like 2v2s or 2v3s and giving themselves chances and retakes, and it's been messy. It hasn't been the most straightforward map, I'd say. It's been pretty complicated, a lot of different styles being played, Imperial getting pretty aggressive, and then also backing off and then going double arm and saying, okay, we're just going to hold angles. And all gamers have struggled a little bit to try to keep up here in this one. So Imperial, they get ahead in round 8, and they're ahead from the GR side. This is why we had a little bit of faith in Imperial to come into this map. The last couple were pretty disastrous for them, to be quite honest, but now they are making their stand.
It's quite reminiscent of the last time they played this map, right? It was pretty close, and actually in one point it was Imperial leading and looking like they might actually win the map, only for all gamers to put together 3 or 4 in a row and actually finish it off 10-8. But kind of getting the same vibe, right? Imperial debatably looking the better team on the map right now.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it comes down to all gamers playing a little bit predictably, I think, on this map. A lot of the time, they're not comfortable going A long. They go for these late pushes on to B, and it's pretty easy to shut those down if you've got an arm or two nearby, and this time it is going to be Feifei holding on to that position. The flank is already starting to come through as well. You can see Ryuzao already working the wraparound. Du has no idea just yet what's coming his way, but he actually gets the kill onto Lukum. Doesn't know Ryuzao is going to be there, but Ryuzao has a lot to do on this stall now. Bomb already being planted as well means all gamers have to hold on to this positioning, but it's not going to work out for them. Shui goes down as well. Feifei, beautiful double kill. Now it's on to the 1-on-4. ZY has to defend this bomb side alone, gets himself one, but the trades are there, and so is the energy as Imperial get the lead and a guaranteed half at the very least out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, if Feifei's going to pull off 2Ks and really nice quick plays like that, then you know Imperials are probably in good hands, because Feifei has not been a guy who has performed at a high level in terms of KD or clutch moments. Everybody else has been great, but if he's also doing it, then you've got problems as all gamers.
All gamers really need this final round of the half to go their way. 6-3 on the GR side for Imperial would be a huge way to get themselves open up for the win, but ZY en route to the A bomb site, good for one, even finds another. Adrian is trying to hide in this corner pocket, and it's gonna work out for him. Goken slides in for 3, and now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Goken, he can't keep getting away with all of these plays, but now he needs the ace in the round. With 8 HP, they know exactly where he is, and it's going to be a 5-4 half for Imperial.
Well, that's an interesting prospect, isn't it? All gamers moving on to Global Risk. I mean, down around. Who's a believer? Raise your hands.
Oh, I've got it.
Okay, Kyle's raised his hand.
I've got
For Imperial?
Yeah, for Imperial.
I mean, they're definitely...
I didn't see a hand raised.
I think they're definitely ahead in this map, for sure.
We got 2.
I think, you know, that last round was a little bit of... Ryuzao, I don't know what happened to him. He's playing okay on this map, but he does seem a little bit slower than normal. Maybe.
Bit of some.
He started off really well. Like, he had huge numbers in the first map, and he's been great all tournament long, but a little bit slow in the last couple of maps, and now he was a little bit slow on that mid hold. And since mid got kind of blown wide open, they still nearly held on to it. And yes, they did go down, but they're still ahead and they're still on BL side now. I like Imperial's chances in this map.
I think I'm still an AG believer.
That's fair. You did predict them, so.
Is it illegal to say that?
I think it's okay.
Is it heresy at this point? I mean, Shuei's 2-8, so that's definitely not doing a whole lot for my confidence. But there's just this little thing about AG, right? Where it's like, they're never really out of the map until they're actually out of the map. And especially from what we saw in the last time they played Eagle Eye, it did look like Imperial was going to win the map. And they didn't. So I will hold my judgment until I get to see at least a couple of rounds in this second half and see how the GR side's looking for all gamers. Pretty passive start, though, from Imperial. No surprises. We're sub 1 minute, and they're only just now really going to start to get a bit of a wriggle on.
I like also that all gamers are not getting impatient. They're just waiting. I think this is how you have to handle this.
Yep. Even's going to be the first point of contact. Jiggle peek in the corner. Spots out Feifei. Goes for the shots onto Gokun, who was waiting for it, and he's really letting the team know that they're coming. CY is not able to do too much, and well, Imperial have decisively smashed all gamers in the first round of the second half. So yeah, maybe it's on. Maybe Port is on the horizon.
Yeah, I feel like the downside in playing so passive against this Imperial playstyle is they don't have enough information of where the push is actually going to come from, and if they don't have the numbers in the right spots to make it happen, to actually pull the stop when they need to, it's going to be a bit harder than they might think on this side of the map to actually win it back on. So all gamers, I'm hoping they play a little bit more forward in this round, maybe towards the B side of the map. It seems to be where they are more comfortable. Then they can get that early information, start to determine if it's going to be a B or A hit in this round, and maybe rotate accordingly without trying to lose too much in the process.
Well, let's see if they do listen to that. We do have ZQ out there on the bridge just trying to get a little bit more information. They're not doing the Imperial thing where they're running up mid and A long. They've actually got 3 guys just stacked on A. And they said, well, if they want to go mid to A, we'll be ready for it. Anything else, I am curious to see if Imperial, if they went, you know, just straight up in a B, how that would work out for all gamers with this kind of setup.
It's going to be a mid push, but ZQ's holding the off angle. They're not going to check it yet. But Adrian can sneak in here if he gets this pick, which he will. But ZQ from the GR spawn already finds the double. Do as well, good for the third. And still, they're going to force the plant alone. Luka doesn't even have the support. I don't know why he plants the bomb, but he's a risk taker today. Gets himself 1. He's stalled long enough, at least for Gokun, to get this rotation going. But Gokun, he's not going to be able to make it happen this time. It's a 6-5 game.
Well, you got to take risks when you're down numbers, and I like the risk actually in the end. It kind of paid off, right? He got the plant and he got himself a kill, but couldn't follow up on that, and Gokun also didn't manage to do too much. But yeah, I mean, you can sort of see it working for Imperial, even though they do lose that round. They're getting away with a little bit. And all it takes is a little bit to speed things up, though. The scoreline is still pretty tight at the moment. They're not going to feel comfortable until they're at least a couple clear of all gamers, and that hasn't really been the case for this entire map. It's just generally been a bit back and forth, bit tit for tat. There's all gamers now looking for their equalizing round at 6 apiece. And Imperial will not change anything up at the start of round 12. Got Gokun kind of looking for anything that he can possibly find. Not having too much success just yet.
He's trying to see if there's any birds flying around.
Skeet shooting.
Yeah, just trying to make sure. There's, yeah. Well, he's not going to find anybody in any aggressive spots at this point in time. And all gamers, they're doing the same thing as last round. I mean, it worked. It worked well because ZQ had a nice angle and he was able to spray into 2 people, but ZY missed those initial shots, and Imperial, you know, they weren't the cleanest on that engage, so I do worry about this kind of setup. for All Gamers, but I guess it worked. It worked once.
Yep, has been a pretty middling performance from All Gamers. Everyone's a bit, you know, 9-9, 9-8, something like that. And then Jue's like 3-9. And the scoreline is only 6-5. Like, we're definitely not seeing the best of the All Gamers individuals here. And Imperial is only 1 round ahead. Especially with Gokhan going 14-7. I don't know if that worries you guys, but it does sort of concern me that if someone here from All Gamers really finds their feet, you know, like if we start getting a vintage ZY performance, that could be enough to send All Gamers through to the playoffs.
I raised my hand. You know where I stand.
You're all in.
No, I'm Imperial in.
Imperial in. I'll accept the take back.
No.
Okay. No take backs. No take backs. Not anymore. Who's found himself one, and Even's getting enough done to keep this one pretty solid for All Gamers. Rotation should be coming across pretty quick smart here, and it is. Jue this time able to get himself on the board, and will be feeling a little bit more confident after that. It's an equalizing round. Again, it's definitely not going to be an easy map win here for Imperial if they are to force us through to Port.
Yeah, I feel like we're starting to sink in and see a little bit more of the issues they had in the previous maps. Gokhan still finding the entries, the rest of the team struggling a bit in this second half to have that equal impact as they did in the first. And on the other side, you've got other players starting to step up. Jue, he was 2-8, now he's 6-9. The frags are there. That's where things get a little bit scary. ZY good for 1. Adrian somehow protected in that position. It's going to be a 2-for-2 here, but Adrian finds himself another, looks for the triple. He's going to find it, and Du is now left alone, dueling Ryuzao on the A-bomb site.
That is amazing that he gets away with that, actually. There was so many AG players in the hotel, and he just somehow dances the dance with them. He does the tango. And nobody was able to do the same for All Gamers. They didn't have their tap dancing shoes on.
So it's a very wonky fight in the hotel. Even like Dwayne going in doesn't understand that Adrian's right on his left with 18 health. If he just looks that way, it's a free kill. I mean, Adrian, it took a while for him to even notice Dwayne, so definitely a bit of wonky one. Lots of flashes in there. Everybody a bit confused on the angles, and Imperial just come out ahead. Adrian with the cool head in that moment. And that gets them the slight advantage here, 7-6. This feels like an overtime map to me, the way this is so close.
Probably deserved it in the group stage. We might get it again, at least the opportunity for it. It was 10-8 to All Gamers in the group stage from a similar circumstance.
It's a good nade. They throw an aid in response saying, okay, you might be pushing up here, but that might give Imperial a little bit of information that maybe someone's close enough to have been affected by that nade. Doesn't seem to affect Imperial's decision-making, though, as they are just stacked. It's almost like they're just waiting. They're just waiting until 40 seconds, and then they'll make a play. Waiting for all the utility to be drained from the side of All Gamers to delay this one. It's looking like a mid push is brewing. Mid to B, perhaps, with that smoke. Let's see how they go.
Could be a fast flank from AG if that ends up happening. You've got two players progressing down A long. ZY trying to hold this line with the Orm, but the C4's been spotted. Even's got the info, and Du has the coverage on the backside, but not for too long. He'll be traded back on down. ZQ also dropping. Feifei is on a sliver of HP. But it comes down to ZY, usually the superstar for AG, and can he step up here? Has the first in the clutch. The C4 took a long time to get to the site. Feifei around the back should be an easy cleanup, but only if ZY spots him out, and he has it. Going up the tower. He's got no idea. Feifei is at his feet, and that is a round-winning play. Feifei knows it. He wonders maybe if that's even a map-winning play. And so do I. 8-6. Imperial gauntlet thrown down. All Gamers. What is the answer?
The scary part is they've been here before. 8-6 was the exact score line before they lost 10-8 in the group stage. This is their chance to show us they've got different plans this time around.
This is getting really tense. Imperial getting a lot of these clutch rounds. Fefe a couple of times now, able to step up when they need him most. And, you know, the IGL isn't always the guy that's going to be picking up insane plays, but it really hypes you up as a team, no doubt, when Fefe is getting some crazy plays going and getting some really good reads as well. That one was a 3v1 scenario to start off, of course, but yeah, pretty clean on that entry was Imperial, just going straight in towards that A-bomb site. And they're able to finish it off. And this kind of pacing, it worked on Compound, it's working on Eagle Eye. All gamers still don't have the answer.
Yeah, it all comes down to the execution here, but you can see Jue getting a little aggressive on the mid doors, thinking about maybe going in for a peek. Feifei on the other side of it here, just waiting it out with Ryu's out on the jump spot. But Imperial, this is the game they want to play. Just drawing out the pick, but they have gone pretty late through the mid doors quite a bit. They do that this time around. All gamers is pretty stacked on that position.
Goken not landing that shot initially, but the follow-up will be there from Feifei. He does give up his life. The timing felt pretty good from him on that push, but even still won't go his way. Ends up being a 1-for-1 though, as Du is found elsewhere, and CQ locked in an important battle against LKK. Headshot connected. Not enough to finish off. It's the M4. But still some critical damage, and it forces LKK back. CQ with a nice push through. He's getting a lot of information here. All gamers, they should be stacking that B bomb site. There's 25 seconds for Imperial. They've got to go. When are they going to go? Goken right now looking for those openers, but they are really leaving this one down to the wire now. Imperial, it's going to have to be clean on the entry, and it is. The flank being watched as well. The plant is going down, even can't deny it, and somehow Imperial at the 11th hour with 6 seconds left have got that plant down. Still a chance on the retake though, but it has to be Jue 1-on-2.
This is looking like Jue in the clutch. He hasn't been the guy on this map. Can he get it done? He tries to hit the bomb. Doesn't look like he does. He's looking for this, but he's about to get flanked as well. Ryu Zhao goes down. Jue, he knows what the last guy is, I think. He taps it, but he doesn't look. And Adrian finishes it off. Imperial called the initial timeout. But now they're on map point, 9-6.
Oh, fancy that. A timeout on 9-6. That's really more of a BM timeout than anything at this point. All gamers got to be getting into their own heads. They're looking at this and wondering, well, hang on a minute. Is the same thing happening to us as what happened to XROCK earlier today?
It's starting to seem like the possibilities are there. They're playing very well on this map compared to what we've seen, but all gamers as well making a lot more mistakes on this map. You can see it in the rotations here, a little bit sloppier than you might have expected, but this round was really the key. The one with Fefe in mid, 1 HP. You allow him to do that to you, and things just go completely differently from then on. I feel like Imperial, they've got to use this pause to their advantage. Even though it might not seem intentional here, this is actually a really good moment to take a pause, because you don't want your team to get too hungry for that finish.
Definitely.
That you make the mistakes. That's what happened to them last time when they had that 8-6 lead. So this is their chance to recalibrate and keep their composure.
Well, if it's going to be all gamers, it's going to be in the overtime.
I think if it's going to be all gamers, it's going to be them in map 5.
He's a believer.
I said it right at the half. Imperial just looked different on this one, and I like that they've gone back to this play style of just waiting until 40 seconds, because all gamers still don't have the answer. It is pretty clear. And Imperial have been clean on when they have to make a quick and solid execution onto a site. And they have been winning those most of the time, especially when all gamers are not able to calibrate because they do not have the information, which has been the case here pretty much every round after the half. Although all gamers did get a couple, but that's not enough to win a map.
Yeah, for all gamers here, it is going to be a game of patience in this round. They've got to make sure they don't give up anything early, but they still have to slowly poke around for information. That's exactly why you see ZQ go for that early push. Now they know there isn't a forward presence yet towards B long, but when Imperial's playing like this, it's hard to tell what's going to happen because there's still 3 players in the blacklist spawn. They haven't even left yet. They are waiting to set up this strategy, and you see a lot of utility baited out there on the A bomb site. Just 2 nades to fake the execution.
That's huge.
Gets 4 in return, and all gamers, they've already exhausted what looks like all of their smokes and only 3 flashes left for the round. So really good job from Imperial baiting this out.
Is it going to be the double pump? That's my question. Have they got anything else for the A site here, Imperial, or is that really just to bait out the util from all gamers? Either way, don't half mind it. All gamers got to be wondering, what is going on? Where are they? They've thrown all their util.
They're in the base. They're always in their base.
They were in their base until 30 seconds left in the last round, and it worked out perfectly. Not so this time. ZQ, he's actually able to clear out pretty much that entire side of the map, but even still, Du's going to lose his life. And really, we look to Zhui, who's trying to hold on to his position. He'll fall straight away. Excellent entry from ADRF. Feifei cutting off the rotates, or at least attempting to. He's low. We'll back away. Wise decision. Keep yourself alive. Keep that gun in the game. And again, under 10 seconds left, and Imperial will get the plant down on the site. ZY not going to have the same success that Gokun did.
It's all about the retake here, though. ZY quickly switching out to the M4A1. I think it's the call here, but Feifei, he's about to be collapsed on. He's somehow danced his way for a moment, but he's actually stalled this clock perfectly. Adrian and Gokun have full HP, but Gokun, he whiffs the shot at a crucial moment, but he still just has to stay alive here and stall this clock out. There's no time, and this is the perfect position to play time from. Adrian and Gokun both take the corners, and now there is just no time to get it. Imperial, they're gonna do it. It's map 5 on the way as they pull off the 10-6 on Eagle Eye.
It's going all the way once again. We're going to map 5 for this second series of the day, and all gamers do fall to Imperial on Eagle Eye. We go all the way to port for the second time today, and Imperial definitely putting up a good showing there, showing us that they have the potential to actually take down all gamers here going into the final map.
Wow, well, what is there to really say? 10-6, a pretty decisive scoreline in the end, and Imperial are able to equalize the map score, so port is map number 5. That's where we're headed for the second time today. I mean, upsets already happened in that first matchup, and one out of however many called it there. One out of however many have called it here as well, and I gotta say, I mean, it definitely feels like it's on, Kyle, now. Like, right, when we were coming into that map, I was saying, even if Imperial wins it, is that going to be enough to convince us going into port? Well, 10-6 certainly makes it look doable, and you got some of the individuals stepping up that you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, Adrian 114 ADR. You had Lukum as well, almost hitting 100, and this is what you need if you're Imperial to succeed. It can't be just Gokun trying to open up every single round for you. This time, it's everybody doing what they need to, and Adrian, of course, picking up the MVP in this one. No surprises here because it was a complete turnaround from map 3 to map 4 for him.
Yeah, pretty insane stuff. If anyone's going to get in there with Gokun, they are going to find success, and the entire team on the same page, able to get across the line in this 4th map. So we only have one more to go. We are going to take a quick break before we do get into map 5. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are here after set number 4, and we are going into the final one of the day. It is going back to port as I attempt to scream over the Imperial members as they do try to shout there. They should be casters one day, no doubt. Yeah, this is going to get pretty interesting. I think either team could win it from here. Imperial have shown a good amount of staying power in the series, even after getting kind of blasted 2 maps back-to-back. Didn't matter. They were able to give it to AG there on Eagle Eye.
I'm not going to lie, I think for the storyline, I kind of want to see Imperial win this one. I think that would just be crazy going into the playoffs if we had only Baisha, 2 Brazilian teams, and a Vietnamese team in the top 4. It would have just absolutely blown our expectations away as to what we might get from the grand finals here in 2023 of CFS. All gamers, I think they're going to bloody try their damnedest to make sure that doesn't happen, but at this point in time, I mean, yeah, like you said, it really does feel like it could be anybody's guess as to which way this one is going to go. I've always thought, though, that all gamers look pretty solid on Port when I've watched them play that map, so tough ask, obviously, for Imperial, but I feel like everything in this series is a tough ask for an Imperial, and they've really answered the call quite nicely there on Eagle Eye. Great adaptation, great change-up, especially considering we saw them lose that one in a pretty poor fashion, actually, in the group stages. So I like it. I like it from Imperial. I want to see them do it. Question is, are we going to see them do it? Have we got believers? I don't know. Kyle, you were believing even Valdez in the middle of that map as well. So
I've been converted.
Are you converted? You're an Imperial believer.
I think, they have the momentum, right? They just won this map. It was pretty dominant, especially after the half. To have a second half go that heavily in favor of Imperial, I think it's a really good sign going into Port.
I find it so hard to not believe in all gamers, though, especially after what I saw in Vietnam, that they were able to reverse sweep the series against Baisha. I just look at that and I think if you can do that, I mean, you can beat anyone from any position in any series, and one map of Port against Imperial doesn't feel like that big of a deal when you can reverse sweep against Baisha in a grand final. So it would be absolutely shocking to see all gamers not make it into the playoffs. I've still got to stay with my prediction of all gamers, but it is feeling more and more doable for Imperial as we go through this series than what I thought it was going into it. So have to give them credit there. And what a storyline if they do make it happen. That would be huge. And, we'd be going into those playoffs saying Baisha's the only team remaining from China, which would be crazy. That would be crazy.
It is a bit crazy, but it's a team that has players that have been here before and gone through the experience of taking a Chinese team out of this tournament, and that's why I believed Imperial had that potential. They've got those veterans on this lineup that know what it's like to reach a grand final, and some of them have won it before as well. So I feel like they're starting to see more of that old life that we saw in the 2018-2019 Brazilian rosters that won championships here, and maybe this is the makings of another Brazilian championship caliber team. I can definitely feel it.
Everyone's got to step up, though, right? Like, Gokun's been having a really good series. He's been quite good across the board. Hasn't won an MVP in this series, but does have to be said that, like, on the maps that they're losing, he was the one that was keeping them maybe afloat in some senses. There on Eagle Eye, he also had a lot of impact, even though it was Adrian that comes away with the MVP. On Port, there's almost no individual player that's more important than the sniper, particularly on the global risk side when you're holding that A site, which again is where Gokun likes to sit. So I think again we're going to keep our eyes on him. I can see the win condition coming together though for Imperial. Gokun's doing well, ADRF doing well in that last map as well. Feifei having impact.
Feifei clutching.
Yeah.
Strange.
And then, okay, now is it someone else's turn to step up here, right? Like Ryu's out. Come on. He's been okay on that last map, but we haven't really seen a Ryu Zhao map so far in this series, and I'm kind of waiting for that.
First map was good for him.
Sure.
The compounds he had, he was like 2 KD, he was up there.
Yeah. But I want to see a map that he just takes over, because we've seen that before from him in series, and now's the time to do it.
Well, comes down to map 5. Only one team can move on to the round of 4, can move on to the playoffs, can move on to the stadium and challenge for the cup. They can compete to conquer as Imperial attempt to shout over them, and they may have just done so, just like they did on Eagle Eye. It all comes down to Port once again. One more time. Let's see who makes it to the next round.
Yeah, it's so funny, isn't it, how the series have kind of mirrored themselves just in terms of Ankara being the map in the middle and then Port being the map on the end. And what will be the scoreline? Will it be 10-7 upset, Imperial knocking out a Chinese team to match what Ranking was able to do earlier today? That feels so long ago. These best of fives last a long time when they go the distance, and here we are on to map 5. Imperial does have to start off on the blacklist side. They're not really messing around quite so much in this one as what they have on previous blacklist sides. They were playing quite slow on Compound and certainly the same on Eagle Eye. However, a little bit faster through the map this time, getting met with a barrage of nades from All Gamers. There's another one. Oh, beautiful utility usage from the Chinese squad. That's 3 nades that all land on top of ADRF.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to get him out of the picture early. Lukem as well, taken down to 64 from that heavy utility stack onto the A connector, and it does put Imperial in a difficult position to start off this map already. Working through the 4-on-5, they are trying to get a pick slowly as they work up the B tunnels. They've got a lot of forward control here. Gokun, definitely who we're looking to see that early pick for the Imperial side of things. He's working his way into the B connector. Feifei as well, starting to fall back, and this could be a rotation now towards the A bomb site. 45 seconds on the clock. Feifei gonna pick it up and work his way through. Maybe Gokun lurking here to try and get the fake going in their direction. The bomb definitely heading A in this one, but Gokun, he's got to be careful. If he goes down with 0 value in this round, you've got to think it's probably an unwinnable position.
Well, he's just going to run away, and I think All Gamers will realize it. Will they have time to get over here and stop it from happening, though, is the real question as Feifei gets in, picks up the first kill. 15 seconds, they will get on the site, and Gokun as well, going to pick one off through mid. And the plant will be clean.
Are you kidding me? I just don't understand how they keep doing it. There's 6 seconds left when the plant goes down. ZQ, he'll get that kill. Double down from CY, and now it's on to Gokun. Ryuzao to try to clutch this one out. Oh, just Ryuzao. Where is he? Hiding in the smoke. He hides behind, and he gets the strike that he needs. A double kill comes through, and Imperial have the first round on the board. Is that the catalyst for exactly what I asked for? Ryuzao, inner map, taking over. Clutch Minister. Well, excellent start from him. Patience was the name of the game there. He just hit it in that smoke, and AG went right past him. What a crazy first round, though. I just don't know how Imperial is so clean on these entries when they've got 10 seconds on the clock. All it would really take is 1 kill from All Gamers to throw that round into chaos, but Imperial consistently in the late rounds are getting it done. But they've sped things up this time around. Feifei on the entry, gets himself 1. Ryuzao, though, does drop. Do still, again, from the same position, trying to hold on to the site, and incapable of doing so.
You can see how they're playing it, too. The second do is going to be looking for those peaks. Everybody's hidden. Everybody's against the wall. The pause is already called here for AG. You've got to imagine, as here comes ZQ. He's got ZY with him once again. Can they get this done this time? That flash is going to buy some time. And they're up against 3. Gokun gets the 1. They swing onto him. It's 2 in favor of Imperial to start off port from Blacklist.
It's not a good look for All Gamers. I mean, these A pushes have been unstoppable, and even in the first round, it was into a 4-on-5 disadvantage that they won the round. So for All Gamers, this is the perfect time to call a pause. Yes, it is a little bit earlier than you'd like to, but with this type of Blacklist momentum, you have to stall it out early. If you give Imperial a run at a 3 or 4 round to 0 lead on the Blacklist side, it could sacrifice the whole map at that point.
What has Even got to say to the team? He's really been the one that's kind of been piloting them through a lot of these maps. He took the back-to-back MVP on the maps that All Gamers won. And I don't think traditionally you really want Even to be the guy that is getting the MVPs. It should be ZY or ZQ.
What about Jue?
I mean, Jue, yeah, like pretty much anyone but Even. Because he's the, he's the consistent force, not the hard carry. I mean, the thing is, like, Feifei's looking pretty damn scary in this map as well. I'm not going to lie. He's getting entries everywhere.
Yeah. Again, if Feifei's doing it, you're going to have a lot of power because everybody else is really consistent, really strong. Ryuzel was having trouble on the last one. Now he's stepped it up for a couple of rounds. It's still very early on, but as Kyle said, it's not really a good look for AG when they're just getting rolled this easily from the GR side of port. It feels like the fourth map never really ended. We kind of just came right back into it.
Yeah, grand finalists last year, All Gamers, could get knocked out here without even making it to the top 4. Then you'd think, well, the run toward the trophy is open for Baisha, but these teams are stepping up, right? Like, group stage, it felt like all the maps and games were pretty one-sided, very predictable, nothing too surprising. Even yesterday, I mean, the maps were a lot closer. Cara House got closer to Baisha than anyone really had gotten before. And then here today, already XROCK out. All Gamers potentially in this 5th map might struggle as well. So as soon as we hit the best of 5s, things became different.
And now we can see a change-up as well coming out of the pause from the Imperial side. Ryuzao going to be on the this time as well, running that double setup. And I actually really like the double setup on this map if you're going to play this passive, because you've got so many angles where the can get you that early value. You've got those B tunnels picks. You've got this mid-position Goken's playing. You've got A long. So I like the call, at least at the start of the round here, to try that out. But Lukem going to be shut down. No support behind him either. So a free kill to open up the round, but Adrian on the late trade gets it done, so still some good value to be had for Imperial.
Kind of surprised that ZY sticks around alone. If he knows a follow-up swing is going to come in, could get isolated, but just trying to hold it by himself. Here comes Dwayne, might just go straight into that we were talking about. Let's see how aggressive. He's going to have a flash over the top. Makes it pretty nice, and he is going to get the kill. Goes down pretty low here, 14 health, but now kind of a menace behind enemy lines. Let's see how Imperial deals with this.
Jue, though, runs into trouble, gets caught by Feifei on the lurk, and Adrian sneaks out mid as well. 20 seconds on the clock. Du has to hold it here on the 1-on-2, but he's quickly traded down. 15 seconds to plant this bomb, and this nade could stop it if it lands correctly. Goken, though, sticks the plant through it, and you almost have to with how little time was on the clock there. ZQ now left in this 1 versus 2. Feifei gets the spot, has to win the engagement. Not going to. Goken.
The nade.
The nade could finish the job. He gets away with 1 HP. Surely not. Goken down to the 1-on-1. Misses the shot. He's got a knife out. No, what is happening here? ZQ should not have had an opportunity to win this round, but gets it done in the 1-on-2.
Yeah, that is just so unfortunate. The nade doesn't finish it off, and then Goken can't get on the ladder. 2 attempts, but honestly, even if he gets on the second time, I think he was dead. He just wasn't up quick enough, and might have in the end been better off just going for the swing, but man, ultimately, a little mishap for Imperial does allow All Gamers back in a round sooner. This could have been so much worse for All Gamers. Down 3-0. You've already used your timeout. Map starts to look pretty doomed at that point. But they get a reprieve. And All Gamers is the kind of team where if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. That's the inch. What is it going to be from All Gamers now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still like All Gamers barely, like they were falling over the line and then they got shot as, you know, it was not clean. It was very close. Imperial could easily be 3-0. And I think it really just comes down to if Imperial can continue with this kind of play style that All Gamers still don't really have an answer to. Even down members, just heading through mid. More grenade damage in that same spot, as Imperial are setting up what looks to be some aggression onto A. Maybe trying to isolate Du here a little bit. He was good in the middle of the series, but last couple of maps hasn't really stepped up to the plate. And if you can isolate him, throw a bunch of utility on A top, maybe you can just get on in there and hold.
Does seem like they're trying to exploit that A side. It's consistently been where Imperial have wanted to go, and Du's only got the 1 kill so far.
It is tough, though, with Jue in this position. They might not check him quickly enough, but he peeks alone early. Not a fan of that, even though he does manage a kill before going down. Now Du has to hold on alone. He has no support nearby other than even playing from the bridge. The flashes force him out of position.
They didn't push.
But it's no full push coming in. But even in ZY, they shut it down in mid. Imperial going to have no time to work with, but Gokun, he's got the opening here. Ryu Zhao as well going for the sneak attack. And he's going to find it here. Gokun gets another kill. It's down to ZQ. The bomb plant, though, can't happen in time. This bomb is all the way back. There is no other option except win the fight for Ryu Zhao. But he's going to get a chance at it. ZQ has no idea. Ryu Zhao gets the spawn! He misses the shot 6 seconds. He has to go in quickly. It's all a matter of time for ZQ, but he runs down the clock perfectly, dancing his way to the round. And who else? ZQ again with 5 HP, somehow stealing around.
Another massive reprieve for all gamers. A slightly better spray from Ryu Zhao. One more bullet would have done it. He had every opportunity. Every opportunity. It was a long spray down. In the end, though, all gamers do have 2 next to their name. How much will those 2 rounds come to cost Imperial later on? It could be a 4-0 scoreline right here.
Yeah. You know, the first round, I was like, I don't know, you know, it feels like Imperial still got it. Now I'm worried for them. I don't know how you can keep a good mentality after that. I would be tilted, but, you know, these guys are pros. Let's see if they can hold on to it, because that was a couple of devastating rounds that were so close. They could be 4-0 easily. One thing goes their way.
You just got to keep saying, like, we were so close in those rounds, like we were the better team in those rounds. We should have won them, but yeah, we were the better team, and if we keep putting ourselves in those positions, then we are going to win this game. Which is not wrong. They have been the better team in this map. It's just not represented on the scoreboard so far. And even then, 2-2 is not a bad spot to be when you're on the blacklist side. There's a lot of positives here for Imperial. The only negative is that it could have been more positive, which is kind of a first world problem, really.
A lot of that momentum going to be riding on this round. You can see Jue going a little bit too deep here. Feifei finds the kill. The early 5-on-4. Now they know they don't even have to fully commit here. All Gamers is the team that needs to change things around here. They're going to be looking a little bit more aggressively for that follow-up play. Du, I don't like this reposition from him as well. It's a little bit too risky. With how many M4s are on the other side, that box damage is going to be pretty brutal to go up against. So it's almost a bit of a over-risk on his end, but even this is the play that can change around right here. Sneaking up into the A connector behind them. They have absolutely no idea. Du gets the double kill as well. Adrian may get one, but it's not going to matter with even on the flank. But Adrian, how does he get these trades so well on this map? ZY holding on to the elevator stack, gets the headshot, but Adrian, he has to do it all. And again, there's just no time to make it happen, and all Gamers take another round.
Yeah, I feel like finally one person getting good timing, trying to get information and get behind Imperial. That hasn't worked all day. Finally he gets in there, and Du is able to hold his position as well. They do not check behind the box, and that comes back to bite Imperial as well. So now that's 3 rounds in a row that have gone towards all Gamers. That one definitely more decisive than the last 2. They're beginning to get some momentum. Imperial have been stopped. And this is looking like we might have a map here. I was getting worried at the beginning that Imperial were just going to roll over them and that it wouldn't be very competitive to conquer. But now we've got a close one.
Certainly do. Even thinking about the mid-swing would have potentially been a mistake. Feifei's been pretty sharp on this map so far. No nade damage off of that one. Does sort of give away the game that Feifei is in mid and looking to push. Even is really still looking for it. He's going to get a little bit of chip damage in there, but nothing really too substantial. Feifei, however, has snuck into the B connector. There's nothing really there for him to find, though. And I dare say we'll see Imperial running down the clock for another minute or so.
Yeah, for Imperial, 1 minute to go. Means they've got 45 seconds before they've got to move. They're not too worried about that. But all gamers, they're playing very, very safe. And I feel like Imperial, they've got to show they can go to the B site on this map. They haven't really done it yet. This could be the round to catch them off guard with a fast B push. But ZQ is the anchor on this site. And honestly, the biggest problem for them to deal with as well in this map so far, even on the off angle. Not going to be ready for that one. They find him quickly. Here comes the mid to A play. Actually, ZY cut off by the smoke, but it doesn't matter if Du can down the bomb carrier that quickly. Jue as well. Good for one, good for two. And Lucum left alone. Nothing he can do in this one. All gamers find themselves 4 in a row to respond and a timeout behind it from Imperial.
This is starting to look like a bit of a shutout, actually. And it could have been a completely different story. Imperial lost those 2 rounds that were so close, but that's what started it all. And now they'll also take their own timeout. Both teams have used their timeout so early in the map. And think about how crucial that timeout actually was right at the end of Port that enabled Ranking to get back on their feet. When things were looking a little bit precarious, they took the timeout, won the 2 rounds, won the map. Now neither team has that option, so from here on out, you have to do it the old-fashioned way.
You can see just how serious these discussions are. Both teams know there's not a lot of time to recalibrate. Just a minute and a half just to recollect yourselves and go for it. This is where the IGL has to come in and give like that big speech and be like, well, all right, guys, this is our moment. Either we fall here or we move on to the next round.
Well, you'd prefer the latter. This really felt so doable for Imperial coming into Port for the early stages, for the first 4 rounds of Port. Now I'm starting to wonder, if things don't turn around off the back of this timeout, I think it's all AG.
Could be, but when you look at each round that's played out, it's only been 1 round where all gamers really had a definitive advantage where Imperial had no way they could have won the round. Imperial, they've had a lot of rounds just come down to the wire, and yeah, they could have won them, but the potential is definitely still there for them to get at least 3 or 4 out of this half, and on the BL side, it's ultimately all you really need.
It's true. But at a certain point, you do need to get rounds on the board, right? And like, end of the day, that's what All Gamers is doing. It doesn't matter whether they're close or not. The scoreline reads 4-2. And there's only so far that, oh, that round was close, can actually take you before you start to lose the self-belief. And you also kind of play yourself out of the competition by just not having enough time to come back into it. How far out does this first half balloon? It's still okay for now. But a 5-2, a 6-2. What happens then?
7-2.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. I do think that Imperial will eventually make a stop to this momentum from All Gamers. Question is when. And they are set up here onto A once again. They've decided B is not where we push on this map. Maybe like the last round they're going to send it. But for now, it's all A site. I think that's okay. I mean, they found a lot of angles here in the first 4 rounds. So just keep pushing that button. Due in position. It's been Due and Du as well on this site, and they have been the 2 guys that haven't necessarily stepped up. Due had a nice round. Du had the 1 round, but I still think this is the weaker side of the map, and they're going to try to go for it here.
Look at Ryuzao, though. He's pushed out pretty much onto the B bomb site, throwing a full fake by himself. And he actually forces a full rotation here. Imperial, the timing is perfect. Du, he's stuck on the staircase as well. Has to try and sneak back in. It's too late, though. And Imperial have full control over the bomb site. 5-on-2. The bomb gets planted. And this is a round they've got to close out.
Surely no chance they drop this one, especially after that shot is connected. A 1v5 from ZQ would just be absolutely insane. Ludicrous, really, to believe that it's possible.
especially with the time ticking well against him. He did get a clean shot there onto Goken, but no follow-up from that. And as every second ticks by, the chances of winning the round go further and further away from him. Imperial do find that round. That has to be the breaking point. You don't want to just see one. Great round from Imperial, no doubt about it. Can they get another? Can they continue to put that pressure back on the shoulders of all gamers, or will it be a one-hit wonder?
They've got to have that same approach. Forcing the rotations wherever they go has to be their key to success here. But again, it goes back to the fact that they haven't really contested B. And if All Gamers catches on, they're going to put more and more emphasis on this A bomb site as the rounds go on. And I feel like Imperial, they've got to show us something different in this round. All Gamers, they've got the players set up on this site to lock it down, but I'm actually surprised they're still sticking with just the 2 setup pretty similarly, even though they've lost A every single time.
Yeah, I think that one's on All Gamers. Not sure. It's kind of reminding me of Pacific Makta the other day, where it's like, all right, this hasn't worked. Let's send it for the 7th time. It can run you into a lot of trouble, but I suppose they have some belief that these guys will eventually get it done, or that, you know, the other guys on the other side will be able to retake, which it has happened a couple of times, but it hasn't been super clean over the course of this entire map. So, although, as we see now, there's still a minute left, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but they are at least clearing out in front of B, and the C4 is, for the moment, on this side of the map.
Still, it seems like they're going to go back to A, though. I feel like that's the go-to. They want to put attention on B, but they just feel more confident on the only site they've been able to take. But I really like this off angle from Shui. There's no way Adrian's ready for it, but the trade is at least there for a moment. Du still gets one from the top of site. Goes down to about 30 health in the process.
He's open.
Yeah, now they've got to go B. Goken, though, spots ZQ on the rotation. Does he connect, though? He doesn't have a chance to take aim just yet. Oh, what is that shot there? ZQ gonna regret the B-hop in that moment, and now it is all on to ZY. Goken has no idea he's already on the back of site here, and the patience game is gonna play to the advantage now of All Gamers. They find one, find two, and ZY gets it with the 3rd, and All Gamers secure the half at the very least out of this one.
Holy cow, what a shot from ZY. He did the exact same thing to Goken that Goken did on the entry into the site. Just got in behind. Unexpected position. Unfortunate for Imperial. It looked like a really good chance, but these little timings make big differences. Just like the jump spot just doesn't see him. Just. And then, the 3rd kill on Defefe. Look at this. Boom. Off you go. On your bike, son.
See you later.
Head back to Brazil, mate.
Yeah, that was pretty intense. You can see these guys are really locked in now from both sides.
100%.
I like the idea from Imperial. After Dway kind of finally found a really sick angle, they respected it. They ran away. Du also got the 1 snipe. And take a look at this. Goken's like, okay, I am the obelisk in mid.
There's a turret.
And this guy just really hasn't been missing, so... Although he just fall down, and that's not going to connect. Even considering trading back. I wonder where you go with Imperial now. You did go for your 1 play on the B, but that was after you failed on A. Do you just go back to A?
100%. I feel like they almost have to at this point.
Yeah.
It's almost a mental block to send it towards B. You can see Goken wants to still poke around while the rest of his team works towards A, but the real key in this round is what will Jouet do? Is he going to play forward? Is he going to play behind this box and just play patiently? Him staying alive for at least 1 is the difference in a lot of these A hits. They're grouped up for it though, but Goken, the window timing just slightly off, but
he knows.
He wants this fight on the doors. ZY, is he going to be ready for it? No, he's not. Goken gets the opener. That's going to signal the go on to Shui, but Shui and Even, they're holding it nicely. Shui good for 2, and he's not even downed yet. This is falling apart for Imperial. They've got no way to push through now. The nades being chucked onto the top of them, and Lucum just has to frag out at this point. Good for 1, not going to matter because Do from above seals the 6-3 half.
You got to see your dream slipping away from you there if you're Imperial. 6-3 half is going to be tough to come back from no matter which way you paint it, and considering there could have easily been another 1 or 2 rounds in that half for Imperial. Is it the dream turning to a nightmare?
You see the ADR there on the side of Imperial. It's a team now. Goken has found some pretty insane pickoffs in the last couple of rounds, and maybe that'll be enough to get everybody just a little bit more. But at this point, you're definitely behind the 8 ball. It doesn't feel too bad to at least have gotten 3 rounds from Blacklist, but I'm sure in the back of their minds they're considering what could have been. But also, I would say that if Imperial start off strong here, then I think we're going to have a close map.
Yeah, it's all about setting that pace here in the first round for Imperial. If it goes down 7-3, doesn't seem too likely, but just 2 rounds, it's not too bad at all. Gives you that little bit of wiggle room they may need to get across the finish line, but All Gamers putting a lot of attention onto A Connector. They're going to try the same start of round strat that Imperial used against them. The late hit onto the A bomb site. And this is where Goken has to show us he can still make it happen on this side of the map equally. He's going to have 4 players peeking onto his position. He doesn't really have any support here either. ZY just kind of toying on the corner of this box, but Goken, he knows what's coming. Almost goes down with the box shot, but Adrian, he's quick to rotate. Good for 2 is Adrian down low. Goken, what is that shot? Follow it up, gets the double as well, and Imperial is definitely here to play in the second half.
That's the start. That's the start you need to rebuild the belief. The 6-3, it felt like All Gamers was on top. But at the very least, to kick off the second half, Imperial, they get that momentum right back.
Yeah, and it comes down to Adrian and Goken, the 2 guys that have been the best today. Adrian starts it off, Goken finishes it off, and I'm not sure if as AG, I understand, you want to send it in once, test Goken a little bit, but they passed the test. I think they got an A+ on that one. And now it's like, well, can we even go A anymore? I'm not sure after we got rolled like that. So maybe going to have to see some new strategies from All Gamers, which could lead to a little bit of Imperial dominance here. Let's see how it goes in these next couple of rounds.
It's an interesting boost here for Do as well. Trying to see over the top into the GR spawn. Nobody there, though, yet for Imperial to find the value from this position, but we're seeing a lot of tactics being thrown on the table that aren't quite as common in this matchup, and you really love to see it. You can tell they're bringing out all of the stops to try and get any advantage in this matchup they can find.
You've got to. Both teams are at their peak at the moment. And this is a huge chance, right? Remember, a single elim at this point of the competition. And Imperial, you would take out one of the front runners to win the entire tournament. It was Baisha All Gamers in the grand final last year. All Gamers won the most recent international event at the Summit Invitational in Vietnam against Baisha. And here's probably your best chance of taking them out of the tournament early on in the piece. Don't let them get to the double elim stage. Goken, he wants to hold on to this A bomb site. He's not even on the site. It's an off angle, but it's working. He's found himself 2 already, and All Gamers just cannot seem to get past this guy. They have eventually made their way up into the site, but Goken is putting on a masterclass right now. He's already got 3, and he'll want the 4th here. On to Do as well. Goken on the GR side has arrived.
This is exactly what they needed in this side of the map, and now it's 2 clean rounds in a row, 1 away from a tie, but look at that follow-up shot from Gokin. The reactions are just on another level to get him to a 15-8 scoreline in this matchup. One of two players on double digits, the other also on Imperial. It's going to be Adrian with a 10-7 here. So they've shown a lot to pull this one back, but if you're Imperial, you've got to keep hitting those shots. You can't make the mistakes. You can't feel like it's over until it's over in a map like this.
And I can't believe that All Gamers sent it into A again. I feel like they needed a reminder. Gokin's like, okay, I'll give it to you. He doesn't play top A. He plays the off angle. He's alone. He picks off 2. They wait for the smoke to bloom. He gets a 3rd and then a 4th. Just
They're going to go
bonus.
again.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, it just feels like stubbornness. But also, again, like I said, you can't essentially say, okay, well, we're just not going to push the A side. But I do think that going for 3 in a row might be a bit too much. With Gokin this much on fire, you're just making him even stronger. you know, like he's getting more confident.
The thing is, Imperial also are kind of gambling on that idea, right? Because they're saying, well, they've gone A twice in a row. It hasn't worked out. We're going to stack B, anticipating that they're going to go in that direction. And it's almost, again, a bit of a mind game from All Gamers. If they go back to A one more time, this is the round where it might actually work, because there's only one guy there, right? Like, it was Gokin in the last round, but prior to that, he did need the help of ADRF before he popped off. So this, I think, would actually end up being the correct call from All Gamers if they go A. And surely with this setup, 45 seconds left on the clock, you are going to be committing to the A site. And no one from Imperial has come across yet. Ryuzao is playing mid. LKK there as well, but this really is on the shoulders of Gokin, and this time unable to connect. He's changing his position up. He's getting flash, but he's not finding frags, and he needs some help, and he's not quite getting it. The rotations don't come across. All Gamers, they breach the site for the first time in the second half, and that is going to have Imperial thinking.
I mean, Adrian, he's good for 1. But this is a huge clutch on his hands to deal with, even down to 30 off of the nade. But he's going to have to move faster than that if he wants to win this round. Du spots him out, just gets the call for Zhui to move up into position. They've got everything they need, but Adrian, it's already 2. Can it be anything more, though? No, it cannot. All Gamers take it to a 7-5.
Yeah, everything you were saying, Elfish, was right. I had confidence, actually. I'm like, I think this is okay. I think Gokin will be fine. All Gamers prove us wrong, and they do isolate him and take him down. I mean, eventually, if you throw enough stuff in his face,
yeah,
everybody's going to miss. Doesn't matter who you are.
It's not unreasonable to have confidence in him there, for sure. But at the end of the day, if All Gamers plays it correctly, there's almost no way that Gokin should be able to hold on to it solo. It's only if they make mistakes that he can get that done. And they didn't in that instance. This time, though, a couple of individual peaks. The shot's not really connecting at the moment on either side. It ends up just being a 1-for-1. ZY even able to get out of there. But LKK spots him, does damage, evens down low as well. This is still a pretty good setup for Imperial, as long as they don't get toyed with on the rotation. They have rotated 3 players over to A. B is looking weak.
Yeah, it's a big round here for Imperial to hold on to. They've got the HP advantage just slightly in their favor for this one. But All Gamers, they're not sure where to turn to just yet. You can see even talking the team through this situation, it looks like he might be playing the lurk here, trying to keep Gokin potentially out of the fight, but Gokin's actually rotated into mid. It's actually Adrian, the solo hold now on the A bomb side, so I like this rotation from Imperial, giving Gokin a little bit more flexibility in this situation. There's even a chance they go for the peek out of mid underneath the bridge here, and this is where you want Gokin to try and shine.
This has got to be his moment. He missed a couple of shots out on A long. Can he do it here? To keep Imperial in this, 8-5 is going to be real rough. 7-6, you're probably almost winning from there, especially with how well they have held off All Gamers so far. Only 1 round given over to them. All Gamers just waiting 30 seconds. They're about to run. That was so slick from ZY. And that might just be enough to get in. Gokun, though, he's got the cold. He gets one.
He dropped the C4.
Dropped the C4. They still have enough time, though. Especially because it's only Ruzao, and he's got to rotate over here. So it's a free path into the site. Ruzao trying to come in quick, but it's not going to happen. ZY, big time opening up the site, and all gamers get an 8th round.
That is painful for Imperial. Can't call attack timeout. Used it earlier on, which is probably a benefit for all gamers at this point, considering they're the team in front. A bit of that momentum. Only a couple more. They just need to fall over the line at this point. But you do get the sense that Imperial still have a little bit of magic in the back pocket, right? They've changed it up. They've pushed aggressively into the warehouse to take that area of the map. And they've left a couple more members over toward A. But you just know that early in the round, not a lot's going to happen here for all gamers. And that has prompted Gokun to go for a little bit of a look in. He's gone fishing. Hasn't found anything, though.
It's so tough in these rounds. All gamers just trying to bait out the picks. They know all it takes is one mistake to get them that next round on the board. And they are waiting to see if it'll be gifted to them. Gokun.
So risky.
He's thinking about taking a big risk here. If ZY peeks out, he's just dead at this point.
I think you got to, though, right? Like, you're down 8-5. Gokun is the difference maker right now. If you think the opportunity is there, you have to go for it.
Oh, he hits it. He gets it on the jump of even. And now, you know, why is even jumping that way? Well, it's because the entire squad is coming this way. And now all gamers without their IGL look to group up towards the outside of B. But that is a huge pick to start off here for the side of Imperial. All gamers, let's see how quick and clean they are on this play onto B, because if you've got enough utility, you throw it in the right place, you get onto B, you can still open this one up.
Feifei really in that key position here, gets the initial spot onto 2. He knows he's got to move into this corner to hold on to the back of sight. Jue trying to cause some trouble. He's good for 1, good for the jumping second kill, but it's Ryuzao who finds 2 from down low, and Adrian seals the deal on a nice round for Imperial.
Oh, man, they're not done yet, are they? They are really not done yet. Still a mountain to climb for Imperial to come back 8-6.
It's definitely within reach for both of these teams.
It is, but it feels like so much more has to go right at the moment for Imperial to get these rounds. And when they're down and only playing with 2 rounds, they can only lose 2 rounds. You know, ADRF pushes here. There's someone watching. Well, that could be your map over.
Just
Gokun in the last round, right? Like, he plays such a risky style there. Makes it work. Just don't lose. I mean, yeah.
I like that it's the 2 players that have a lot of confidence right now that are doing this. It's not like Ruzao's going out trying to get information. It's like, no, it's going to be Gokun who is going to get a huge pick, or it's going to be Adrian who is in there, and maybe he gets like a big spray as they're all rotating. And even if you don't, if you don't get a kill, you're getting some information potentially. Let's see how this goes, as even is about to jump straight into Adrian.
It's going to be a potential for 2 here, but ZY, what is that flick around?
Jeez.
Say goodbye, Adrian. Now Gokun has to hold alone. The utility is just devastating. He's already down in a tough situation, and ZY finishes him off. ZY finds the double as well. Ryuzao trying to get this flank going. They need something, anything, to keep it alive on this map, but it could be the match point getting drawn from all gamers. Feifei is going to go ahead and move all the way off the site in towards B, and it's time to talk to the team here. Backs against the wall.
You can really just see how much all gamers respect Gokun, though. Like, as soon as they're walking their way up onto A, it is just a barrage of nades. It's flashes, it's everything. There's no possible chance for him to peek his head up and take a shot uncontested. He's either half flashed, full flashed, he's got a nade blowing up in his face. He can't do anything. He is not allowed to play the game.
And that is exactly what all gamers need to do. They need to neutralize him if they're going to go A, and it's getting them rounds. They're up to 9 now. It's 1 away. All gamers, they are about to knock Imperial out of the competition and secure a second Chinese team through to the playoffs. And try as they might, Imperial cannot stop the onslaught.
As confident as the members of Imperial are, doesn't get better than ZY just lighting 3 people up with no recourse. And just like that, these players are just so talented. ZY is just able to get in there and open this entire round up and give them match point. Just 1 round from the Blacklist side. They've already gotten 3 so far. It's looking very likely all gamers should cross the finish line.
3 rounds, though, on the GR side. That is the dream for Imperial, to take this one into an overtime situation. They've got a lot to do to get there, though. And all gamers, you can tell, they know how close they are. ZQ sliding into the lower B tunnels. They've got a lot of map control to work with in this round already. There's nobody even thinking about peeking this time around for Imperial. They know they can't afford to give up any early entries here.
Let's see where all gamers eventually decide to push. They're going to take their time as well. It feels like the pace has been kind of decided, like the standard pace of this entire match by both teams. Bomb has been picked up. Looks like maybe they're going to go bridge. Coming on in, Rizal gets some info. He hits the head. Gonna give them a chance here, and the back road is held by the side of Imperial. Everybody does get lit up, and it's only Do who is going to be pushing in here. Not very likely for him to clutch this one.
I mean, at the very least, he's got time, but certainly no HP. Okay, Imperial, they stave off 1. 1 out of 3. Don't think it really makes it any easier to get through the next 2.
What do you even say?
Nothing. You don't say anything at this point. No one is allowed to move.
This is where all gamers have 1 round of flex to play with. They could go for an aggressive play to try and catch them off guard. It seems like they might go a little bit earlier towards this A bomb site, but I do like this call. If you're going to pressure someone early, it almost has to be Gokun, because if he's out of the picture early, if you get that pick, this round becomes exponentially harder for Imperial to win under this type of pressure. So I'm definitely expecting an A hit here in this round.
It's been what has worked, and for both teams, right? So I think if you can just isolate the sniper up here, throw about a bazillion grenades in his face, and hope that Adrian gets smoked out, or that you can push him away or get an entry kill onto him, then I think you've got the round as all gamers. They've grouped up here. They're not in connector just yet. Still a lot of time for this match. And what's going to be the call? Expecting the A push.
So close, but so far for all gamers to get this one to a close. You can see Imperial here still playing very, very safe as we approach the final minute of the round. All gamers starting to group up for the A execution. They've got 3 into the A connector, 2 on long, and Gokun with the weight of the round now on his shoulders. Is this the round he is able to hold on and take it 1 step closer for Imperial? The flashbang comes out. He's going to try and go for this repeat over the top. Adrian down low, has to get something done, finds the first. Quickly traded down from ZY, but Gokun goes down without a fight, but it may not matter. Ryuzao has found 2 kills, forces the rotation to come through from the rest of Imperial. Do knows they need a pick before this bomb goes down, but they don't have time to play with now. 15 seconds on the clock to secure the plant. Imperial, they know this. They're just going to stall out the clock here and set up for the retake.
Who's checking everything. Anything you can possibly try to see a potential pick coming from, and he's trying to see if it's coming, but not on his life. It's down to even 1 versus 3. Okay, K will shut it down, and now Imperial are 1 round away from keeping the dream alive. They'll be saying 1 more. All we need is 1 more, and then the rest of the job begins. But at least for now,
The focus is one round at a time, and they're doing it. Crucial spray down from Ryu Zhao.
It's the perfect timing, too, because they're trying to get Gokun at that moment in time. Like, yes, the guy on the ground is looking at Ryu Zhao, but he gets that, and then he takes the second guy down.
Yep.
Even as Gokun falls, you're getting the trades in your favor.
Perfect trade fragging.
Imperial now looking for the ultimate comeback in this one. But all gamers, they are so close here to getting it done. And Gokun, he's going to be playing the ladder position this time around. There's no full commitment anytime soon likely from all gamers. They want to see if someone is going to get anxious in this final round of regulation. They found a lot of openings so far off of this passive play, but you can see it in how Imperial's playing. They're pretty much up against the GR spawn wall with 4 players on this team because they know how important this round is.
This would be the most heartbreaking way to lose. 10-8. After you've won the last 2 rounds, made it feel possible. ADRF is just going to jump spot it. Getting as much info as he can for Gokun. Honestly, I don't actually mind the fact that Gokun is down on the floor as opposed to up in the site. I feel like that's an adaptation he could have made. It's not ideal, but when you can't get anything done from the site, maybe even just getting 1 from the floor is better than nothing, especially considering the rotations have been so good from Imperial. You have to back your teammates in that sense and think maybe 1 and done is what I need in this round. And it'll be tested. It's going to be tested. All gamers have decided to end A again.
Adrian's got the jump spot as well. Spots 2 on the cross. Gokun has to connect on the shots. He goes down too quickly, but Adrian, he's still hanging on. Good for 1, good for 2. Adrian finally gets traded down. It's a 3-on-3. The bomb safely insecure in the site, but Ryu Zhao, he's going to have the timing here to maybe catch them off guard. Thinks better actually of the flank, only sends 1 player on it. But still, this bomb hasn't been planted yet. And Lukum, the timing here is truly everything in this round. The bomb's going to get planted, but he's waiting for the action here from Ryu Zhao. Someone has to make the first move, but nobody on Imperial wants to.
It all comes down to this. Somebody's got to make the move. We've only got a limited amount of utility. In they come, Lucam on the flank. He's not going to hit it. Du has been so good in this round. And the 3v2 now, they're trying to hold it. Fefe gets the 1. The IGL trying to pull it through for the team. Just 10 seconds as Even is holding on. Fefe gets 1. It's 1v1 in this, and Du is playing the clock. There's not enough time. Du's got to get up there, and Fefe pulls off the bomb. That's going to do it. All gamers will move on to the round of 4. All gamers certainly made things very interesting, going all the way 18 rounds, 10-8 to win it here on Port in a 3-2 victory in this best of 5. Doesn't get much closer than that as we make it all the way to 5 games in both series. All gamers, though, they will move on to the playoff rounds in a couple of days. They will play in that double elimination bracket in the stadium, and I'm sure a lot of people want to see them there. That's going to be really hyped to see them in this round of 4.
It's got to be the most painful way to lose, unfortunately, for Imperial, right? You get so close, you win those 2 essentially inconsequential rounds, and then the final hurdle is just a little bit too much to get over. And like I said at the start of that match, during the pre-match, we did have our upset quota for the day fulfilled by ranking, and it kind of felt like, you know, maybe we were going to get it again. Maybe we were going to get that double upset, but in the end, unfortunately, didn't happen for Imperial. And at the end of the day, what can you do? What can you do? You tried your best. You tried everything possible. And in the end, All Game was just a little bit too good. So there you go, 10-8. I feel for Imperial, right? They played against these guys in the group stages. They played against them in the playoffs, and they just couldn't topple them again here. A much better performance, but still not enough.
Yeah, it really just came down to a few key moments, a few key rounds, and I feel like when I think back to what could have gone slightly better to get Imperial across the line, it's those 2 rounds from ZQ, 5 HP, sneaking away those blacklist side ones from Imperial. That cost them the difference, and looking back, I'm sure those rounds are going to haunt them for a bit.
Didn't we say it? Didn't we say what?
We did.
What a difference those 2 rounds could make. And we said, what difference will they make? There's your 2 rounds. That's exactly it. Perfect point. And it's just one of those things that's going to be going through the minds of Imperial tonight while they're trying to sleep. I mean, it's going to be seeping into their nightmares. And unfortunately for those individuals that are involved in those rounds, like, they're going to be reliving that and thinking, what if I just would have, like Ryu's out, what if I just would have hit one more bullet in that clutch? You know, did he know that he had him that low? You'd have to assume so. Like, you have this gut feeling, this instinct. You know when your spray is good or when it's not good. A player of that experience would know that he was that low. And even if not, you go back and you look at the VOD and you see how low you had him. You had one bullet the difference could have made. But end of the day, didn't hit it. And that's what matters.
Or they could have pushed 10 seconds earlier a couple times. You know, that could have made the difference as well, because eventually ZQ just kind of running out the clock. But yeah, I think, you know, I'm not calling out that strategy. I think that's part of the reason why they were able to win a lot of the rounds to even get there. So Imperial made it very entertaining. I don't think that really any other team in that position would have been able to get that close in that position. So shout out to Imperial. That is where your run does end. Had to face up against All Gamers twice, and that's who knocked you out. Pretty unlucky, I suppose, but you know, a little bit better in the group stage, a little bit better seeding. Maybe you don't have to face them. The what-ifs, as you were mentioning, could haunt you forever if you continue to think about them. At the end of the day, Imperial played good Crossfire. AG were just slightly better, and they will move on to the round of 4. So congratulations to them. Very curious to see just how far they can make it, because you got challenged by Imperial, but also sometimes having those extra maps and that extra time on stage can be the little preparation you need to maybe take out a Baisha or a couple of our other teams that are in the playoffs.
Yeah, every possibility that is a grand final or an upper bracket final that we're going to get to see again. I think most people would be quite excited if it was Baisha and All Gamers in the grand final, because those two do feel like they have been, for the better part of 2 years, the best teams in Crossfire and in Crossfire Stars, right? We saw the matchup last year in the CFS 2022 grand finals, and also at the Vietnam Invitational, they were in that grand final. It went all the way to 5 maps, and to see them run it back, it could be another all-time great grand final. Then again, you've also got a couple of teams that would like to play spoiler to that storyline in ranking. Obviously, we saw what they could do today. An interesting game from them. Will they be able to bring that kind of fire again against better Chinese competition? There's no doubt that All Gamers and Baisha will be a more difficult task to handle than XROCK was. And for Vincent, well, have they been properly challenged at this event yet? Not so sure. We'll see how they go when they get into the top 4. But either way, yeah, I mean,
I like the teams we've got in the top 4 here. I think we've got a lot of really cool developing storylines, and yes, you do have to feel awful for Imperial, but at the end of the day, only 4 can progress.
Yeah, I feel like either way, Imperial, yeah, they're going to be upset with how things went, but these are also the first 2 maps they get against All Gamers all year long, so it's still an improvement for this team to have pushed this series this far, and I feel like if they have just a few key moments to develop coming into the next seasons, this is really a team that could contest a world championship next time around.
Yeah, they certainly have the experience, and I think they have the ability as well. You know, what could have been if some of those earlier maps would have been closer as well. They came out really strong, and that was cool to see. We are waiting, guys, on the interview, of course, with one of the members of All Gamers. Wouldn't be surprised if it's even as the IGL, just to talk through kind of everything that went over. There's like so much to talk about. We could sit here for 15 minutes in an interview, but yeah, it will be nice to get his thoughts about the series, and yeah, that'll happen eventually.
I would say he was also probably the overall MVP as far as I'm concerned. Like back-to-back MVPs on Black Widow and Kara. He never really went missing, I don't think, on any of those maps, even the ones that they lost. He sort of felt like he was contributing, and maybe even the best contributor actually for the team. So a solid representative for All Gamers, but I think they're actually going to need to step up going into the playoffs for sure.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can use this as the step up. We have the interview ready. Let's hop to the stage right away.
Welcome back to stage. And this game, congratulations to CHENGDU All Gamers have the victory of 3-2. It's a very hard-won victory, and the MVP. Hi, I'm Evan from AG. So let's do a short interview. So this is actually a very hard-won victory for the 5 maps. So do you feel any nervous before the competition? Actually, I did not feel kind of nervous. We just bring out our best. So for the first map, it's compound. It's very good for the global risk. So when we were holding position, we have 2 snipers, but we only got 3 points on the first half of the game. So what kind of difficulty have we encountered? Because for this map, we haven't practiced it for a very long time. So when we are on the global risk side, so we usually play with 4 to 5, and the opponent is always with Gokun at the front side, so they were very aggressive.
好，是的。对，我们可以说稍微慢一点，因为我们有翻译有一点时间啊。好，那么其实有看到在
Actually, for the first map, on the first half of the game, we found that we were not in a very good performance. We're always in the 4 versus 5. So what kind of adjustment did we make? As for the adjustment, so everyone just focus on the details. And actually, normally we will bind the compound map, and for the second is the Black Widow. We have the land start victory. So please illustrate on our strength. So as for the strength for the Black Widow, that is, we are very clear at the order. And on the Black Widow, our teammates have very good performance. Honestly speaking, we have 2 maps have landslide victory, but on the Eagle Eyes, they usually be our strengths, but we didn't win this map. So what kind of difficulties have we just encountered? That's mainly about the end game. We didn't manage it very well. And when we were in the end game, so what did you share each other's up? And in the end game, what do we communicate with the teammates? So normally we just elaborate on the details. So when we step into the last map port, we have 6-3 on the first half, and on the last half of the game, did you feel any nervous because the opponents just cheese up? Actually, we have a good understanding of the holding position of the opponent. But when we rush in, Gokun has given us a lot of pressures. Yeah, indeed it is. Gokun had a very good performance and super normal performance today. So have we made any adjustments for Gokun? Because he is very in good performance today. So we think that there are less people in A side, so we rush A aggressively. So as for the knockout stage, this is a very key point for the two teams. So this is a very cruel competition, and this is a very hard-won victory. As for the next game, we will confront RK. So have we made any preparations? After this match, we will make some preparations. So we think that as for the strategies, we will adjust it and make some other preparations. And as for the mentality, we will feel much more relaxed. So do you have anything to express to the fans who will always support Chengdu all gamers? Most importantly, we appreciate all the support of all the fans, and as the fans of Chengdu all gamers, I think that everybody is very has well understood the game of AG. And congratulations to Chengdu all gamers. And I will give the floor back to the casters.
Thank you so much. Great to hear from even on the stage after all of that. Just keeping their cool, calm, saying, okay, yeah, it's a close map, but we're just going to rush into A. There's less people there. Take them down. They got the job done, 10-8. And what else can you say? We'll just see them in the playoffs, as you do have your playoff bracket right on the screen.
Yeah, well, at this point, obviously, we get to see the wins coming through. Everything kind of playing out as expected initially, but then we get to the ranking esports game, and that ended up being a 3-2 for them. And now this is what we're looking forward to seeing. Okay, what are the matches for the playoffs? It is Baisha Gaming up against Vincent, and ranking will get to take a crack at Chengdu All Gamers. Winners of that, of course, progressing through to the upper bracket final. Losers going back on down to the lower bracket. Some exciting opening matches in the semifinals.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to both of these. It's kind of the underdog versus a top China seed in both matchup, but it's really a good chance to see if that potential is going to be there, because it's double elimination. You've got to beat these teams twice to go all the way through to the grand finals there in that bracket, and I feel like this is where we're going to see maybe some separation in who's in the running and who's not in this first round. But I'm hopeful that these two teams from the outside regions can put on a strong performance, because both of these teams have shown us a lot of potential leading up to this bracket.
Look, what we've seen from the last couple of days is that it is very possible to beat the Chinese teams. Maybe Baisha, a bit outside of that conversation, though. Even they kind of looked susceptible to Kara House, who I think we probably all would have put coming into the knockout stage as the weakest team there, and even they were able to almost take a map off of Baisha. So look, Vincent is one that I've still kind of got my questions about. We haven't really seen them against a top Chinese team just yet. Ranking getting the dub over XROCK as well. Is that enough to convince you? I don't know yet, necessarily. I think going up against All Gamers, it's a different beast, but Imperial also made All Gamers really have to work for it here. And I think, again, a top-performing ranking could kind of do what Imperial did today. So we'll see. We'll have to see. Obviously, we do have to wait a couple of days for that. It'll build the suspense up. Tomorrow is a day off for us, for the players, for production. Everything has to get moved over into the stadium. And then we'll crack on with those two semi-finals. But of the two, I think maybe ranking could beat All Gamers, but Baisha's looking pretty unstoppable.
It's going to be a fun time with only 4 teams left here at CFS 2023 Grand Finals. But for today, thank you so much for watching. We are done here. It has been a long day. We'll see you in a couple of days' time for those playoffs. Until then, have a good time.
love.